Ankit, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yeah. Madam has joined.
Yes, madam has joined.
You're muted. You please unmute yourself, Ankit.
No, I'm not muted. Can you hear me now?
I can't hear you, Ankit. You're not audible. I think data commercial, Mr. V.S. Chakravarti of data commercial sale is already connected. Madam is connected.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, can you get madam? I can see madam has already connected, right?
Yes, madam has joined already.
Okay. Madam, good morning.
Madam, can you hear us?
Okay, madam may not be
So
there.
yes, she has joined the meeting, but I think she's not there yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Ankit, just keep a watch whenever you see madam. Madam is connected, but she may not have joined.
Yeah,
so
she's
keep
connected,
watch till madam joins. By the way, the person you see behind me is my son Ankit. Very early morning for him in Munich. It's what, 6 o'clock now?
6:20, yeah.
Okay. So you got up at 5 o'clock and woke me up.
Correct, yeah.
So thank you, Ankit. Stay connected. In another, we have 10 minutes to go. So madam, I believe is already connected. So just keep a watch whenever madam is there. We'll just welcome madam and in 10 minutes we'll get going. So please stay connected, Ankit, and let's keep the Zoom screen on. Okay? Yeah, and in 10 minutes we'll go live on YouTube. Exactly at 10 we'll go live on YouTube.
We are already live on YouTube. We are already live on YouTube.
Okay, just share the link in the group because Mr. Markan also wants to join on YouTube. So he should be able to see it live. Let's go live on YouTube now. Okay? Yeah. And share the link in the group. And also share the link with me so that I can share with everyone. Okay, so let's go live on YouTube now. Yeah. And stay connected, Ankit. I'll join you in a few minutes.
Hello. 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 Check.
Hello, madam. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Ankit.
Good morning. Good morning. Also, good morning to Madam Ruchika Govil. Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Ankit.
Okay, perfect. So you are on the screen in the conference. So maybe you can just say hello to all the to our delegates, and we will start shortly in a few minutes.
Ankit, just to, before that, could I probably start after 15 minutes because we have to take a pledge here in the ministry. So
Yes.
good morning to all the delegates. Happy to be a part of this conference. Very important conference. Apologies for not being there in person, but I'm here and we will have a conversation in this regard. I would request if I could join after 15 minutes because in the ministry we have to take a Sadbhavna pledge. So please request you go ahead. I shall join shortly.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. And no problem. We will start with the introductions and our lighting of the lamp ceremonies. And in the meantime, Madam Ruchika Govil will join back in another 15 minutes.
Ankit, we can start whenever you're okay with it.
Yes, we are about to start. So we will start in a couple of minutes, ma'am.
Yeah, Ankit, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So, good morning, madam. Has madam joined, Ankit?
Yes,
Good morning. Good morning. Yes.
Good morning, madam. With your kind permission, can we start right away?
Yes, please.
I would,
Yes,
yeah,
please.
madam, just give me 2 minutes. So, has Mr. Yogesh Mandhani arrived?
No, but Mr. V.S. Chakravarti, Director Commercial Sale, has also joined.
Mr. Chakravarti, a warm welcome to you and a good morning to you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chakravarti, and Madam is also with us this morning. Madam Ruchika Govil, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, and a person who needs no introduction because she is very well known in the entire steel industry. So everyone knows her as a very active Additional Secretary in our ministry. She has been proactive in implementing all the major decisions along with under the leadership of our Secretary Steel. So I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Madam for taking time out to join us. And Madam she has also nominated our additional industrial advisor, Paramjit Singh. He is on the way because there was a malfunction of the vehicle. So I think he should be on the way. And in the meantime, may I request all our dignitaries to come and take the dais. First, Mr. Rolando Paolone, CEO and CTO of Danelli. A big round of applause for him. The great man who spent 39 years in Danelli. So 39 years, and he has risen from the ranks. So, Mr. Paolone, I would request you to come and take the dais, please. Mr. V.S. Chakravarti, of course, is joining us on Zoom. Mr. Rathore, Mr. G.S. Rathore, has he arrived? Okay, he may be in transit because he's coming from Jharsuguda. The COO of JSW Steel. Mr. Paramjit Singh will be arriving shortly. Mr. Sridhar Krishnamurthy, Managing Director, Arjat Steel. May I request Mr. Krishnamurthy to come and take the dais? Again, a person who's very well known. Those of you who have attended CII meetings, he's been very active in CII. Mr. Rahul Yanurkar, I think he will be joining on Zoom. He is the Managing Director of Liberty Group Company, right now based in Hungary. Mr. Gajendra Panwar, Managing Director, Danelli India, again, someone I know for almost 30 years. From his days in Indomag, early 90s, I have known him. So a man of great caliber who has taken Danelli to greater heights. Mr. Pankaj Khanna will not be able to join us today because he's unwell. He's indisposed. My good friend, my brother, Mr. Sanjay Dasgupta, I may request you to come and take the dais. Sanjay, are you here? Yeah. My younger brother and very good friend. Earlier, he was in Danelli, now with SMS. And my sister, whom I cannot forget the support I have received from her all these years, Radhika Markan. I would just request you to take the dais for a few minutes and you can come down. Mr. Stephen Mark Shore, Head of Business Development, Long Rolling Mills for Primetals. Mr. Mark Shore, are you here? Yeah, Mark, please come and take the dais. So Mark has flown all the way from US. You are from Worcester, right? Oh, from previous Morgan. Yeah, I've been to Worcester. Yeah, fantastic. I've been to the Worcester Club. And then the chairman of the company, Mr. Paul Morgan, I have been with him to the club at Worcester in US. So it's a long legacy I've shared with Morgan. And those days, the fastest rolling mill was supplied by Morgan those days, 110 meters per second those days. I'm talking about 90s. Yeah. So then we have Mr. Kumaresan, Executive Vice President and Head of Minerals and Metals Strategic Group, Larsen and Toubro. Mr. Kumaresan, if you are here. Okay, so I can't see him here. Mr. Shushim Banerjee, Shushimda, again, someone I call Dada in Bengali. You know what a Dada means. Dada is the head of the family. So Shushimda is my Dada, who was previously the Director General of ISDAG. Before that, he was ED Commercial in SAIL, and a long association with him from his then during his tenure as Director General of ISDAG. And now he is the CEO of Iron and Steel Sector Skill Council, based out of Kolkata. My close Dada again, Jyotirmoy Bhattacharya. Jyotidar, if you hear. Oh, please come and take the dais, Dada. Mr. Jyotirmoy Bhattacharya is Director Sales of RHI Magnesite India. If you are aware, they have recently acquired quite a few companies, including Dalmia Bharat Group, which makes them one of the biggest players of the refractory industry in India today. Rajesh, are you here? Rajesh Singh? Okay, Rajesh Singh is not here. Okay, my again, one more brother, Rajesh Kumar. Where is Rajesh Kumar? He was here this morning. Rajesh Kumar. Oh, Mr. Rathod has arrived. A warm welcome to Mr. Gajendra Singh Rathod, COO of the largest steelmaker in India, and the second, we are the second largest steel producer and the largest steelmaker COO, Mr. Gajendra Singh Rathod. May I request Rathod sir to please kindly take the dais, please. Again, a person who has risen from the ranks, like Mr. Paolone. Mr. Kumaresan of L&T is also here. A warm welcome to Mr. Kumaresan. Please come and take the dais, sir. So we have almost everyone on the dais right now. So, madam, with your kind, can we have the Zoom on screen, please? Can we have madam on screen? Madam and Director Commercial Sale. Mr. Chakravarti, good morning to you. Madam, good morning. And namaskar to you.
Namaskar, namaskar.
Yeah, so madam will be our keynote speaker for today. So madam will deliberate her thoughts, what the ministry has in mind for the long product segment in India today. And, you know, there are a lot of steps which not just Ministry of Steel, but the entire initiative which the Government of India has taken to boost our infrastructure spending, which will actually make a big impact on the consumption of steel in this country. We are talking about 300 million tons, but the issue is the consumption has to go up because the per capita consumption still needs to improve, especially in the rural segment. So I think these are issues which will be deliberated during the course of the day today. So with that, I'll hand over the floor to our anchor, Riz. Riz, please take it forward.
Thank you so much, sir.
And let us all rise for the national anthem first. So Riz, it's over to you.
As we just completed 77th Independence Day of India, let's say a congratulations together. Can we have, please?
Let's start with the national anthem. Yeah.
Jana Gana Mana Adhinayaka Jaya He Bharata Bhagya Vidhata Punjab Sindhu Gujarat Maratha Dravid Karavanga Vindhya Himachala Yamuna Uchala Jaladhi Taranga तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाए तब जय गाथा Jai Gana Mani Jai 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 Jai
Gentlemen, please take your seats.
Thank you so much. Okay, for the very first time, good morning, everybody. But I think as long as we need, our panelists need the huge round of applause. They didn't get enough. Can we have a huge round of applause for our panelists, please? Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and technology enthusiasts, a warm welcome to the grand stage of innovation and advancement. We are gathered here today at the illustrious Taj Vivanta in the vibrant city of Kolkata, India, to embark on a remarkable journey into the realm of technology, market, and applications for long products. This one day, National Conference on August 18, 2023 promises to be an intellectual and visionary extravaganza, where we delve deep into the convergence of cutting-edge technology, dynamic market trends, and the diverse applications that define the landscape of long products. Our conference is made even more exceptional by the esteemed panelists who have graciously joined us, each a pioneer in their respective fields. Their collective expertise spans industries, research, and entrepreneurship, offering us invaluable insight that will undoubtedly shape the trajectory of the long product sector. Not only that, as we embark on this knowledge-packed day, let's also extend our gratitude to our invaluable sponsors. Without their unwavering support, this event would not have been possible. Their commitment to the fostering technological innovation and market development serves as an inspiration to us all. So get ready to immerse yourself in enlightening discussion, forge new connections, and unearth the boundless possibilities that lie at the intersection of technology, market dynamics, and application strategies for long products. Let the discussion begin, and let us collectively embrace the future that unfolds before us. Welcome to the Technology, Market, and Application for Long Products Conference. And can we have a huge round of applause for today, this big day, please, everybody. Thank you so much. Now I'd like to request all the dignitaries to come forward together to enlighten our Diya and to start this auspicious day together. We'd like to have all of you together forward, please.
May I request all of the dais to come for the lighting of the lamp? Yeah, please come forward. Rathod ji, aap aaiye. Mr. Krishnamurthy, Mr. Kumaresan, Panwar ji, Sushimda, Jyotida, all of you. Sanjay, please come forward. Mr. Paolone, please come forward for Mark, please come forward for the lighting of the lamp. Yeah. And let us have the Saraswati Bandhana.
Yeah, I think everybody can hands together and enlighten it.
Yeah, Radhika, please.
And can we have a round of applause,
Yeah.
everybody?
Yes, Saran should also come forward to a lighting of the come. Saran, please come and join. Yeah, thanks, Mark. Yeah, Mr. Paolone, Mr. Krishnamurthy, Sushimta, please join. Mr. Kumaresan. Rathod sir. Yeah. Jyotira, please, sir. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, gentlemen, please come and take the dais, and we will have the Saraswati Bandana right now. So let's, yeah.
Yeah.
If you're ready, Sresha, are you ready to start with the Bandana? Yeah. So Sresha will be taking us through the worship of Mother Saraswati.
Mother Saraswati, and let's take the day forward,
hello,
our
hello,
auspicious
hello.
day with Saraswati.
Hello,
Vandana.
hello, check, hello.
Can we have on the stage, please?
Yeah, let me announce Mr. Yogesh Mandhani, President of All India Induction Furnace Association and Managing Director of Mahalakshmi TMT, also with us. Sir, please take the dais. His flight arrived late, so he wanted to seek an apology, but I think these are things beyond our control, and he is well on time. Thank you, Mandhani Sahab. Thank you for taking the trouble of coming all the way. This is the only platform, perhaps, where we have the smaller producers and the integrated players together. So Rathod Sahab and Mandhani Sahab together again, which is a great, and I wouldn't call Mr. Krishnamurthy a smaller player. I would say he comes in between the large integrated players and the smaller players. And I deliberately chose not to use the word secondary, because that's something which we must do away with. So with that, over to Sresha. Sresha, over to you.
ঠিক আছে স্যার আপনার এখানে অডিওটা আমার এখানে ইউএসবি থ্রু নেওয়া আছে তো
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sresha, for round of applause for her. She has a wonderful voice. I have heard her before. In fact, I invited her in my residential campus. I invited her once during the Durga Puja to sing, and she did a wonderful job. So Sresha, thank you so much once again. So yeah, you can proceed now with inviting Madam to deliver her keynote address. And then Mr. Yogesh Mandani ji can speak. So because Madam is waiting for a long time. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. So let's not wait. With a very beautiful peace of mind, let's start our day. And I think we should and we need a huge round of applause for the Ruchika Chaudhary Govil, the Additional Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, on our Zoom call. Can we have a huge round of applause for her, please?
Yeah, can we have Madam on screen?
Yeah.
Ankit, are you there? Yeah. Madam.
Yes, good morning to everybody. Very happy to be a part of this national conference on technology, marketing and applications of long products. Special thank you to Mr. Nirmala Mukherjee for having me here. Good morning to all the industry leaders, members of the steel fraternity, consumers of steel industry, and as I'm told, all the a large number of the large manufacturers, the mini manufacturers, the capital good manufacturers are all there in this conference. It's bound to be a huge success. As always, steel and metallurgy has amazing conferences where a lot of thought goes into inviting, organizing, and planning these whole conferences. So I'm sure it's going to be a great opportunity for everybody to meet, interact. I'm sorry to have missed this opportunity, but some compulsions here did not allow me to be there. All I want to say is, and as I'm sure all of you are aware of, India steel sector is on a huge growth path. We are pretty much the envy of the world. The kind of growth in GDP and the kind of growth Indian steel industry has been showing. I think the long product sector will also grow immensely. When I joined the ministry in 2017, we were producing about 100 to 105 million tons of crude steel. And today we are at 125 million tons. That in itself is an indicator of the kind of growth that we have seen despite COVID and all other setbacks that the world economy, Indian economy saw. And going forward from here to 2030, that journey is going to be even more robust. Our interactions in the ministry with all the steel producers and the capital good manufacturers shows that we are well on our path of achieving a very high growth trajectory. Government has also set a target of expenditure of about 10 lakh crore rupees in the near future. And that is bound to grow the steel demand. And when I talk about steel demand, I'm here specifically referring to now the long steel demand that is bound to increase. We currently have about 65 million tons of long product production. And this we are using, as I'm told, in automobile sector, we are using it in construction industry primarily, and we are using it for shipbuilding, railways, we are using it for cranes, we are using it for shoring construction and a whole variety of products. This is because our long product range, as I'm told from all the producers that are sitting there, we are producing wire rods, TMT, plain bar, rails, flat, the narrow flats, the angle channels, beams, steel pile, bulb, seamless tubes, hexagons, RCS, etc. I'm very happy to notice that the long product range has not been limited to the conventional range, but has been evolving and growing as the need of the industry is there, as the need of the economy is there. It has been an exercise of continuous innovation. And it is very important that we stay on this path of innovation. I say this very responsibly from the fact that today we have to, and I mean, that's my primary point of being here in this discussion today, is that we have to grow, but we have to grow responsibly, because steel is being considered as a hard to abate sector from the climate change point of view. So therefore, when we grow, we have to be very mindful of the kind of carbon emissions that our industry has. We have to work towards reducing carbon intensity. I would request that all the steel producers here and all the capital good manufacturers be mindful of the kind of the kind of emissions that their industry has. When they talk about expansions, they must choose the best available technologies. The industry is very much at a cusp where we will see new technologies emerging where carbon emissions will be lower. So while we grow and we grow to meet the industry demand, to meet the economy demand, we must be mindful that we choose the best technologies and we have the limited carbon emissions. The second point I would like to raise is that construction industry also is changing in its speed, in its innovations, in the methodologies that are involved. We now look for steel intensive constructions. I can see Sushim Banerjee there. He has devoted a lot of time and energy towards promoting steel intensive structures. And when we talk about steel intensive structures, we talk prefabs, we talk the kind of steel will be in terms of hollows. We will not do the regular RCC constructions in the future when we want to have constructions which are done fast. I would therefore request that all the long producers be mindful of these facts when they choose their product mix. While the TMT bars are going to be there and will serve a purpose, but the need to innovate and go for production which will be a journey towards steel intensive construction and fast, speedy construction. We must use technologies that are being deployed over the rest of the world. Our industry also has to innovate and show the way in terms of where all the long products can be used. So we need not be limited to where we are today. Innovation in terms of construction. Sorry for that. Yes. So I was talking about how we must innovate. We must show the path. When India is the second largest producer of steel, we also have to have the commensurate expend in R&D. We must expend to meet the requirements of what for example, I mean, that's just one of the examples, what the automobile industry wants of us. I think when we be shifting now, new class, new age vehicles, the automobile industry's requirement of steel will also change. So I would request that we be innovative in our product mix. In all this, I would also request, and I mean, that would be my huge ask of the industry, that we be very mindful of the safety aspects. All the producers here, whether they are mini producers or large producers, they have to be mindful of the kind of safety procedures that they are adopting in their production processes, must stay on the best practices curve if need be. In fact, I would insist that we should have regular safety audits so that the safety requirements of our workers are met and we are called a responsible steel all over the world. Along with this also comes, I mean, safety can be achieved only if we have good skilling practices. I would say that skilling should be a very important mandate for the steel sector and for the long sector, which has the widest participation. I think Sushim Banerjee there would be able to talk to us, being a part of IISSC, that skilling should be kept always on board and should not ever be lost sight of. I also feel, I mean, these are the few important asks. I think today's industry, when it sits together in this meeting today, will be able to have a very meaningful dialogue between the consumers and the producers, find out what are the further areas investments are to be made. We should have investments in the nature which meets the future requirements. We should not be in a situation where we have stranded assets because they are not meeting the requirements of carbon dioxide emissions. I think today's discussion, when we talk about technology, market, and applications, all these three aspects will be very aptly covered. One leads to the other. And if we are all addressing it in a responsible fashion, it's a growth story unparalleled anywhere in the world that we will be able to achieve. These are my short remarks. I'm sorry, I'm a bit rushed. I have a couple of other meetings at 10:30. So I'm ending my remarks sooner than I intended to. Wish you all the best. My persons are there. I'm sure Nirmala Mukherjee will also revert back with the kind of discussions minutes. Paramjit is going to be there. I will be mindful of what has been said during the course of the day-to-day when we are taking our policy initiatives or when we have our advisory committee meetings. We are listening to all that is being said. All the asks that you have of the ministry, please be candid, forthright, put them out there for us to hear. We will be hearing them and we will reach out to you one-on-one if there is a requirement in that regard. But we are always mindful to what is said in these important conferences and conclaves when we make our future policy decisions. Thank you for having me here. Much appreciated. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, madam.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much. Thanks a million ton. We'll deal in million tons. So thanks a million ton, madam. And the only lady panelist we have here, Radhika, would you like to put a question? 30 seconds you have to ask madam if any question as a young entrepreneur who has taken, made 500 Thermex orders till date. And as a member of the integrated rolling mill sector, would you like to ask a question to madam? Radhika? Madam Radhika is the managing director of H&K Rolling Mill Engineers. His father started this company, Radhika will explain, and she is the young managing director of H&K Rolling Mill Engineers. So Radhika, any question?
Radhika needs no introduction. We have met on many occasions in many conclaves. I have great affection and respect for Radhika. Radhika, please go ahead.
Yeah.
Pleasure to speak to you once again, Mrs. Govil. Although this is via Zoom, we are not meeting in person. I have absolutely no question to ask Mrs. Govil. In fact, what I would like to say to Mrs. Govil is that in the past few years, we here in the Indian steel industry have been running since 2017 and 18, and it is primarily because of the policies of the current government and the steel industry. And we are running and we have not stopped running because there is so much of business for everybody out there in this industry. The government policies are pro-industry, pro-development. The infrastructure push is mammoth. And there we can see the results for everybody. So we would request this government, this ministry to continue on these lines so that what we have seen in the past 5 years, we can continue to see for the next 5 years. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you,
Radhika. Thank you, Radhika.
Thank you. Okay.
With your permission, Nirmala ji, can I sign out because I have to step out for another meeting?
Yes, ma'am. Thanks once again. मेरा तहे दिल से ये शुक्रिया आपका madam. You've taken time out for us, and you've also nominated Paramjit to be here. He is on the way. He'll be reaching in another 5 to 10 minutes. So, Paramjit, if there is any question,
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable words today.
Thank you, ma'am. So, with that, Rajesh, you are expected on the dais. I was calling you, but you were a little late. So, may I request my younger brother, Rajesh Kumar, Managing Director of Kalfriza India, to take the dais?
Can we have a huge round of applause for one of the panelists, please?
Yeah, Rajesh is really my younger brother who invited me last month to their workshop in Spain, in Zaragoza. So I was with him in Spain, spent a couple of days together in Spain together, and a wonderful person who started this company. And it was a good vacation for me also, Rajesh, to spend with you in Spain in June, in the month of June, right after MITEC, where Radhika was also there in MITEC. We were there together in Germany, and then I went off to Spain, where Rajesh had invited me. So with that, I think we have the entire panel, and without wasting much of time, because I have to finish it by 11:30 latest. So I'll get going. Could we have the mics on the dash without wasting
we need
any time?
some more mics.
Yeah. So
for our panelists, please.
We'll have the mics on the dash, please. So you can put it there. Okay. So let's start with our day's proceedings with the welcome address. None other than I wanted to make it symbolical. So whereas in most of my conferences in the past, we had only the large integrated players taking the lead. Today, I want an equal lead from the quote unquote smaller players who are contributing about 50% of our production, almost 50% of, at least in the long product segment, a good amount comes from the smaller players. And if India were to achieve 300 million tons, we cannot wish away the smaller players. And we cannot say they compromise on quality. I'm sure Yogesh, you, being the president of All India Induction Furnace Association also, will obviously highlight the need for importance to be given to the smaller players as well, along with the large players like Mr. Rathod. So everyone, the large integrated players and the smaller players need to be given equal attention in this country. So that's why I invited Yogesh, and I'm really grateful to Mr. Yogesh Mandhani for coming over here with a short notice. And once again, my heartfelt thanks to you, sir, for making it here. You are leading the smaller players right from the front, and I want you to deliver the welcome address today. Welcome, everyone. So, Mr. Yogesh Mandhani, a big round of applause for Mr. Yogesh Mandhani. He is the president of All India Induction Furnace Association and also managing director of Mahalakshmi EMT. Over to you, Yogesh.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me and making me to give a welcome note speech. So once again, thank you. A very good morning to each one of you. I would like to welcome the guest, a very special guest on the dais, and very, very special guests who are off the dais. Without you, this event or any event is not possible. It's an honor to welcome you all to the National Conference on Technology, Market and Application for the Long Product. I would like to really thank Madam for taking all the points which were necessary for the pathway of our growth. Steel is the backbone of various sectors, including construction, automotive industries, and power generation. It is used to create rod, bars, wires, tubes, and all other long products that contributes to the strength and structure of our modern world. The construction sector leads the way, consuming around 61% of the domestic steel demand, followed by capital goods at 10%, automotive sector at 9%. Our discussion today are rooted in some key notes. In 2022, India produced about 125 million tons of crude steel and approximately 118 million tons of finished steel. Though the figures are yet very not good to sound, but yeah, we have a very good pathway ahead. So I would rather say that the crude steel production would reach around 134 million tons and the finished steel production would reach around 130 million tons. This is lined with our expectations and the robust domestic demand growth of about 7% in the same year. The technology behind the long product rolling mills is crucial aspect of the steel industry. These mills must perform at a high speed, create a high quality steel, and smoothly switch between the different types of product. Today's flexible and modern mill consists of various rolling stands, each playing a role in shaping the steel into its final form. India's position as the world's second largest producer of crude steel showcase the industry's remarkable growth in last decades. Over the past decades, our nation's steel industry achieved a remarkable milestone, surpassing Japan in production and witnessing a significant capacity consolidation and acquisition. This consolidation is expected to enhance the efficiency, utilization, and pricing power, potentially leading India to achieve 300 million ton target by 2030 and maybe 500 million ton by 2047 in the same speed, in the same way we grow. The global economic outlook of 2023 remains cautious due to various factors, including geopolitical conflict and shifting financial conditions. Furthermore, there is a growing emphasis on sustainability and emission reduction in the steel industry. The concept of circular economy in the steel, which aims to create a steel with a long lifespan that can be recycled and reused, is gaining traction. However, this shift also comes with challenges, particularly in the face of sustainability regulations from the advanced economics like the Europe. Digital transformation is another force shaping the steel industry. Investment in manufacturing and digital technology and revolutioning a traditional process introducing automation, analytics, and digital supply chain that enhance the sustainability and profitability. India's journey towards the full quality regime is significant step in enhancing the availability of top-notch steel across the sector. The Bureau of Indian Standard BIS plays a vital role in setting the implementing standard that guarantees the quality of and the reliability. In conclusion, I extend my gratitude to each one of you for being a part of this conference. Your expertise, insights, and discussions will undoubtedly shape the future trajectory of the steel industry in India and beyond. I encourage you to engage wholeheartedly with the agenda ahead as we collectively navigate the realm of technology, market dynamics, and applications of long product. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Yogesh Bhai. From the bottom of my heart, I express my sincere gratitude for taking the trouble of coming over from Mumbai in such a short notice. And I'm really grateful, and I want to work under your guidance to take the entire smaller players to play a major role in this country. And I am sure under your leadership, this will happen for sure. You are seen as the most dynamic president the association ever had. And this is not something which I am saying. Last month when you had the SteelX, people came over to me and they said, when Mr. Mandhani took over as president, the entire scenario changed. So the entire show became what we saw is because of your efforts as the president of the association. So I see you as the most dynamic president IFA has ever had till date. So I'm sure under your leadership, the industry will do miracles. So with that, may I request a mentor, a friend who has spent 39 years. And both of you are sitting together. One thing which both of you have in common, Mr. Rathod and Mr. Paolone, both have risen from the ranks. Both have, if you look at their success story, both have, one thing I'm sorry, I'm taking 30 seconds more, but the utmost respect I have for Sajanji in this country is because of his trust he had on his team. Sajanji, I have interacted with Mr. Sheshagiri Rao, Mr. Jayant Acharya, both of them very closely, and with Mr. Rathod. Mr. Rathod, in fact, came over to my booth at MITEC last in June. We spent some time in Germany together as well. So what I have seen, Sajanji's success story lies in the fact is his trust in his team. Mr. Sheshagiri Rao spent his entire term in JSW. Mr. Jayant Acharya has been there for very long. Mr. Rathod, and then Dr. Noal, you name anyone in the company, they have, because Sajanji is seen as a person who built his team. So that is why I have a lot of respect for Sajanji in this country. So with that, I would like to request Mr. Ronaldo Paolone, CEO and CTO in Danelli, who has spent 39 years. It will be his 40th year almost in Danelli, and who has again risen from the ranks. So, Mr. Paolone, the floor is yours. Would you like to come up here, or you can sit and speak also, no problem. Whatever you choose. Yeah. So big round of applause for Mr. Ronaldo Paolone, CEO and CTO. So he's wearing two hats as the CEO and CTO of Danelli. And he is also, you can say right after Mr. Benedetti, he is number 2 in the company. And out of the 3 big darlings, Danelli, SMS, and Primetals, he is the CEO of one of the 3 darlings, which means he is a big man. Big man, but very simple, very down to earth, like Mr. Rathod. Mr. Rathod's greatest quality is his down to earthness. He is such a down to earth CEO. I think, you know how big JSW is. It is the largest steel maker in India today.
Okay.
Okay, so over to you, Mr. Paolone.
Okay, first, hello. Okay, that is working better. Okay, thanks for inviting here. I see there is a lot of energy in this country now. Everywhere there are constructions running. There is a need of rebar for sure. So this is a long product Congress, and this I think is the very important one, because for sure the country will need a lot more rebar. You want to double and more the production of steel. I think you will get it, because I see that again, there is a lot of energy everywhere. All the people I talk with in the steel sector here in India, they are moving very fast. You know, we have a company here. Later, we will have Mr. Panvar talking about the company and so on. And also, our company is running very well, is growing fast. And this is a very good point for India, I think, first. Also for Danieli Group, of course. Okay, as my friend said, I am 38 years now in Danieli. I started in 1985. I was a draftsman. And so I said, what can I tell to these guys during this day, this important meeting? I said, okay, let's go through Danieli fast to see what we did in the past, let's say, and then the conclusion on what we are doing today. So I tried to, okay, Danieli, we are. I hope some of you visited the site, or most of you probably. We are in the northeast of Italy, close to Venice, 100 kilometers north of Venice, northeast, I would say. We are a multicultural, multinational, and multicultural company because, okay, the headquarters is there, but we have companies all around the world. And these are the main sites. We are in India, as I said, we are in China, we are in United States, north of Europe, Sweden, and so on. So we have 28 countries are directly covered by the company. Okay, these are some numbers. You know, the companies stand or not thanks to the numbers, and this is the financial position of the company. As you can see, is going well. It's going well, we think, also because these are the investments we do every year in research. Okay, so the company is investing a lot. We have 100 people just running the research center in Butrio, in the headquarters. So 100 people not doing, let's say, production or engineering for direct jobs, but they are thinking about the steel plants for the day after tomorrow. We are 9,000 people all around the world. Italy is about 3,000. The rest is all around the world, as I said. Okay, talking about if it's going ahead, yeah, talking about products. Okay, we wrote here from iron ore or scrap, wherever you want. I mean, we can really cover all the technologies, all the processes. So, okay, we started with the rolling mill, to be honest, long time ago. Then we complete the mills because the very beginning was really to make some pinch rolls. I think you know what is a pinch roll, a machine that is pulling the bar into a channel or whatever. And so we did the plant, the rolling mill itself. Later on, we did the melt shop, and then we move in all directions, maintaining the centrality of iron, steel, I mean, because also all the acquisitions has been done thinking about steel is the center of our business. We don't move around, let's say, we just keep that field. We want to grow around that. Okay, bar mills. Sorry, it's not moving. Okay. Bar mills. Bar mills for a rolling mill is the key point. No? I think this country, as all other countries I saw before, will have a lot more rolling mills than what they have today. Because, okay, you need the full plant. Somebody will do. We have here representatives of very, very big steel producers that will do surely big plants. But the rolling mill is the way to make the steel that has been cast somewhere available for all the rest of the people. So the group, Danieli Group, and this is Morgan Shamar, they invented the housing-less stand. This was 1948. So it's not 100 years yet, but it's coming. Today, honestly, 2 years ago, we delivered the rolling mill number 500 this was in Verona, Pittini. Pittini is a producer, an Italian producer of, steel, rebar mainly, construction steel. 1970, we developed in Butrio the first twin channel for high-speed delivery to cooling bed. Earlier, honestly, Morgan Shamar invented the rotating drum, the system to deliver to the cooling bed with the rotating drum. already on 2007, we have been able to deliver bars to the cooling bed at 45 meters per second, which is a speed that is still top speed in the world. This is twin channel, straight bar, high speed, but okay, slitting is also a very important product, a very important way to produce steel. We are now running the 10 millimeters in 5 strands, close to 3,000 tons per day. This is running, it's not a movie, it's a movie, but it's not a 3D, it's true. But coming soon, it will be the 6x10, okay, because this is the evolution. So we probably will sell less equipment to produce high speed in cooling bed, and we go more on slitting because the market is requesting this. Honestly, this is going to the green direction because the consumption per ton is less using the slitting compared to the high speed. Rolling mill guides. All the rolling mills says rolling mill guides. They are absolutely necessary. And the rolling mill foreman would like to have these informations available to know how his mill is going. Okay, why this? Because he can get these advantages. He can have informations about the life of his equipment, the bearings, and so on. So what we do for this, we create the intelligent guides. We have 2 solutions. One is the Rolex on the left side, which is for the rolling mill area. The other one is the Wide-Road clever guide, let's say. And both of them are able to measure online continuously the dimension of the steel. They are able to adapt the position of the rolls according to the needs. They are informing the foreman if something is going wrong in the material that is coming, because maybe tension is no good, because there is wearing in the stands, as we know, and so on. So we think that will help a lot to improve the productivity, the simplicity of running the rolling mills, not in the future. For us is now, but okay. Rebar mill and merchant bar. Two possibilities for long product. Rebar mill are the most common, let's say. Merchant bar is also possible. It's also necessary, sorry. And we can do a mix. Many plants buy from us the mix, the layout, able to do both things. Okay, well, leadership in a long product, because, okay, we did, okay, in this video, you can see some equipment in the finishing area, because, okay, the rolling mill is one thing. The other thing is to collect the material, to cut, to straight, to stack. And from long time, we were able, I say long time because I was working in the office as a draftsman at the very beginning, where we were designing this equipment. Then I became team leader of this group. And we are happy to say and proud to say that already 1990, 92, we were able to supply machines like this, where the possibility of stacking, of running the mill is without having people in front of the mill itself. 20 millimeters angle is very small. Normally everybody was doing on that time, for sure. Now, sometimes by hand, they're packing by hand. And the single bar, okay, but this is what we can do. We complete our product in the finishing area with Sund. Sund Birsta is our company doing binding machines and finishing end. Wide-Road line. 1980, it was the first finishing block made by Danieli in Butrio in Italy. It was horizontal vertical. As you know, everybody now is using a block that is like that, X. And we have to say that the decision to go in this direction is from Morgan from US. At the end, the market was requesting this kind of solution, so we went to that solution. But we honestly still think that horizontal vertical is easy to remove the rolls, to move up with the crane and so on. But okay, sometimes the market is pushing you to do things, and okay, we have to satisfy the market. So 1980, the first block, 2023, we have 105 fast finishing blocks in operation around the world. 1978, the first Danieli line head. The line head is the machine that is creating the coil, the wraps to produce the coil. It is the most important part of a rolling mill, of the Wide-Road mill, because, okay, the stands, okay, is something, okay, you need to speed up, you need to be careful with the bearings because there is a high velocity, temperature, and this and that. But at the end, this is the machine who makes the difference. If you don't have a good shape coming from the machine, you will not have a good coil. Today, 125 line heads in operation. I'm not sure about that. I think there are 400 rolling wire rod mills in the world. Maybe the guy from can tell me if it's true or not. So 125 is from Danieli. The line head is from Danieli. Okay, finishing end. Sorry, wire rod line needs all the system downstream. Our partner in this is part of the group is Sundbirsta. The company is in Sweden. It is 120 people. I am proud to be the chairman of these guys. They are doing very well from long time. They are first class, and our supply is for wire rod mill is also always using this company. Line head, I said, is the most critical machine in the world, in the wire rod mill, not in the world. Okay, we start here to make some records. 2020 in Pittini, this plant in Italy that is producing, also that they have a plant in Verona and so on, a strong producer, close to 2 million tons per year of wire rod mainly. They did 119. 1 year later, as you can see, Ferralpilonato, the rolling speed has been 127 meters per second. So they start, to make a race, no? they were competing each other. So ABS, which is the steel plant of Danieli in Cargnacco, they ran 132. And so Pittini said, okay, cannot be, no? So they went back to the mill and they bring the bill to 135. Okay, so this is today the rolling speed, the record rolling speed in the world. Okay. One point I must say, Ferralpilonato, the rolling mill up to the line head is SMS. It happened. But the line head is Danieli. So, all right. Spooler line. This is another, I would say, a story of success in some ways. 1998, we started to make trials. This is close by our company. This is a flat, it's not round. We start to make spooling in hot. Spooling is not something new. Is done by long time in cold, because you make wire rod, later on you coil in cold because it's easier later for the treatment for the machines that are downstream. So we decided to do it in hot. Today, we have a distribution of plants around the world. Okay, Europe now is going with the spooler 90% of the time. Okay, so the straight bar is no more so common. Why? The reason is that you have the yield that is super, because you have a long bar at the end, 5 tons long bar, 8 tons long bar. This is our production today, possible. And so when you have the automatic machine downstream, you cut the length you need, you use the length you need, only the very end of the coil is scrap. If you use bars, each bar you will have a part that is a scrap. Of course, this technology, 2000, we started to do it really, okay, to sell something, to run something. It's not easy to develop around the world because it's new. The people, we are people of the steel industry and we are always careful in changing. And so sometimes it's difficult to convince the world, the market, but as soon as they start, they run very fast. Europe is okay. Spain is full. United States, they started. They were convinced, yes, maybe. Okay, they started and now, okay. I think China is already from a long time using spoolers. Quality wire rod line. We are here guest of ABS. ABS is the steel plant of Danieli Group. They are close by the Danieli in Butrio, in the place I explained before. They are producing close to 1.8 million tons per year, SBQ from different dimensions. Up to 3-4 years ago, they were just doing from 25 up to 550, 25, 550, of course, not in the same mill. Now we added this quality wire rod, as we call it, that is able to do, of course, is wire rod, so it's able to do 5 millimeters. So this one site is doing 5.5 up to 550 is another plant that is not available around the world. One of the important characteristics of this mill was the fully automatic. They need, as they do SBQ, they need to change very fast the production, the product. Sometimes they do, not sometimes, the average is 150 tons per lot, okay? But sometimes they do few bars for the same lot. And so one of the important things was they have to be able to change everything from remote, from the pulpit, without having the people in the critical area. Be fast in going to the next product and so. Okay, let's move fast, just a few steps to the Danieli digital melter. I said before that we started with the rolling mill, so I concentrate on the rolling mill, and now couple of informations about the melt shop. We developed recently, 7 years ago we started, but you know, it's not, in our world, it's not like digital. You have to manufacture, you have to test, you have to change, you have to do it again. So we started to do this technology, which is the Q1, which is a system to feed the electrodes of the electrical arc furnace in a manner that is digital, no more analogic, okay? So the electrodes are no more shaking, as you see in any melt shop, in any electrical arc furnace, but they are stationary, and the arc is managed by digital. This is, okay, is nice, maybe, yes, but what is giving? It's giving this. It's giving savings in electricity, saving electron consumptions. We think for the electron consumptions that the point is no shocks for these electrodes, that is helping. And then, okay, direct emissions are reduced. The lady before talked about sustainability. We trust on that 100%. And this is also the direction of this technology. Saving energy, it means to be green. And direct emissions are always also less because we develop technologies to be able to reduce emissions. And then we reach the thing that is putting all together, you know, which is the MIDA. MIDA is an idea that has been developed by our president, Mr. Benedetti, and Clyde Sealing from CMC, Commercial Metals Company. They were thinking that they need to have to develop rebar plants around US, small ones, to reduce transportation, to use the scrap where it was available. And so they decided, what can we do to have a simple and not costly plant for this purpose? And they come out with this idea to put together the melt shop and the rolling mill, avoid the reheating furnace, and that is one of the reasons why this is a green technology, and having a plant that is compact, a plant that is running 23.5 hours a day without stopping. So, I mean, you have the billet is endless. The billet starts and for 23.5 hours is running continuously. Half hour, why we don't use that half hour? Because, sorry, we have to change some grooves, we have to change some blades and so on. Okay, this technology, again, in United States, is now the way to do rebar. Of course, okay, competition is present. Competition is clearly trying to do something similar. Maybe they will, okay, surely they will reach. I mean, we don't think we are better than others, but surely we started before, so we made a lot of experience. And our plant now, one of the good things of this technology is that we can run the plant at 90% of the nominal data in something like 30 days. As you know, a normal rolling mill, it can take 6, 8 months, 1 year. A section mill can take 5 years. This one is days. This is why? Because the equipment is standardized, the equipment is simple, the equipment is proven. Proven because now we have 25 plants, some in operation, some under design, under construction. United States, as I said, is going this way, that's it. Europe is still, but there are still thinking, you know, they are not deciding, but there are 4 possibilities in Europe within 6 months from now, I think. To make it simple and to simplify what this equipment is able to do, okay, the casting is the key point because it's one strand, no more a number of strands, one strand. So you depend on the speed of this. And this was and still is for somebody the reason to doubt, you know. But we can run 9 meters per minute. We are close by 10 meters per minute. You know that few years ago it was 2.5, 3, 3.5. So this is the key point of this. Well, yield, if you run 23 hours without cutting any head cut, tail cut, and so on, is clear that is increasing. And the final number is probably what is making, you know, US guys first and the rest of the world thinking is that you can save 50 euro per ton. 50 euro per ton of 50 US is really a lot of money. Yeah, okay. Well, this is something is long product. And this is something I am very proud of because we did Z sheet piles. It is the one you can see there is a beam there, is a beam blank, and there is the Z sheet pile on top of it. This product is one probably of the most difficult products to be done in the rolling mill, in the hot rolling mill. We did it, okay, it's difficult, but it's done, it exists, there are plans to do it. The normal plans to do it, they have 8, 7, 10, 12 stands. Here we did it with a normal section mill. A normal section mill normally has 1 roughing mill, reversible, and 3 stands in the tandem mill, reversible. Just using that kind of layout, without any additional stand, we have been able to do this sheet pile. This plant is in Abu Dhabi, in Emirates Steel. And this, I'm proud of this because we developed this. It was a team, a multicultural team. I was the team leader. And there was one guy from one guy from UK, one guy from Japan, one guy from India. So it was really a multicultural product, but we did it. And okay, today, no one is doing the same product with this layout, with this configuration. Somebody will try soon in Egypt. Let's see. It's not Daniele, but I mean, as I said before, I'm sure they will reach the point. The point is that sometimes it's better to go with the people that has experience to save time. That's it. Okay, summarizing and very short, and then I finish. Okay, housing less stand, Morgan Shammar. High delivery speed in the cooling bed. Okay, I think we did a lot on that. Scale-free reheating furnace. I forgot to mention this. In the plant in ABS, the reheating furnace is in a special design, so the scale production is half compared to the traditional. So you save 0.5%. That is still not scrap. Okay, so it's direct advantage on money. Okay, wire rod line speed records. Speed record is not just a record. It's the fact that you increase the productivity running faster. Intelligent roller guides. Well, the spooler line, first-in-class bar handling. Okay, Sunbirsta we think are really a very good. Not we think it is, and is recognized by the market. We can handle sections, stacking, cutting, and whatever from 25 mm to 1.2 meters, 1.2 meters plus the sheet pile, which is a niche product, yes, but somebody has to do it. And then, okay, digital melter. And the very end is that we think that with MIDA, we confirm our leadership on the long product. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Paolone, really grateful. And while you were talking on Digimelt, I was watching Sanjay Dasgupta with his smile on his face. A few years ago, during the peak of the pandemic, it was Sanjay's responsibility to sell the media plants across the world. He did that. And a good example was the Vasundhara order, which he got from Bangladesh. And I think that was a clear example where everything was done remotely. Mr. Panwar knows that the contract signing was done remotely, everything. And Sanjay was busy convincing the customers those days with the Digimelt solutions. And today he has to negate that. So you have a bigger challenge today. from Danelli, he's moved on to SMS. So in SMS, he has to now negate whatever Mr. Paolone said and said, no, we have better solutions than DigiMelt and more economic solution. I am really grateful that today I have all the three big darlings here. I've got Primetals, I've got SMS, I've got Danelli. So all three big darlings are here to put forward their case. And the good thing is all three have made me happy because all three have also sponsored the event. So, so Danelli is a sponsor, SMS is a sponsor, and Primetals is a sponsor. So it's a great thing for me. And with that, I'll now move on to my sister Radhika, who has a small duty to perform. He has a small surprise for you, Mr. Paolone. And for this gift and surprise that you get today, you are going to invite me next year to Udine for the Danelli Innovation meeting. So Radhika yeah, and Radhika's brother Saran would also like to come up. Saran, you can also come up. Yeah, both brother and sister can. Yeah, and
I'd just like to read something about what we as HNK India will be presenting to Mr. Rolando. This is an art piece like none other. This embroidery is a photo stitch creation on a rich cotton fabric with 10 color high quality polyneon threads. Measuring 8.5 by 7 inches, it took over 15 hours and 75,363 stitches to come to life. It is a portrait of Mr. Rolando.
And let me share this with you. It was none other than Saran's wife who actually did this. So, so there you are. Saran, you should, give a special thanks to your wife for having done this. It's a wonderful, yeah, she did it, yeah. Saran's wife did it.
Not here today, but we'll be very happy watching on the YouTube chats right now. We're really happy that this has been presented, and it's come out really well.
So, Mr. Paolo, would you like to say anything in acceptance?
Yeah, thank you very much for this. This is a Nokia. Okay, thank you very much. This started in a strange manner because I saw some posts in your WhatsApp, and so I make a comment for your father, and the father asked me, "Do we know each other?" I said, "Don't think so. I'm not sure. Can you send me a picture?" Yeah, I take a picture of my business card, and then he informed me that as soon as I come to India, I will receive a gift. So, what's that? so thank you very much for this again, and okay, well appreciated.
Thank you, Radhika.
And I hope she's watching it on the live video. She has a 18-month baby, and so she could not travel. So this is on her behalf, Anugya Markan.
Thank you, Anugya. I hope you're listening to us, and a big thank you for a wonderful piece of art. Okay, now, Saran, if you would like to join your sister, because Radhika is going to speak now, because I think she has to leave for a meeting. So she'll take a few minutes to make a small presentation before us today. Radhika, I always feel proud of my sister. And those of you who are not aware, Thermex QST, quenching and self-tempering systems, they have sold 500 systems till date. And which
504 as on date today.
Okay, 4 have more added. I knew of 500. So 504 as of now. A big round of applause. Radhika's father, Mr. Rajkumar Markan, is someone whom I treat as my guru, as my mentor. For the last 25 years that I have been running this magazine, the first person who came up to help me was none other than Mr. Rajkumar Markan. So I cannot forget what he did as a help when no one was there to help me. So 25 years ago, it was Radhika's father who came up and said, Nirmalya, I'll support you. So my special thanks to Mr. Markan, who is listening to us. He is 82 now, right?
83.
83. At 83, it's still very active. And those of you who are there in my WhatsApp group will notice the number of posts he does. He goes to sleep at 5 o'clock in the morning after his satsang. But till midnight, he's active on WhatsApp every day, day in and day out. You'll see that. So my special thanks to you. And over to you, Radhika. If you'd like to call Saran also for the presentation, you're most welcome.
Thank you, Nirmala. Our company HNK India is very, very delighted to be associated with this illustrious event and to be sharing the stage with such prominent personalities from the steel industry in India and abroad. Our chairman, Mr. Rajkumar Markan, an 83-year-old gentleman, very active, like Nirmala said, was unable to personally attend the event. So I'm going to share some of his thoughts that he has said specifically to bring on this table today. Many of you know Mr. Markan. He is a man who is known for bringing to India the first thermo-processed rebar, which ultimately brought about a change in the Indian standard and which brought about a change in the construction practices in India. This revolutionary technology is called Thermex. Most of you present today know about Thermex. Many of you sitting here in the audience already have a Thermex system in your rolling mills. So there is no point talking about the process or technology of Thermex. Instead, if I could take 8 to 9 minutes of your time, I will dial back to the 1960s and share with you how Mr. Markan's journey in the steel industry and the journey of long products in India are interlinked. So it all started in the 1960s when continuous casting as a process for production of billets for carbon steel wire rods was not accepted in the world. But here in India, Mukund Iron and Steel, under the leadership of late Virenjay Shah, who was then its chairman and managing director, and went on to become the governor of West Bengal, he decided to set up a plant based just on this process, a process which had been roundly and soundly rejected by the world. But he decided to put up money to set up just this plant. And as luck would have it, at that time, working in Mukund Iron and Steel was our chairman, Mr. Rajkumar Markan. He was given this unique task. Now, Mukund succeeded and paved the way for continuous casting becoming the standard, the normal way of producing billets for carbon steel wire rods. That mill of Mukund was supplied by Mogadchumar, which is now a part of Danieli, and it became India's first modern wire rod mill. This is in the 1960s. And after Mukund's success, the import of carbon steel wire rods in India was restricted. So this was the first change in the scenario of long products in India, the first change. Now to the second change. Somewhere around that time, the world was introduced to cold twisted deform bars. And as many of you already know, in that process, the strength of the rebar was increased by cold twisting, but that was bad because it brought down the ductility and elongation. So then the world switched over to alloys because that increased the ductility. But that was a costly process and it lasted only till two processes, Thermex and Temcor, were invented and patented. So Europe, which started CTD bars, banned it and only went for Thermex or Temcor process rebars. Now, as luck would have it, there was a chance meeting in the Oberoi Hotel between our chairman, Mr. Markan, and the then chairman of HNK Germany, Mr. Klusch, an absolutely lucky chance coincidental meeting. But that meeting then became the start of a collaboration agreement between HNK Germany and HNK India. HNK India was formed then, was born then in 1985. And this collaboration agreement then became the gateway to bring that revolutionary technology, Thermex, in India. I'm happy to share at that time when Thermex came into India, Steel Authority of India was brave enough at that time to give us its first order when it was modernizing its bar mill in Durgapur, using the HNK Germany technology for rolling mill equipment and the HSC Germany technology for Thermex process. So SAIL became the first company rolling mill in India to produce 500 grade rebar. It became the first to do so, even though others had got TEMCOR earlier. But in terms of commissioning, SAIL commissioned it first. And the beauty of it is that the results, the commissioning happened seamlessly, and the results were seen in the first bar. I was studying. My brother probably was just born. So we got to know, we didn't see it, but we got to know that the then chairman of Steel Authority of India went to Durgapur to see the commissioning of India's first FE 500 grade rebar. And after the successful commissioning in Durgapur, it was time for Bhilai Steel Plant to opt for Thermex, which it did in the 1990s. But we had a very, very tough time introducing Thermex to the smaller rolling mills. Only because the smaller rolling mills did not have a proper shearing machine to cut the quenched bars. So we then had to offer, along with the Thermex system, we had to offer a shear. And then the Thermex system came with a license. So that whole package became 1 crore rupees in 1990s. And that was a shock for the smaller rolling mills. Because as one of the owners said, our full rolling mill equipment costs 1 crore rupees. And you expect us to buy your shear, your Thermex system with its license for 1 crore rupees. So we had a very hard time breaking in. The third change came about here. We then started developing shears and Thermex quenching systems in India, and the package became competitive. As a result, in 2000, we got our first order from one of the smaller rolling mills, but we had to wait 5 years after Bhilai Steel Plant commissioning to get that order. In 2002, the Indian standard was revised. Thermoprocessing became more popular. Thermex started getting accepted. And fast forward to 2023, we are at 504 orders. We are today in our 39th year of operation, and we are averaging 1 Thermex order per week, which is around 50 Thermex system orders per year. We've been doing this for 5 years. We are, as on date in 2023, on track with the same record. And one of the reasons is that the Thermex system gets commissioned without much ado, as was demonstrated in Durgapur Steel Plant, followed by Bhilai Steel Plant, and followed by numerous Thermex quenching systems in the smaller rolling mills. You get the grade in the first or second rebar. And this word has now spread to neighboring countries. An example, from Africa continent, in the past 8 years, we have received 33 project orders for Thermex, of which the significant data point is this: out of those 33 project orders, 14 are conversion orders, where an existing rolling mill has an existing quenching system, puts that at the side, and brings in a Thermex quenching system. Probably because the existing system was not giving it good results consistently. And I'm very happy to share that the word has gone beyond neighboring countries, to faraway continents. We have now entered the Americas, North America and South America with made in India Thermex quenching systems. And we have received 3 project orders from commercial metals companies. So we share a client. 2 of them have got executed. 1 is under manufacturing. We have also received a project order from Colombia in South America. I am happy also to share with you that the quenching system that was commissioned was for grade 500 rebar with a stress ratio, and I would like to stress this, with a stress ratio of 1.25, which is what is required by the American standard ASTM, AS 706, and by the international standard IS 6935. In my concluding remarks, Nirmala, I'm not going to take more of your time. Looking back, I can state with a certain degree of confidence that HNK India, under the leadership of Mr. Markan, has been instrumental in upgrading the rolling mills in India through the introduction and the first indigenized production of Thermex, of course, shears, but also binding machines, grip and trough tilters. It has been a very, very satisfying journey with the continued support of the steel industry here in Calcutta, in India and globally. My brother Sadhguru Saran Markan and I hope to take forward this legacy of Mr. Markan in the years to come with some more technologies. Thank you.
Thank you, Radhika. Thank you, Radhika. You have made us proud. You know, what HNK has done, both brother and sister together. The deputy managing director is Saran and Radhika is the managing director of the company. I always keep telling Markan Saab that your company is in very good hands. So once again, what you have done is really worth appreciating, and what you've contributed towards this industry at large. So with that, we'll unfortunately, I don't have much more time to spend. I'll have to move forward because Mr. Rathod has important flight to catch, so he'll be rushing through. So over to you, Rathod Sahab. Without spending much of time, I'm really grateful to Mr. Rathod for being here today. In fact, one of my good friends, Mr. Kashiva, who was earlier in the Ministry of Steel, and now he's the executive director in Sponge Iron Manufacturers Association. So he told me, Mr. Kashiva told me, एक चीज बताइए मुखर्जी साहब, आप राठौर जी को मना कैसे लिए? इतना बिजी रहते हैं राठौर साहब, फिर भी आप मना कैसे लिए? So my only answer was, ये दिल का रिश्ता है. So that is what has brought him here. Rathod Sahab, in fact, when my team was in touch with Rathod Sahab's office, the only thing which they told my people, the Rathod Sahab has only agreed to come only because of Mr. Mukherjee's relationship with him. So, once again, Rathod Sahab, dil se shukriya. I do not know how to repay this debt to you, but I'm ever grateful in spite of your hectic travel of being in Jharsuguda and coming over from Jharsuguda, such a hectic travel schedule. In spite of that, thank you once again, sir. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah. No, I will also not take much time. Good morning to all my fellow panelists and participants and Mr. Nirmala. I think I must compliment you for selecting such a nice mix of panelists, where you have the large and big steel maker and you have L&T, the executor, what we make steel from, and the mix of suppliers or
and also your customer, a user of steel as well.
Yeah.
So group together. So he is on both sides. Yeah.
No, I have a question for him at the end of my small 5-minute speech. And we have a mix of business partners, Prime Metal, SMS, and Denali. I would like to take it from 2 ladies who spoke very nice. I think I agree that there's no question for the steel industry, because the way the conducive atmosphere, the policies have been put in place, particularly for last 5-6 years. I think we are heading for a golden decade. I remember when I started my career, most of my career out of 34 years, 32 years in JSW. And I remember we used to make 1,000 ton per day, per month. Today we make 2.2 million ton per month. So that's the journey of mine and my company. And I remember we used to see that, yes, this decade belongs to us, this decade, but those decades never came. But probably the decade have come now. If you look at last year consumption, which is almost more than 10%, close to 12 to 13% steel consumption, which I convert into elasticity of steel growth compared to GDP, it is almost, I would say, 1.8 times. And if you look at the history of the other economy which have grown, like let's say start with Europe, Japan, followed by Korea, and then China. In those years, in 1780 or 1990 onwards, when China started growing, they had that ratio of GDP steel growth elasticity close to 1.5 times. And we are there. Last year, we were there 1.8 times. And Q1 of this year, we had a consumption close to 10 to 11%, if I'm correct. That again, close to 1.5%. So we are in the era of growth. We will be putting almost 10 to 15 million ton of steel by all the steel manufacturer every year. So my question to the business partner and the helping us, that, who makes us, that there are a lot of development done by particularly Chinese company, I must say. And when I was there in Metech just few months back, I saw whether it is digitalization, Cocoa1, sustainability, carbon footprint reduction, the kind of R&D which Chinese companies are doing was amazing. I probably would say they are throwing a challenge for European, Prime Metal, SMS, and Denali, that they are Chinese people are far ahead of, in terms of innovation and development. And similarly for Mr. Kumaresan, who is from L&T, that, we now in a mode of doing 5 million ton modules, big blast furnace 5 million, one hot strip mill 5 million, and big 350 ton converter 5 million. So that's the model. At least JSW is growing and will grow for next at least a few years, I would say. And our target today, we are 27 million. We will become 37 million by FY25, and probably will become 50 million by 27, 28. The target is to go beyond that. So how do we, because our execution time, this is one for Mr. Kumaresan, that our execution time is, let's say, 30 to 36 months, which is also a world benchmark, because JSW always have been creating a benchmark in terms of investment per ton of steel or per million ton of steel. We are supposed to be steel industry benchmark in terms of money spent for every million ton of steel plant you put up, and the execution time also. But when we look at the Chinese, they are far ahead of execution time. I remember some of the equipment, let's say, for example, gas holder. If I have to put a gas holder for Cocoa1 or for a blast furnace gas, my facilities are not ready, and the Chinese people came and erected 1 lakh cubic meter of, this gas holder in no time. And they washed their hands and think we commissioned the rest of the facility after 1.5 years. That's the kind of speed which they work for. And similarly, blast furnace in China and all, they are being done in 24 months. So why we cannot do? Because the longer time I take, the money more spent, the IDC, the interest during the execution of such large projects where you spend close to 2.5 billion or $3 billion spent for every 5 million ton of plant facility. So how can we reduce that execution time? Because if India have to, if you look at the nameplate capacities, today we are at 154, though we consumed 125. And the kind of facilities which are coming, I'm sure in next 2 years, we will touch 190. So the pace which we are going, I'm sure the target of 300 million ton declared by Mr. Prime Minister, that by 30 we should be 300. I think it is doable at the pace which we are growing. If not 300, 250 plus for sure. So we need more help from L&T or similar companies who can execute in 24 months such plants. We save money, we save interest. I mean, for the nation, it will be a big service. And my another a kind of a query or a debate point for the supplier, that when we travel overseas, we see that, you know, of course, now our facilities in terms of quality, we are almost matching the kind of facility, hot strip mill or cold mill complexes, which we have put up, or a blast furnace are a world benchmark in terms of efficiency. But still, there's a lot to go, lot to be done in terms of safety. What, Madam Ruchika said, that we should be conscious about, the sustainability, the carbon footprint and the safety, which steel industry per se have still to, go a long way and need a help from business partners like Prime Metal, Denali and SMS, that, when we discuss technical things, probably we are under pressure of budget and they are also pressure under money, that I should offer least money to put a plant. And many of the technologies are missing, many of the safety aspects are missing. And then we try to reinvent the wheel and end up spending more money, end up spending more time. And you lose during those execution and, doing the bottlenecking kind of thing. Which, why can't we have, because I think in future, once we reach 300 million ton, our target is to go to 500 million by 2047. And China will come down from 1018 to 800 or maybe 700, the way they have to go down. So there will be only two countries in the world, China doing 800 million ton and India doing close to 500 million ton. So this is going to be, this is my probable estimates. I may be wrong. So we need more and more such technological development, though, I mean, you gave a nice presentation explaining where we were and what we are today. But other than increasing the speed, going from 10-15 meters to 115 meters per second, or for bar mill going beyond 40 meters per second, quality improvements we have seen, a lot of developments have been done. But long way to go in terms of digitalization, in terms of safety. Still that safety consciousness not there in India. And my request that please, when you discuss with us, give us your best technology with a lot of safety factors. When we travel overseas, we find a big difference, huge difference in terms of safety aspects being built into the equipments. So the real sense, golden decade is ahead of us, all of small or big, both. We should enjoy that. And technologically also, I would like to put this thing here that, there is a huge pressure for sustainability. India is a growing country. We need steel to, consume. We are just at 84, 85 kg per capita, but the developed countries are beyond 400, average is 250, all that number have to be achieved. So we have to do quite a big balancing between absolute CO2 doesn't increase. I don't know how it will happen, because if you double your capacity, even if you reduce your CO2, half, and you double your capacity, you are in absolute number, you are still there. You don't reduce CO2 in absolute number. And we all know that in our 120 or 25 million ton of steel, what we consumed last year, 45 to 50 million ton is DRI based, coal based DRI doing long product. And their CO2 is, beyond 4 ton. So we together as a steel manufacturer and the business partners or who are helping us to put a steel plant, we have to come out with a technology that we don't compromise on our growth plan, because as a country, we have to grow. We cannot just sit tight and just think of sustainability. But how do we do the balancing part, that we address the sustainability issues at the same time? The prime agenda is to grow, and the so-called Amrit Kal we should all enjoy. So that's what I have from my side, because technologically he has already covered. I don't think there's anything left. Thank you very much.
Rathod sir, so there Sanodda Woods, Mr. Sanod Bhaumik, he was earlier with Damani, now with JSP Steel. Okay. Yeah, can we have the, mic for Shanada, please? Mic. Yeah. Okay, Shanada.
Radha sir, my experience on safety, if you push it to vendor or the supplier, it's not going to solve. I have worked in all major OEMs sitting there. So now I am with a Japanese OEM. You are coordinating, you are the steering committee member of JSW. You know they are constructing. I'll not talk about Japan. First, I have the opportunity to work for BlueScope Steel when I was working for Siemens VI. In fact, we have given few lines in Tata BlueScope, BlueScope Steel Thailand, BlueScope Steel Indonesia. See, they have a ready HSE standard. See, I want this safety because if you ask a vendor, okay, European suppliers say, we'll give you CS, European safety norms. Japanese will say, I will give you Japanese safety norm. But those will take care only the equipment, but surroundings, safety. I'll give you an example. Say, all started from downstream. So that was in days I still remember. So for BlueScope Steel, color coating or zinc alum line, the safety fencing and other thing there. But if you are for opening the gate and going to this thing, you need access and other thing. If you are, when you are accessing and going within 1 meter of the equipment, the line is automatically slowed down to avoid any injury to operator or this thing. So I think a company like JSW can definitely set standard of safety, making a HSE standard of their product. Please look into this.
No, so, I understand. No, what I meant was that we have to work together because once I do that part, I have to do the balancing between the capital money, which is spent on the equipments, you are not in a protected market where you have seen that, steel in US was sold at $1,800. In Europe, it was being sold at $1,400. In India, we were at $800. And still we were told that, you are asking big money, So, and even when we talk about this sustainability, we don't have the luxury of getting subsidy, We all know that in US, they are being paid $3 for, per kg of hydrogen if you produce, whereas the cost will be $1.5 or $2 after some time. So even if you produce in subsidy itself, you make more money.
Yes, I understand.
Okay. So forget about selling the price of. So what I meant was that we have to work together and try to find a model which is workable in India, In Europe and all, the business model is very different. At beyond certain level, if their margins drops, they stop the plant. I have seen till 97, 98, most of the steel industry used to bring equipments from Europe, revamp and run. Probably 97, 98, all of us started doing the best of state-of-art technology equipments. We stopped, doing revamping things, started having a concern for quality, productivity, all that stuff started coming in 97, 98 thereafter,
But
so the business model is little different in India. So we together have to find a, something which is workable for India.
No,
but of course it has to come from, from us.
Normally, these three European leaders, when you are buying equipment, they are definitely designing their equipment up to CS.
No, European safety. Because we see them running. No, that's what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying. That when we travel overseas, we see them running. So they have the capability.
No, they are not only have the capability, they are selling the same equipment to you. But I am talking only the technological equipment. Other things also has to be looked at.
So it has to be a total package. No?
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sharatha. Thank you so much. Rathod Sahab, just wanted to add a small thing. When you're talking about the 90s, in early 90s, Ispat Dolvi, which is now, of course, your plant, JSW Dolvi, there the Konark was, removed from Thyssenkrupp plant and shipped to Dolvi. But, oh, you've done it. Oh, great, great. But, those days I used to visit Dolvi. In fact, Mr. Pramod Mittal, when I started in 98, my first interview was with Pramod Mittal. So that time he had invited me. And I remember those days, Konark, which belongs to SMS, of course, was ahead of time because it had the most flexible charge mix. You could charge from 100% DRI to 100% hot metal. So that was the kind of flexibility you have in Konark. So I think not that all the revamped equipment which came into India were to be thrown away. Yeah. But obviously it was mismanagement by the Mittal family, which perhaps took away the great qualities which that plant had. And I remember Sajanji, Sushimda was there. It was in a INSDAC meeting. So Sajanji came up to me and he said, Mr. Mukherjee, you must go and visit Dolvi. So we are coming down the stairs. Sushimda was there with us. So Sajan Jindal told me very clearly that Dolvi is, so Sajanji feels proud about, the Dolvi acquisition.
So when did you visit Dolvi last?
I visited during the days of Ispata. Since then, I've not.
My request that
Whenever you go, I'll go.
So now you should visit Dolvi.
Yeah.
So it's a 10 million ton plant and we have planned to make it 15 million.
Right. I know what Dolvi is. You have augmented the capacity by 5 million tons in such a short time. It was really a great achievement to add 5 million tons in short period of time. Okay, so now on behalf of Mr. Rathod, let me extend a warm invitation to all of you because JSW is the host for the lunch today. JSW Steel is hosting today's lunch. So Mr. Rathod may leave just about lunchtime. That's why I wanted to extend on his behalf the invitation for the lunch today. And then with that, I'll move on. Rathod, once again, thank you so much. Now we'll move ahead to Mr. Sridhar Krishnamurthy, Managing Director, Adjust Steel India, who again has been very active on all CII platforms. Those of you who know how active he has been, and that plant, I think the last order you placed on Raneli, right?
Yeah.
So your customer is here. Yeah, over to you, Mr. Krishnamurthy.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Members of the steel fraternity. Happy to be here. So just a brief about myself. I spent last 20 years or so in steel. Before that, I was in the chemical industry. I worked for about 12 years with ArcelorMittal before it was called Mittal Steel in Kazakhstan, China, and Dubai. And in the last 6 years or so, before coming to India, I was in Emirates Steel. So where I see a lot of the technologies that you presented today. So I'm now representing Adjust Steel. Adjust Steel, I've been their MD for the last 10 years or so. Before that, we were called as Gerdau. We were part of the Gerdau, Brazilian Gerdau group when I joined in 2013. And now since last 5 years, about 2018, Gerdau took a decision to exit India. Strategically, they wanted to focus more on Latin America, North America. And we are now an independent steel producer owned by a private equity firm. And we are running under the brand name of Aegis. So our business is mainly in SBQ. We have 2 plants, one in Andhra Pradesh, where we have the blast furnace integrated route. So we have coke ovens, sinter plants, PCI injection, the usual route right up to inspection. And we produce about 300,000+ tons per year. And we are in a state of some expansion. We are adding some downstream facilities. One is the Garrett Coiler from Danieli. So right now it's almost 70% under erection. And we expect to commission it by end of this year. We also have a sizing block from Cox and a few other investments upstream. We are changing the stoves, revamping the blast furnace. So essentially moving towards improved carbon footprint and widening the product range. And essentially by the end of all this and some added heat treatment facilities, we should be about 350,000 tons per year. We also acquired another business in Punjab, erstwhile Modern Steel. Now it's called Arjas Modern. There it's an scrap electric arc based route, similar product range. We also produce some ingots. And there we are producing both SBQ and now we are increasingly looking to revamp the arc furnace to produce higher grade super alloys, those sort of things. So overall, our business is focused on investments where we can add value, where we can provide better service to the customer, not so much in scale, but more in incremental value addition. At the moment, we have about 2,500 people working, and we have presence in mostly in automotive industry, but also increasingly in railways, wind energy, and those kind of sectors which require special steel. So right now, the investments, as I talked to you in Andhra Pradesh, we are putting up a solar power plant, so that should reduce our energy dependence on the grid, and it'll bring us close to about 80% self-sufficiency, because we do have captive power plants in using the coke oven gas and the blast furnace gas. And with the solar, we hope to further reduce our carbon generation. And as I told you, the investments downstream. In Punjab, we are adding, again, we are looking at solar as an option, and also some modernization of the furnace. So in terms of our focus in the next couple of years at least, is green energy, reducing energy intensity, reducing the carbon footprint. We are talking to various automotive companies who are all going down the path of circular economy. So end of life vehicle, how it will come back and recycle. So we're working with some of the OEMs on that kind of a business mode. And we are looking at some exports, because although Indian automotive story is good, some presence in exports will also help diversify the risk away from auto. So this is the short-term plan. In the long term, we look to expand, and as we talk about, we are still at the drawing board stage. We are looking at where the market, SBQ market, is heading in terms of automotive. A lot of changes are happening. Each OEM is diversifying into different kinds of fuels. We are talking of lightweighting, of course, for some time. So we want to see where demand will go in the future. So we are working on some of those areas. But our immediate focus is how to also localize most of the technologies. We are encouraging our vendors to develop some of the spare parts locally. And we want to build an ecosystem where we have locally available parts, which obviously helps reduce the lead time. And this increasingly, we would like to partner with vendors who can do this. So with that introduction, I close. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Krishnamurthy. Mr. Krishnamurthy is a very eloquent speaker, erudite gentleman who reads a lot. So someone I have a great regard for. And those of you who have heard him before know that the amount of knowledge he has in the industry is immense. So special thanks to you, Krishnamurthy, for having come all the way from Bangalore to here, in spite of such a hectic time schedule that you have now, that you have also Modern Steel to manage. So one is in Punjab and the other is in unit is in Andhra, right? So in spite of that, thank you so much for being here. And right now we have, one after another, Mr. Panwar, Sanjay, and Stefan. So Danelli, SMS, Primetals, one after another. But before that, Mr. Kumaresan of L&T, who plays a dual role because he's a buyer of steel and he sells to the steel industry. So Larsen & Toubro needs no introduction. So they are a name to reckon with in this country. Mr. Kumarshan is the Executive Vice President and Head of Minerals and Metals Strategic Group in Larsen & Toubro. So on one hand, he is buying a lot of steel and using it for the steel industry. So over to you, Mr. Kumarshan.
Yeah, thank you, Nirmal. Thanks. Thanks for moving me forward. What an amazing platform. One side technologists, steel producers, and plant builders, and also the customers, and what an amazing distinguished guest and expertise all over this steel industry, across the industries. Thank you for giving me an opportunity. I will not take much of your time. No, L&T need any introduction. We are the nation builders. We make things that make India proud. We are a 24 billion revenue company. And we build the longest of the longest, tallest of the tallest, and largest of the largest when it comes to infrastructure. Those who come to India, the gateway, whether it is Delhi or Mumbai or Chennai or Bangalore, they have to cross the airport, which is built by L&T. When you go to the road, when you travel the road, I'm not exaggerating here, the Sambalpur-Rourkela Express Highway, which was built by L&T probably 3 decades before, when then Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee, when he was traveling that road, he said he was signing a paper while traveling in the car. That is a kind of, credentials L&T got in the road building. And today in infrastructure, the tallest of the, you all know that, Statue of Unity, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, 182 feet, which is the tallest in anywhere in the world. And second one is the largest is that Motera Stadium, which is now renamed as Mr. Narendra Modi Stadium, which is the largest one in India. Coming back to that, my name is T. Kumareshan. I represent Larsen & Toubro Minerals and Metals Strategic Business Group. My business is about a $1 billion revenue per annum. We provide solution across the value chain in the metal industry, predominantly from steel, copper, aluminum, zinc. And also recently we have added one portfolio, which is the gold one. Recently we have commissioned and is successfully running the world's largest gold plant in Mansura, Madura for Madian client. Probably next time that some of you go to a golden shop to buy a jewelry to your loved ones, you might end up with the gold. But that plant which was conceptualized, constructed, commissioned by Larsen & Toubro. So I have 31 years experience in L&T, and out of which predominantly I spent that, majority of the time in the steel industry. When Mr. Nirmalia talked about that, Ispat Industries Limited, I was a kid at that point of time, just come out of college in early 90s. Ispat Industries, Ispat Metallics, and many other companies. That was the one Mr. Rathur said, golden decade. That decade, if you see that, I can name it, many steel plant. Many of you will connect with the steel plant. We call it Sunflag, Rajinder, Lloyds, many companies. I also started in L&T, started building that plant that Nirmalia talked about, that Konark arc furnace was the second furnace in India at that point of time, next to SR. We brought down that blast furnace from Duisburg, Germany, MAN GHS furnace, we installed at Ispat. Today, I can proudly say that, my business has contributed more than 35 million of, crude steel in Indian steel industry in the last 1 decade. I have more than 500 engineers that, in EDRC who conceptualize, who built the plant in across the India as well as that, Middle East. I personally have worked with all the plant, be it Ispat, be it, Bellary or Dolvi or any plant, thanks to my esteemed customers like JSW, Tata Steel, AMNS, SAIL, and all the customers, apart from that, Vedanta and Hindustan Zinc. If you see that Tata Steel, that where we have been working with them for more than 45 years, and apart from that, whatever we have done, today L&T M&M is involved in 3 major steel plant, one at Bellary, 5 million ton plant, Another one is that Tata KPO. And the third one is ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel at Hajira. So what we bring in the table is that, we bring expertise and value for the money. Mr. Rathore talked about that. My association with him is that, I have my nostalgic experience in Ispat Dolvi when it was 1,200 acres, when somebody has not thought about that even building a 1.2 or 1.2 million it was started. I was there till it was 3 million till 2003. Then again from 3 to 5, 5 to 10, and we are in the process of talking 10 to 15. What an amazing plant that one. And one thing he talked about the time schedule. When I have started my career, it was, 1 million ton model, which is a smaller blast furnaces. Today it has come to 5,500 plus 5 million ton blast furnaces. But the time schedule is getting compressed. Only way is to that, to bring that, time schedule is that EPC, which I said, across my company by the cardinal rule from my CEO is that is 2030. He keep reminding us in that every meeting that 2030. He said in a schedule, if your engineering has to be completed in 20% of the time. Yes, it's like in a overall window cycle. If it is more than 20% time, your project is not on schedule. And 30% is that you must order all the packages within 30% of the time schedule. If you have not ordered, it's not going to happen. See, in a construction site, when I talk about in construction site, the customers are there, consultants are there, many people are there to see what's happening in front of you. You can see the skyline changing. You can see the progress, what is made every day. But what you can't see is what is being done in the back door, which is back-end offices, which is engineering and ordering and manufacturing and expediting. I have those two state of manufacturing works, one at Kanswal and one at Kanchipuram, which is deep south in Chennai, to provide all this on. Time is not there. I will discuss with you how to compress. The EPC, that engineering, the technology, and the construction partner has to work. Today, when I do that one, we did many records, including a world record. I would like to take one example, 105 days, that we call it as a 105 days wonder. I know some of you must be in this crowd, this audience also, when the blast furnace F was rebuilt within less than 105 days, which was a world record, which could be done with we could do with L&T and Palworth today it is SMS. That has created a trend that has started with large furnaces, 3814 furnaces, which 2.5 million to gradually. And the record for cinder plant, 204. We built 2 cinder plant for Tata Steel on EPC basis, which was commissioned in 18 months. That point of time, I have been sent it to China, was doing in 12 months. I went, especially with the Tata Bhushan Steel promoters, when their Bosch Steel, which was built in a sprawling area of more than 10 million square meters area, there that it was done in 12 months. Believe me, they were not doing something different than us. They were doing something, which is different than us is in a cinder plant. We know that when we go, the 10, 15 excavators, 25 excavators will come one day, excavate, and next day that, all the cranes will come there, bring the rebar cages and put the concrete in. So that's how today we need to also answer when it is a cinder plant or anybody, what we will do face. Of course, cost is one thing. What I'm trying to say is India is fully capable of, creating a records here, that we need to have a collaborative approach between the technologies, produce customers and EPC companies like us. And one thing to the producers as well as the technologies, probably we need to promote Atmanirbhar Bharat so that, what China has achieved in the car or something with it, transferring the technology. Now let me come to as a consumer. Many of you may not be knowing that, L&T today consumes 6 million ton of steel every year. Out of that 6 million steel, it's equally 50 to 52% is between the long and the flat and pipes and other things. The huge which expectation of probably the Indian steel industry is near about 130 years old. And in the next 10 years, we are talking about doubling the installed capacity of 300 million. One can understand, but this I have been hearing for many decades, growing in this industry. I foresee that with the customers talking that everybody, the infrastructure growth which is happening is, so what's going to happen is that I think it looks like a reality that we can achieve the dream of 300 million ton. I am quite optimistic on that one in the next 10 years time. So the steel, coming to the long products. Today, L&T executes the highest order of 50,000 crore plus in high-speed rail project. Out of 504 Mumbai-Ahmedabad line, we execute more than 450 kilometers. For the long steel producers here, which consumes 12,000 cubic meter of concrete in a one kilometer of that, high-speed rail project. You can imagine that what is the kind of consumption it is going to be. And we expect anywhere between 10 to 12% growth in that long steel, the steel consumption. My appeal to going forward, if you see today in a 5 million ton, which I personally executed 2 to 3 models, which many such plants are in the pipeline, we consume somewhere around 2,500 ton of structural steel and another equal number of 2,500 ton of rebar. Here that what is required is, I appeal to the steel producers, one thing, all the rebar in today, that one of the biggest challenges for us is that, getting the skilled labor to the sites where the steel plants are built. If you go to any area in India, the infrastructure, huge infrastructure development has happened. I used to tell my team that a worker has got a choice to choose his place of work in India, but not the executive like you and me. Where the plant is there, we'll have to go. So my appeal to the industry titans is that if we come up with more and more steel servicing center, more and more, if we have to succeed, we'll have to take away majority of the work away from the site, which we do, and complete my operations right from the entry of workmen, from entry of engineering. We do 3D, 4D, BIM, and all that, away from platform where that we virtually build a plant in engineering, which is translated into site. So across the chain, we have to use extensive use of digital so that the moment of workman right from entering in the gate to the till that end, it is measured. So coming back to safety, what Mr. Rathore said is all about his worries more than the equipment, the construction safety at site. We need to work in a very, very collaborative way. We use a lot of digital tools, artificial intelligence. I used to have accidents in the fabrication yard. Today, every yard is controlled by an artificial intelligence, which we put a sensor in the gantry crane. It stops the people to, it gives the alert message and thereby. We need inbuilt digital and AI tools to avoid safety at site. With this, once again, thank you, Nirmalida, and to all the distinguished guests here and there. And thank you so much for an opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Kumarasan. You are the king today. I always keep saying the consumer is the king. The customer is the king. You are our customer. I will not be here. Mr. Rathore will not be here. Had not that 6 million tons not been consumed by L&T. 6 million tons is still a huge amount. So really, you are the king among all of us today. I keep saying my end customer is actually the king. So you are the end customer and you are the king. With that, I would like to invite our Paramjit Singh. Mr. Paramjit Singh is the additional industrial advisor from Ministry of Steel, Government of India. You heard Madam this morning. Now, Paramjit ji, मैं तो पहले से आपके दिल से हाथ जोड़ के माफी मांग लेता हूं, because it was all my fault. The vehicle which went to pick up Mr. Singh in the morning had broken down. So he had a very tough time at the airport, waiting at Calcutta airport. And then the driver was such a big donkey. He took Paramjit ji to Taj Bengal instead of bringing him here. So for all this mess, मैं तहे दिल से आपसे हाथ जोड़ के माफी मांगता हूं, परमजीत पाजी, आप मुझे माफ कर दें. It was absolutely unintentional. Sir, please come and take the dais. A warm welcome to Mr. Paramjit Singh, Additional Industrial Advisor, Ministry of Steel, Government of India. And as you know, the Industrial Advisor is the one who coordinates between the industry and the ministry. So he is the anchor between Government of India and the producers. So a big round of applause once again for Paramjit Paji. फिर से आप दोबारा आपसे माफी मांग रहे हैं, दोबारा माफ कर दीजिए please. It is a great blunder which my people have done, for which I am responsible. So from the bottom of my heart, I seek your pardon. So with that, I would like to leave the floor to Rich to go ahead with. And I would request you to first call upon our very important Paramjit Paji to address us. We would like to know what the government has in store for us what the ministry would like to convey to us. So first Paramjit Paji, and then we will go to Mr. Panwar, and then to Sanjay, and then to Mark. Okay, so this is the sequence we follow, and followed by Shushimda and Rajesh. So I think this is what we are left with. So I'll take a 5 to 10 minutes break. You can invite Paramjit ji.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much, sir. Without wasting of just even a few seconds, love to have on stage and to talk about the cost-effective technology for rolling mills. And we like to have on stage Mr. Paramjit Singh, the Additional Industrial Advisor of Technical Division, the Ministry of Steel, Government of India. Can we have a huge round of applause, please, for him?
Good afternoon to all of you. I was supposed to be here in the morning hours, but unfortunately I got late. And a lot of speakers have already spoken. I don't know what exactly they have discussed. But the theme, what is being chosen today regarding this, the technology, market and application of the long products. We all know that India is the second largest producer, and we have a capacity of around 160 million ton and producing around 127 million ton with the utilization of 79%. I think we need to focus on the utilization also, because we have to utilize of the capacity at the maximum. If we will improve our utilization, I think the steel producers will definitely agree with me that definitely we will reduce our costs, we will reduce our overheads and all. And in addition to this, being steel as a high emitting sector, we will be able to somehow, you can say, reduce our emission level, because with the same fuel consumption, we will be able to produce more and the emission level will go low. In India, the CO2 emission percentage in the total emission is around, steel sector emission is around 12%, which is higher than the average global 7%. And then we need to focus on this area. In this regard, Ministry has already formulated 13 task force, which are working, and many of you are the member of that task force, which are working basically how we can reduce our emission level and how, to achieve the 300 billion by 2030, what path we have to follow. We are taking the inputs of industry, and soon I think the inputs will come and will be shared with you people all. Regarding the consumption of the long products, I think the consumption is going to increase because the infrastructure facilities are going to, you can say, increase. That consumption definitely going to high. We need to focus on the quality of the steel product, and to achieve the quality and to give the level playing field, Ministry have already taken the initiatives. We have already brought 145 Indian standards under the Preview of Quality Control Order. At present, we have around 186 standards, out of which 140 is already covered. Rest which we have not covered, actually they are basically the input materials. I just want to share one thing with you, that after the implementation of the Quality Control Order, Ministry has formulated a technical committee where we are getting the request from the importers that their grades are not being falling under the purview of quality control. We have calculated the information. We found that around thousands of grades were not falling under the purview of quality control order or in the standards. And with VIS, we have done this exercise, and more than around 300 to 400 grades have been included in the standard, and we are continuously working on that. And we have requested BIS also to formulate the new standard, and some of the new standards have already been formulated. I just want to convey one message to the August gathering over here. If you have any you can say information that where the standards need to be formulated, you can come forward, you can come to Ministry directly, or you can approach to the BIS for the formulation of the new standard, so that we can move towards the maximum high quality products. And as our PM says that we have to be Atmanirbhar, self-reliant, so we can become self and give a level playing field to the industry as well as the other manufacturers. I was just talking about the safety and listening about the safety. The last speakers told that we have to focus upon the safety. Ministry has taken the initiative that we, in association with the industry as well as with the academia, we have formulated that safety guidelines, which has been uploaded on the Ministry of Steel website, because I know that bigger players like ISPs, they are very good. They are, you can say, following all the, you can say, safety rules and everything. But the small players where they don't, who doesn't have the information how to, you can say, go for the formats and everything. To help them, we have we have formulated these guidelines in by taking the inputs from the bigger industry, as well as we have taken the inputs from the smaller industry and the academia. And these guidelines are uploaded, and we have requested Ministry of Labor to make it mandatory, so that safety can be, you can say, taken care by the even the smaller sector in a much larger way. Regarding the production of the, you can say, specialty steel, Ministry have already formulated the PLI scheme. The PLI 1 is already have been launched, and the Ministry is working for the PLI 2, where new grades will be included. And if industry can give the inputs as of now also, because still we are in, you can say, finalization of this PLI 2. Regarding this, I think you can give the informations, and we would happy to, you can say, get the information and to include the grades which are not being imported in the, you can say, produced in the country, and substitute the imported. I think regarding the circular economy, Ministry is also again that you are taking the steps, and they have formulated you can with the in association with the Niti Aayog formulated guidelines for the circular economy, and industry can focus on the industry, you can circular economy, so that we can reduce our cost. You can consume lesser fuel and lesser raw material, beneficiation of the, you can say, iron ore and all these things. We can take care of all this so that we can produce the quality steel at a lowest cost. So in nutshell, just to conclude that I think industry need to focus on the quality product at the lowest cost with low emission effect on the environment. With this, I close my word. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable words today. Well, if you're remembering the lecture of Thomas Carlyle, who said, the country that has the steel has a cold, is actually proving by today, the auspicious day we are celebrating. So for now, we'd like to have on stage our next panelist. Can we have Gajendra Panwar, the Managing Director of Danieli India Limited. Can we have a huge round of applause for him, please?
So when Panwaji starts, I have just a humble request. I don't wish to sound a little impolite, but we are running well behind our schedule. So may I just request all of you to make it short as much as possible and save a little time, whatever you can.
Thank
A
you.
humble request.
Thank you, Nirmala ji. Thank you for inviting me here. You have great, amazing energy, and Ankit supporting you from the background. It's an excellent forum you have created. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow panelists. brief introduction. I am Gajendra Panwar. I am heading Danieli in India. And I have been with the company for last 25 years. Before that, I had worked with SMS for 7 years. And I have been in technology field all the while. So all in all, I'm a metallurgist from Roorkee and have masters of MBA from for international management. Just to come to the topic now, long product we are all here, and as everybody said, and Mr. Rathore especially, the decade has come. And I firmly believe in that, and not just the decade. I think in next 25 years, we are definitely, maybe much earlier, reach 500 million ton capacity and maybe 400 million ton production. And of course, we are second largest producers in the country, but at present, the growth rate of India is the highest. And rebar and bar and the channels, angles, the commercials, long product industry is doing great. And I can tell you, well, now that we are more than 100 years company in the long products, in India, we are executing 13 long product mills at this moment. We are executing some rebar mills, some wire rod mills. We are executing SBQ mill in India and Bangladesh. We are executing 3 MIDA plants. And what is so special about my today's talk, I would like to talk about an integrated long product plant. We have the expertise starting from blast furnace up to the finishing. We would like to integrate all this. And this will be the most, I would say, lowest capex, lowest OPEX, cleanest steel, and you can produce all types of commercial steel with this route. I would like to introduce this route to you. We are talking of a 1 million ton integrated steel plant using blast furnace route. Of course, in India, hot metal charging in arc furnace has been there for many years. But to raise a capacity of such a unit to 1 million ton, that is where the breakthrough process route and technology has come into the play. As you see on the screen, we are talking about a blast furnace of close to 900 meter cube capacity, electric arc furnace of 100 ton capacity, supported with ladle furnace fume treatment. And the breakthrough technology comes from our octagon billet caster in combination with MIDA. Mr. Paolone already gave brief introductions, but I am going to cover the overview of this process route, how it can give you the lowest capex and lowest OPEX. As you can see here, we can talk of 65% charge in the blast furnace, the arc furnace. We can add the remaining cold DRI or scrap, or we can talk of 85% and 85% hot metal charge. So I think India is well experienced with this amount of charge. There are many companies which are putting in so much hot metal in the arc furnaces. Continuing, what you get from us, you get the most modern compact blast furnace. As we are the full liners, and our most modern blast furnaces already operating many blast furnaces in India. One of our blast furnace operating in JSW, one in JSPL, in Bhushan, ex-Bhushan, now Tata Steel. These blast furnaces have crossed 18 years life, and there is no reline in discussion. So you get such a blast furnace of all modern features, can work with pellet, 80% pellet, or sinter. Full range of pellet and sinter can be used. Coal injection suitable up to 200 or even higher. and all modern features in a blast furnace. The lining and cooling system of the blast furnace with all micropore, carbon hearth, copper staves, cast iron combination staves to make it more economical. But then the life of the blast furnace will definitely be beyond 15 years. So this is the compact blast furnace we are talking about. The blast furnace will be supported with the hot blast stove technology of erstwhile Hugovans. The stoves which were built 35, 40 years are still operating. We have now combined it with the top fired stoves. We have a technology partnership, and we are already supplying the largest top fired stove in JSW. So this is in combination with the blast furnace. Coming to gas cleaning, we have chosen to provide dry gas cleaning plant to save on water, to increase the hot temperature, top gas temperature, clean gas temperature, to have higher output from the TRT. All this to reduce the OPEX of the plant. I would not go into details as Nirmalya ji wants, but this is the overview. Then we have the state-of-art, latest patented design of top charging system. As you all know, Danieli has a state-of-art manufacturing facility in Siri City near Chennai. We are producing this top charging unit in our factory. At present, one of such installation is in testing. You are all welcome to visit and see such unit. Now coming from blast furnace to the DG melter. Mr. Paolone briefly talked about it. So we are talking of 110 capacity DG melter to take hot metal charge. Whether you are 65%, 80%, 85%, this DG melter will be able to churn out heats in 40 minutes average. The specialty is we can have launder charging of hot metal, we can have various mechanisms, and of course, we can also support it with the Q1 technology mentioned by Mr. Paolone, the digital arcing technology, which reduces the transformer's heat size of the transformer for electric arc furnace. And it, of course, further helps in reducing the electrode consumption, power consumption. DG melter supported with DG, coming to one more information. When we charge hot metal, we have oxy-fuel burners, various types of injectors and burners, again supplied by Danieli to take care of different charge mix in the arc furnace. And supported with automation, melt models, which take care of all combinations and works out lowest power consumption, lowest electrode consumption, and shortest time. So another tool for best, lowest OPEX. Ladle furnace can be supported, can also be operated with this Q1 technology. The another beautiful thing about Q1 technology is that it can be connected to the renewable energy sources. Q1 technology operating arc furnace with renewable energy was never thought about or never was hoped to be achieved. But today it is possible. We are doing it. And those companies which are increasing their solar power generation or renewable source or windmill energy source, they can utilize that energy to manufacture or do the steel making. So brief process parameters of both the combination with hot metal charge, 65% or 80%. 150 tons per hour production capacity. You see here some figures about the refractory consumption, electrode consumptions, and other consumption. Coming to the octagon caster, which is the heart of this entire, I would say, breakthrough. Why breakthrough? Because 1 million ton capacity can be achieved because of this octacaster. This octacaster with single strand produces the octagons of 242 millimeter at a rate of 7 meters per minute. So almost 150 tons per hour from single strand. And that is the beauty which makes the MEDA plant and less equipment. So of course, less capex. The octacaster, of course, to produce at 7 meters per minute or higher speeds, you need all types of latest features to take care of solidification, to take care of the shell strength, to take care of the metallurgical length and solidification process. The complete automation package is part of the package for this octacaster. And of course, we have number of references. After the octacaster, we have Danieli, a commercial mill. You can produce bars or other commercial sizes. Here I am just giving you data for a 1 million ton rebar mill, but you can produce other sections and other sizes as well. Danieli is well known for its long product mills, its stands, its technologies. All will be part of these features. All the features will be part of this plant, 1 million ton capacity plant. As I said, you can produce all the grades, all the sizes, all the sections, commercial grades, even angles, channels, flats, smaller flats, bars, rebars, and a snapshot of OPEX. Of course, it's a very simplistic way of putting, but we have the models to calculate the cost of production. With this route, you will get the lowest cost of production. So once again, to conclude, this is the process route which will produce 1 million ton with low capex, lowest OPEX, will provide you cleaner steel, optimize CO2, because here we are combining the hot metal charge with scrap, with DRI. We are taking out the reheating furnace from the system. We are providing Q1 technology. So overall, if a normal integrated steel plant works with 2.2 tons of carbon dioxide per ton of steel, this may come down to 1.5, 1.6. Of course, premium product, consistent product, dimensionally, mechanically, and metallurgically. In every way, the output for you will be much more sold in premium as compared to other producers. And of course, the lifetime equipment will have lifetime capability. So this is what I want you to talk about today as an introduction of this process route. One of the plants is already in erection stage, early stage of commissioning, and there are some more plants in discussion. So all the long product plants who would like to upgrade or to put up a 1 million ton capacity, we can provide you this complete package. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Panwar. Panwar ji is again someone I know for almost 30 years now, 3 decades. When he was in Indomac, from those days I have known him. So it's been a long association with him during his days with SMS Group company, which was earlier, of course, Indomac.
Then it became SMS DMAC and now SMS. So thank you, Panwatji. Thank you so much. Panwatji was kind enough to invite me to the workshop, which I went recently. I did his interview, and it's been great working with Mr. Panwat, a great leader who has taken Danelli India to great heights, and the number of orders which he has bagged. So, well, thanks also goes to your team members, including Sanjay, who was there in Danelli earlier and bagged quite a few good orders on behalf of Danelli. I think you have a bigger challenge, Sanjay, right now, since you have to sort of view the uncharted territories of SMS, because these were not the charted territories predominantly by SMS earlier. SMS came to this market much later. Danelli was a market leader right from the beginning, if you look at the long product segment. So SMS came in much later, and now I understand under your leadership, the marketing team is doing very well. You have bagged quite a few orders as well, especially in Bangladesh, I'm aware. So the legacy that you have, Sanjay Dasgupta has brought forward in SMS, how do you wish to take that forward is up to you. So the floor is yours. Sanjay, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the very nice introduction.
Yeah, Sanjay, Mr. Panwat has, Mr. Rathod has to leave. So, sir, I have a small duty to perform to present you the memento before you leave. Bus. Just 2 minutes. So, Sanjay, just give me 2 minutes.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, come up with the memento. We'll have the presentation of the memento to Mr. Gajendra Singh Rathod, COO, JSW Steel, and a wonderful human being. That's the only thing I can mention about Rathod Sahab, and it's a great honor to have Rathod Sahab, please. Yeah, please come up. Yeah, Ritika. So presentation of the memento to.
A little way to show a huge respect from our side. Thank you so much, sir, for being here.
And a bouquet, yeah. Thank you, Rathod Sahab. So Rathod Sahab will be leaving. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for coming. So he has a flight to catch. He's on his way to the airport, and Mr. Kumaresan also. So Mr. Kumaresan, memento, please. Yeah. Memento for Mr. Kumaresan.
A pretty little way to felicitate our honorable dignitary, one of the honorable
Okay,
dignitaries.
for, yeah.
Thank you so much, sir, for being here with us.
Yeah.
And to convey your valuable words toward this day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kumaresan.
Can we have a huge round of applause for both of them, please?
Yeah, now let's move forward with Sanjay Dasgupta, my brother, who will give his presentation on behalf of SMS. As I mentioned, when we talk, we say by the thumb rule, $1 million for $1 billion. To produce 1 million ton of steel, you need $1 billion. Now that's something which Sanjay vehemently opposed. And he used to say, I will show you the cost and I will show you the return on investment, which is much lower than that figure. So it's much lower than the thumb rule of $1 million for $1 billion. So Sanjay, what do you have to present on behalf of SMS today?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. First of all, it's always a pleasure to participate in your events. And it's an honor to share the dais with all the industry leaders. Thank you so much. I do not have a presentation to make because I leave that for the technical sessions. My colleague has a very nice paper to present, which I'm sure will be very, very interesting. I would rather tell a little bit about our vision for this long product market in India. The long product market in India is extremely dynamic, and any technology suppliers are automatically very much excited for this dynamism of this market. See, in 2021, government announced this Gati Shakti, $1 trillion investment on infrastructure. And this infra push I think changed all the scenarios of Indian long product industry. And thereafter, there are so many big projects which are already on anvil. For the roads, we have this Bharatmala phase 1 and phase 2, 40,000 kilometers of road. For the airports, we have Udan, so many new airports to come in. Metros are coming up in tier 2, tier 3 cities. Then for the housing, we have PM Awas Yojana. So with all these things, the present long product production, if my statistics is right, is around 58 to 60 million. Although Madam Ruchika told in the morning around 65. So, I mean, it should be around between 60 to 65. The present long product production is estimated to grow to around 100 million ton by 2030, 97 to 100 million ton. And if the statistics is correct, then there will be a jump of around 39 to 40 million tons of long product in a span of just 7 years. Just 7 years, 40 million ton of long product. So why will it not excite technology suppliers like us? Then if you further dig into the kind of requirement which Indian market has. For long product, the general share between rebar, wear rod, structurals, rails, you will find rebar is approximately 70% of that total requirement. So 70% of 39 million ton would be something around 27 point something million ton. So 27 point something million ton of rebar in 7 years. You further dig down into the demand scenarios in Indian market of various sizes of rebar, 8 millimeter, 10 millimeter, 14 millimeter, 12 millimeter, so on and so forth. You will find that the general trend of Indian market is that 50% of the demands are for smaller sizes, 8 millimeter, 10 millimeter. So we can easily conclude that out of this 26 or 27 million ton of rebar plants or rebar mills, which is going to get installed in the coming 7-8 years, almost 13 or 14 million tons will be only producing smaller sizes, 8 millimeter, 10 millimeter. So, and we all know that, if you have smaller sizes to roll, the smaller sizes always has low throughput. The smaller sizes consumes more rolling hours. And the smaller sizes finally reduce the productivity of the mills. And probably this is an area where with our technology, with SMS patented technology, we can help. The only solution to this lowering of productivity because of high percentage of smaller sizes is to increase the speed of the rolling mill, is to resort to high speed rolling. We at SMS Group has a patented technology called high speed delivery. We have high speed delivery mills. We have very high speed delivery mills which guarantee speeds of finish rolling speed of 50 meters per second. And nowadays it has been developed to achieve almost 60 meters per second. With this, you increase the productivity, you reduce the rolling hours, and you make the mills which will be installed with having a high percentage of small sizes, you make it more productive. I think this is where we can be of big help in the coming 7-8 years of the boom of the Amrit Kal of Indian industry with our technology of high-speed delivery and very high-speed delivery. On the top of it, there is another advantage of going into these high-speed blocks. You can roll at very close tolerances. You can even do some negative tolerance rolling and you save money. which is all we want. So this technology, I will not go into detail. I am not the expert. I have my colleague Shubhra Prakash Dubey. He has a very nice paper on this particular thing, which will be presented in the technical session. So he will explain you the technology. He will explain you the references which we have. He will explain you the benefits of this particular technology. And we also have our long product head, Mr. Swarvanu Sinaroy, in the seminar. So he will be happy to connect with anybody who will be interested in this particular technology. So that's it from my side. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay. Once again, thank you, for giving a brief outline of SMS product line as far as long products are concerned. Of course, during the technical presentation, we'll see more of what SMS has to offer. Well, now we come to the gentleman who's flown all the way from Worcester. I mean, from Boston, of course. Worcester's nearest airport is Boston, right? It's about an hour's drive from Boston. And I have been there in early 90s. And I remember having met both Paul and Philip, both Paul Morgan and his son Philip. So I met both of them those days in early 90s. And it's a wonderful place to be in. And I've seen your Morgan workshop in Worcester. And as I said, those days we were talking about 110 meters per second. Mr. Paolone spoke about 135 meters per second. So let's say in the last 30 years, we have moved from 110 to 135. That's not a big jump. Because it's not just, putting a nut here and putting a nut there and increase in speed. It's much, much more than that. So with that, I'll move on to Mark, who has flown all the way from US to be with us today. Mark, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for letting me come to this auspicious event. It's a good opportunity for Prime Metals to outline our concepts and our innovations, not only for the Indian market, but also globally. As he said, I've been originally with Morgan since 1987, so 35 years in the long rolling business, basically focusing on wire rods, high-speed rebar, bar and coil type products. And one thing that is always been engraved in me from the Morgan culture, even now through to the Prime Metals cultures, we develop our rolling equipment, based on processing technology, things that our customers want to see from a product standpoint. So we've always used this as a focus for the development of our equipment, the customization of layouts to meet your customers' requirements, to look at and focus on operating cost, improving product quality, developing new products. So I'm not going to talk too much about the technical details because I've got several presentations later on. So I don't want to spoil anything. But again, our focus is primarily on the process. So how can we change the process? How can we manipulate the layouts? How can we leverage our technology to produce a higher quality, lower cost product? Because at the end of the day, profit is what everybody's looking for. Productivity through productivity, but also through operating cost and through product quality. So several papers that I'm going to do later on is focusing on specifically that. Rebar processing costs, how can we reduce it? How does that then transfer to different layouts and different technology that we need to use to make those processing routes realistic? Okay, we've been very successful in this type of technology with our wire rod technology through thermomechanical rolling, the invention of the reducing sizing mill, which I know we have several good references here in India. And this technology can be expanded not only just to wire rod, but also to rebar. Okay, and again, advancing the technology and being able to provide a much higher quality product. So I don't want to go into too much detail. I know we're under a lot of time pressure here. So I will reserve my further comments to the later technical sessions, but I'm very grateful and pleased to be invited here to be able to give you some of our ideas. So till later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So I would like to call on stage next panelist. Can we have Shashim Banerjee, the CEO of Iron and Steel Sector Skill Council and former DG of INSTAG and ED SAIL. And can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Shashim Banerjee, please?
Good afternoon, everybody. My esteemed fellow panelists, I must thank Nirmalu and his group to have organized this very memorable event on long products. It's a very thoughtful theme that they have chalked up about the technology, application, and market of long products. I have heard since morning a lot of new things which are really some educative inputs for me, and I'm really fortunate having been here. Now, I want to share only because of the paucity of time. There are 2-3 issues on long product market, and one is on which I think there was already talk about what is the total capacity of long product in India. I think there are statistics differ, data differ, but according to my assessment, it will be about 110, 115 million ton is the capacity of the long products, means TMT, wire rod, rounds, structurals, and also including railway materials. Out of that, the production, as Ruchika Govil said in the morning, is about 67 million. So we have a capacity utilization of only not more than 60%, which under the current scenario should be considered a very poor capacity utilization. There are various reasons for that. I will not go into that. One of the major factor that is accounting for good growth, as Sanjay has already said, that because of the tremendous thrust by the government on infra capex, and which is, in terms of economics, it is called the gross fixed capital formation. That is the creating of assets, permanent assets. And for that, long product is the ideal material suitable for that. So you increase the, investment to GDP ratio to currently about 34%, which is quite commendable, although much lower than what China has achieved way back in 90s and 2010, about 48%. And now they are operating between 40 to 41%, still much higher compared to India. So that is one scenario, that you increase capex on infra, so the long product demand will go up. The second one is that consumption. Now in consumption, there is a significant indicator that private consumption expenditure, which is adding to the demand for housing, the demand for various engineering equipments, tractors, two-wheelers, etc., etc. This ratio for the last 2 years is coming down. That is a major concern, that why consumption, rate of growth of consumption is somewhat coming down and somewhat stagnant. Whereas the last year, the investment ratio has gone up, which is a cause of happiness. But this concern is that the consumption is coming down. One reason may be because of the inflation. Inflation means the food prices are going up, so the household's capacity to spend on material, housing naturally comes down. So food pricing scenario is not at all happy, because the RBI currently also they are saying that it may go up to between 6 to 7%, which is high compared to Indian scenario. So that is one concern, but it may be sort of exceeded by the increased expenditure on investment. But one point one must look into this, the fact that Madam Ruchika Govil mentioned, that we in India, we are not at all concerned to enhance the steel intensity in consumption. We have never, looked into that fact. While we were in, the Institute for Steel Development, as you know, they have made some seminal works on promoting the steel concrete composite construction, because this is the concrete also has got some strength in compression and steel has got strength in tension. You merge the two, you blend the two, so that is the ideal material for construction. In USA, there is a council that has been formed to promote steel concrete composite construction, and that is getting huge success and in terms of promoting the steel consumption. So I would say that one takeaway from this seminar would be how to enhance the steel consumption, the steel intensity in not only in real estate, but say for instance in roadways. There is so much expenditures being done by the government, thanks to Sanjay said Bharatmala project, NHAI. It's a huge expenditure they are doing, and all through EPC contractors. But there is a flaw that you can't believe, that there is no standard steel composite design for road over bridges. INSDAG has taken the lead, and I must thank INSDAG that they have taken the initiative, at least for one span, 30-meter span, the road over bridges are now available in steel concrete composite design, so that EPC contractor can accept that. Whereas for other spans, it is still not there. So I have a major request to all the steel producers that please come forward and help INSDAG to develop the other designs which are steel composite designs. And these two facts will naturally enhance the consumption of long products in a remarkably at a very high level compared to what we are contemplating, that it will be have a 8 to 10% growth that Mr. Rathore has said. Yes, that is the current scenario, but this scenario can be changed tremendously and through a much higher level of adoption of steel concrete composite designs in the structurals. There are some cases of changing the BIS norms for tall building. It is not there, so that in tall building there is not much of use of steel, whereas in tall building it is only made of steel and concrete wherever it is needed in other countries, like many other countries. LGSF technology, the low gauge, light gauge steel frame technology for housing, which is very much in use in Australia and Canada for mass housing project, is yet to take off. 1 or 2 complexes have been made in Mangalore, etc., but not much. So steel intensity enhancement will be one major factor in enhancing the consumption of long products. That is the one part of the long product scenario so far as and another major factor is, in spite of our having so much capacity in the long product, still why imports are taking place. The current statistics show that, we are even importing some 40,000, 50,000 tons in the first quarter of deformed TMT bar. So why we are importing? Is the country is not having abundant capacity of producing any quality of TMT bar? Why it is getting imported? Other than, if it is tied with some project imports, we are not aware of that. I think Parminder will be able to tell that question. Now, the alloy steel. Alloy steel is an area where much of long products is still getting imported. Hopefully the PLI scheme that has been introduced will take care of that, so that in a scenario of 3 to 4 years time, these imports will be taken care of and indigenous availability will come up. So far as the consumption of long products in a long-term scenario is concerned, current consumption is about 65 million ton. And we have some assessment saying that in 2030-31, the long product demand will be round about 120 or 115 million ton. So if you have to reach that stage, the annual average growth rate is only 7.5%, which is feasible. Now, the second point I've got just 2 minutes, I will not say anything, is that when you plan for such a huge augmentation, you have to think of whether you have the skilled manpower available to implement those projects. There is a serious shortage of skilled manpower, and the council which I am heading now is actually implementing various schemes of the government. Thanks to the government that this is the first time government has come about some standardized, disciplined way of making skill development a part of the growth plan of any industry, particularly the steel industry. And it is based on the occupation mapping. For instance, if you plan for a steel plant starting from the raw material handling, sintering plant, then you have coke oven, iron making, blast furnace, then BOF steel making, then you have got hot rolling, cold rolling, instrumentation, mechanical maintenance, electrical maintenance. In each of these areas, a separate set of skilling is required. Unless you do that, then your program, your capacity augmentation program may not be so much successful, and you may lose productivity had you not engaged the skilled manpower. And that is why what we have done, particularly starting from the bilkul front level, from that, say electrician, fitter, leveling, alignment, balancing, welder, machinist, rigger, bearing maintenance. These are the basic, forms of steel making in any industry, whether it goes in existing production or going in for expansion. So skilled functionaries, skilled personnel in this, and also the technical person with adequate, competent technical knowledge must be there in the steel fraternity. So far as the long product is concerned, the raw material handling, it starts, and there you want to have good crane operator is a very, very important functions of the whole system. And in the SME sector, reheating furnace, that is the very standard equipment. Ladle furnace upgradation and the continuous casting has been the must for the SME sector to make inroad into the long product. And there you need a process control operator for ladle furnace, process control operator for continuous casting, and then safety supervisor. As many people have mentioned, my esteemed colleague, that in steel plant operation, the role of safety is very, very predominant. So we have done this job role, and a lot of trainings are being given. And we normally require the trainer from the steel plant. Maybe he has been working, or he is working, or he has just superannuated. Those people are the best trainer that in my little experience in skill development, I find these are the best trainers, and they are now imparting training. I am happy to announce that in almost all the large steel plants, this program is continuing for the contractual worker, so that we can have a skilled workforce to face the challenges of upgradation. Last point is that decarbonization. A lot of technical changes are coming. SME sector has adopted various energy saving measures. Waste heat recovery is a major item. Then syngas from coking coal to production of DRI, and then for chemical and fertilizer industries. Then molding. Then there is a melting. There are all the areas, including the safety supervisor and safety assistant. The skilled people are a must. So I have a lot of hope and faith that all industry must come forward to implement the skill development, so that the long product growth scenario is actually implemented to the best satisfaction of the country's economic growth. Thank you very much.
Well, as we are talking about the challenges and opportunities in long products, we'd like to convey a word to all of you. If you didn't forget, the steel industry reminds us that even the toughest challenge can be transformed into opportunities for growth and advancement. Not only that, if you're remembering the words of Lakshmi Mittal, she said, steel is not just a material. It's a symbol of strength, resilience, and adaptability. Such a strong word and strong line, she said. And I think we are recovering it throughout this session also. So let's welcome on stage our next panelist, can we have Pankaj Khanna, the Managing Director of PP Rolling MFG Private Limited? And can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Pankaj Khanna, please?
Mr. Pankaj Khanna is not here. So instead of him, my good friend, Mr. Rajiv Goklani would share his thoughts. Rajiv, if you could just come up. Rajiv and I, we come from the same alma mater. We are both students of St. Xavier's College, Calcutta. And though he was much senior to me, he passed out in 19...
Stop disclosing my age.
Okay. Yeah, he passed out in 1977.
Yes, I graduated in 79. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I told you don't disclose my age.
Yeah.
We have pretty girls around here. You're spoiling the whole event here.
Okay, by closing that part, we can have a huge round of applause for him, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon to each one of you here, my distinguished guests on the dais. It was lovely listening to your insights and focus zones. My distinguished friends and guests here. Apologies for Mr. Khanna of PP Rolling Mills. He has developed some serial viral and lost his voice. Wanted his best to make it here, but he could not. This morning, he probably, he said, I just can't travel. So I speak on his behalf. My name is Rajiv, and extremely pleased to be here in the city of joy with a joyous audience here. I will not speak much. I'll make it very short. I'm not a tech person per se. I have a tech partner in Luigi, who's our partners from Parmeni, Italy, who will probably present a little tech session briefly. I'll just take you shortly, very briefly through our milestones, which we are very proud of in the 7 decades that we have existed in the steel industry here in India. Can we have the slide, that's the deck I had shared with you, please? Thank you. In the meanwhile, I'll probably talk about Parmeni and PPRM before I get to the milestones. We recently, acquired some shareholdings with Parmeni Italy, and we are proudly walking in hands, very focused, and I'll probably share what plans we have with them. There's a lot of ambiguity in the world market that, which is very sad and unfortunate as an Indian to hear. An Indian company taking over a multinational, a European company, the company goes to dogs. Really not so. I think it's the initiative of Mr. Modi's Atmanirbhar Bharat. So I think we're going to go miles with that Italian knowledge and technology and engineering, which could, help us, get in some better movements operationally, technologically stronger than we were. So it's the other way around. We're here to learn and grow together. So best practices would be shared, and we are very proud of that. So I'll just go through the milestones very briefly. If you could just move the slide, please. Next slide. So very humble beginning in 1952, where Prem Engineering, we started with, making manual hand presses. And Mr. Prem Khanna, who apparently is Mr. Pankaj Khanna's father, he started manufacturing gearboxes for rolling mills. So that's where we actually came into the picture. In 85, we incorporated PPRM, focusing on manufacturing, proper gearboxes for the, I think that's better. You give me a backache, thanks. We started manufacturing gearboxes for rolling mills, and we have the share of the gearbox rolling mill in India, which is primarily the largest and the biggest today. We also supplied block mills, and we have signed a license agreement with Kobelco Japan. We're doing very well on that front too. Can we move the slide, please? 2014, we signed with Kobelco, and we produce about 100,000 TP of rebars. In 16, we signed an agreement with Soot GmbH for classic tube and profile mill manufacturing. And 20, we got into the high-speed tube mill and cold saw in India with full-time operating speed of 150 MPM, special designs achieving power consumption less more than 40 units per ton in tube mills. 21, 23, we've been producing 8 mm to 27 dia MPS to 32 at 9 projects, which include Super, Smelter, Shree Metals, Maithan, Steel and Power, Rungta, Chaibasa, Rungta and Chaibasa, Rungta and Commander, SRMB, Amantri Steels and Sham Steels, and also Rungta and Dhemkal. 23 was a history. You know, that's when we became the shareholding company for the Italian leader, Parmani Long Rolling Mills. Okay, can we have the next slide, please? Thank you. That's what our focus and journey looks like today. The collaboration between Parmani LRM and us, PPRM, that's technology finished with manufacturing power skill sets that we're going to be driving ahead now. We're going to be uniting the best of both worlds. That's a robust R&D and technology advancement, which we are very highly focused on. And we talk about speed and quality, which was a discussion in the forum in the morning hours. We're going to be forging the world-class assembly lines, elevating industry standards. Okay, and that's where we are going to be sealing the limelight in the years to come. Needless to say, Parmani LRM have their own products and their own market. We in India, PPRM, have our own products and our own market. They're going to be working autonomously there, and we're going to be doing our bit there. But yes, the finest knowledge transfer would be shared and dealt with to focus in quality and speed in the times to come. That's all I have to say. I'm a non-technical man. My colleague Luigi would present in a bit about, billet welding, et cetera, in the tech session. Thank you, Nirmala and team, for giving me the opportunity to stand here in between amidst the stalwarts in the city of joy. Thank you. Have a good session through.
Thank you, Rajiv. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dada. Well, now we move on. If you could just allow me, I'll just try to hush up things a little bit because we are running more than an hour late. So everyone will be hungry by the time we move into the technical session. So we just have 3 more to go. Jyotida, where is Mr. Jyoti? Jyotida is here. No, you can go ahead. You are my Dada. How can I forget you? Mr. Jyotirmay Bhattacharya is Director Sales of RHI Magnesita, followed by my brother Rajesh, and that's it. I think no one else is left. Is there anyone else? No, I don't think so. So just you, Rajesh and Jyotida. So back to back, Mr. Jyotirmay Bhattacharya, Director Sales, RHI Magnesita. He was telling me, what role do I have to play in a rolling mill? I said, how can you produce steel without refractories? So
Nirmal, I mean, first of all, I thought that I would have the privilege of saying good morning, but Nirmal turned it to good afternoon. The first is that. Second thing is that, what I was telling is that I'm the odd man out. I was counting everybody sitting in the stage. Everybody is metal. I'm the non-metal one. When we produce refractories, my company name is RHI Magnesita India Limited. We are actually Austria-based Vienna headquarter company. We are largest refractory producer of the world, and now incidentally, we are largest refractory producer and seller in India also. We have a refractory turnover of around 4,000 crore in India. We have 9 plants after our recent merger and acquisition. So I will not bore you with refractory topics because refractory is not a very interesting subject for most of the steel makers, So I would say I will just go into a couple of things which I thought. I mean, we started with a good note with the induction furnace person. But unfortunately, after that, we have not spoken anything about induction furnace. In the last couple of hours, I think we were only talking about the big plants. So this section of our steel making often goes unnoticed. And I keep on saying this, unsung hero of Indian steel industry. 25 to 30% of steel still produced through this route in India. And my organization, because we have quite a substantial market share in this market, especially in the flow control refractories. So I have the privilege of visiting these plants. So Mr. Medani sir, by taking the advantage of you being here, 2 points. I mean, one thing is that I think this part of the steel making needs a serious technological upgrade, which is often ignored. Okay, and we all know the technology. I mean, since morning, we have heard technology comes with a price. I mean, it doesn't come free, unfortunately. So what happens, when these plants goes for a modernization or something, people are not confident about the visibility. So sometimes the world is more having more faith on our growth than we are ourselves. So we should have more faith. If COVID has not reduced induction furnace steel making in India, you can be rest assured you will remain 25% of Indian steel growth journey. So please put forward, look for better technologies. I mean, on refractory side, I know the systems which are in use are fast generation system where we are now talking about 4th or 5th generation systems. And another thing which is often ignored in these plants are HSE. So this needs, again, I mean, HSE, we have talked about price. I mean, Rathore Sahab was very, I would say, candid about it. HSE is more of a habit, less of a price. I mean, it's more of a habit. We need to inculcate that habit in our working style. You know, if a paper is thrown here, it doesn't take money to take it out and put it in the dustbin. But it's more of a habit, it's less of a cost. So let's look into this. And the last thing which I would like to congratulate, I mean, especially the steel industry, especially the long product part which goes into construction. You know, I started my, I mean, initial years I was with Tata's when I was based in Jamshedpur. People were talking about closing down LD1. Today, when we hear this, no, people laugh. Huh? Well, LD1 is today producing more than 3 million. At one point of time, Tata was seriously contemplating to close down LD1. I'm talking about 99, 2000, 2001. So from there, when I attend a long product growth journey story today in a seminar, I feel proud to be a part of Indian steel industry. This is one. The second thing is another thing which long product part of has been mostly done. In refractory, we have failed to do this miserably. Particularly the products which are going into construction area, a high amount of decommoditization has been done. A great deal of energy, time has been spent on branding. And I congratulate, and I think we need to learn in refractory industry how steel industry has done this, that even the products which were tending to become commodities, they have somehow, at least the big groups, and now I see even the medium groups are also following the same path. They have done excellent branding in these products. In refractory, we have miserably failed. So a big chunk of our business has been commoditized. With this, I will not take much time. I thank Nirmalada for giving us this opportunity. I wish you all a very learning seminar. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Dada. You know, why do I always bring in Jyotida? He was there 2 months back when we had the refractory conference here. Is because refractory is something very close to my heart. I always keep saying refractory is like the mother of the house. She takes all the heat without protesting. So that's why refractory is so very important element in the entire management of a steel plant. How can you produce steel without using your refractories? They are the ones who take the heat. It's like the mother of the house. The mother takes all the pressure of the house without complaining. So the same thing refractory does for our industry. So having said that, I have my brother, Rajesh, to do a very difficult job to sum up whatever has been said this morning. And I still remember in the month of June when I was with him in Spain, he treated me to the best of seafood in the entire Spain. So my real gratitude goes out to Rajesh for his wonderful hospitality when I was in Zaragoza. And we spent a couple of days in Spain with him. And thank you so much for it. So Rajesh, the floor is yours and you can sum up, because I think Shushimda mentioned today about waste heat recovery. Heat management and energy management is the most discussed topic in the steel industry today. How do we manage our energy? How do we save cost in energy management? Entire Europe is finished because of the energy crisis. Mr. Paolono may not like it, or he may like it, I don't know. But the future of steel, I always keep saying, belongs to India. The future of steel does not lie anywhere else. Because Mr. Rathore mentioned, China will come down. In fact, Mandhani ji, just because he's talked about the aspirations of Indians, an ex-chairman of SAIL said, "Kya baat kar rahe hain? Can we overtake China?" Of course we can overtake China. May not be 2030, maybe 2050, maybe 2060, but we will. And I appreciate, exactly. Those of you who've seen the film Guru, there was a saying, क्या हम सपना देखना छोड़ दे? जब तक हम सपना नहीं देखेंगे, सपना साकार कैसे होगा? So I think we have to dream big.
We have started dreaming.
Yeah.
dream.
So over to you, Rajesh. Rajesh, my good brother, please take over.
Good afternoon, everybody. And it is really my pleasure to be invited on the dais and to share the dais with such senior colleagues, such senior friends. Calfrisa, I am managing director of Calfrisa India. Calfrisa is a Spanish company, and they are almost 60 years old. And we are present at 143 customer bases and around 39 countries. When we look back, Indian government has taken a stiff target. We discussed that also in Make India, that by 2047, we are having a target of 500. And by 2030, it is 300. It's not an easy target. When we are at this level, you must have observed that energy consumption by Indian steel makers are 14 to 15% higher if you compare ourselves with major steel producers in the world. Can you imagine 14-15%? It's a big difference. If you consume 14-15% higher, that means imagine about carbon footprints, how much you are damaging the atmosphere. You can see how many Indian big cities or industrial cities are suffering with this. So what Indian steel makers are thinking about that? What are the steps we are going to take to reduce these emission levels? We are going to take a big step, but at the same time, we need to control the emissions. And also when our main fuel is fossil fuel we are using. So how we are going to reduce the carbon emission footprints? I am giving you just 2-3 small examples from our steel plants. I regularly visit steel plants around the world. And when it comes to India, I tell you, 80% of the energy in a rolling mill is consumed by reheating furnace. And waste heat temperature roughly is around 700 to 800, 850 sometime. And we design an exchanger which switches on the dilution air as soon as the temperature reaches 750. Why, my friend? Why dilution air? Why you want to dilute the air? To save a recuperator. Do you think safety of recuperator is that important rather than to increase the capacity of recuperator so that the recuperator can handle 900 degrees centigrade? Why are we not thinking that way? Okay, of course, it will make your recuperator a bit expensive, but ROI is 2-3 months, 5 months maybe. After that, it's free. If you can increase your combustion air temperature by 50 degrees centigrade, you will be saving 3% fuel. Minimum 3% fuel. Imagine. OEMs, Danieli, SMS, Phoebs, Canova, everyone is giving the combustion air reference temperature 450, 500, 550. Recently, it is 650 also. Okay. All the performance guarantees are bind with that 650. Yes, users are getting 650. But what after 1 year? It comes down to 580. And we still believes in the fundament. Okay, yaar, chal jayega, chal raha hai, ho jayega, like this. We are not thinking about the conservation that seriously. So this is my point, that we have to update our operational excellence, operational practices to make our consumption at least at par the leading steel makers in the world. Now,
still, I have a small data with, I have visited 15 steel plants in last 3 years, in last 3 months. And the average combustion air reference temperature I got is 380 degrees centigrade. It is surprising. When in waste gas, combustion air is coming at 780. Before recuperator, combustion air is 720. Recovery is 380. And at waste gas, it is 320. Why 320? 170 to 180 is enough for natural draft. So we have to think upon this. And we have started this already in Europe. Recently, we were invited by Danieli to look into this aspect at Nucor Gallatin in USA. So we are supporting European customer, UK customer. We are consulting them how to make the recovery in better way. And this has direct implication on your cost because you are buying fuel. Calfrisa was not directly in the Indian market before 2020. In 2020, they started to approach directly Indian steel makers. And Arjas Steel is the first plant which trusted Calfrisa. I was invited at Arjas Steel that they were having some problem in their recuperator. Recuperator is burning in 2.5 years and 3 years of time. They were using HFO. HFO is having 4.5% of the sulfur along with 0.8% of moisture. That's a bunker oil. And what happens? It deposits S2SO3, S2SO4, and the tubes are gone. We upgraded the recuperator. It's almost 3 years recuperator is working fine. So we need to think with the upcoming upgraded technologies. Recently, we got one order from JSW Dolvi. JSW wanted to upgrade their recuperator for their 450 tons per hour. And the recuperator order was given to our Indian manufacturing partners because at that time we were unable to quote in INR because Calfrisa India was not formed. And we got this order, and I hope we can help JSW Dolvi in this. Recently, I visited one of the JSPL plant after installation of our new supplied recuperator. And I have a thanking note from Mr. V.R. Sharma that we increased the combustion air temperature by 78 degrees. That means, seriously, we are saving 4 to 5% of the fuel. So, in this forum, I wanted to utilize this forum to put a concern over the utilization of the whatever energy we are having to the utmost possible point. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I will not take much time. Have a good day.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Yeah, I'm just taking over from you because I have a small duty to perform. Before we close for lunch, because it's already quite late. We should have finished by 11:45. Now it's at 12:30, 1:30. 12. So it's lunch ready? Yeah. So, gentlemen, just because we are running more than an hour late, what I would request you is make your lunch a little faster, possible? So let's say we get back here at 2 o'clock, 30 minutes lunch, and then because there's a lot to cover. We have around 20 presentations, if I'm not mistaken. So, and the hotel will not leave me if I carry it forward for the dinner. And moreover, I'll have to pay for dinner in that case. So, which I can't afford. So the best thing is we shorten our lunch to 30 minutes. And then we get back here. But before that, I have a small duty to perform. As a token of our appreciation, we would like to present a memento to all the dignitaries on the dais. Ritika, if you could just come up with bouquet and flower bouquet and mementos, which I would like to present to first to the gentleman whom I have heard the most. There are certain things which are not something which you can control always. So the only thing I can do right now is apologize to you for whatever happened in the morning. So the first memento to Mr. Paramjit Singh, a great human being. Yeah.
A pretty short way to show the emerged respect from our side.
And, I would just like to add the legacy of the Industrial Advisors Office. When I entered this industry way back in 1993, when I started visiting Udyog Bhavan, there was a gentleman called Mr. S.S. Saha, who was the industrial advisor. Then Mr. Bhatnagar, Mr. A.C.R. Das, Kashivaji, industrial advisor, additional industrial advisor, they were like, you cannot go and sit in a joint secretary's office for the whole day. So where was my adda? Always in industrial advisor's office. That is where I used to sit at Udyog Bhavan and planning out my visit for the day. Which JS I'm going to meet, when I'm going to get a chance to meet secretary, work that out, go and meet ministers, PS. So this is the kind of thing which was strategized in always the industrial life. And Paramjit ji, I'm sure, like Kashivaji used to do those days, the same thing, I'm sure. Paramjit ji is such a wonderful person. He will extend all help to the entire industry when you need it. So those of you, it is an open announcement to all members of the steel fraternity. If you need help in the steel ministry at Udyog Bhavan, Paramjit ji is there to extend a call, because I keep saying the job of Ministry of Steel is not to do policing anymore. It is to act as a facilitator. The ministry has, I have a very good friend who is a private secretary to the junior minister, Phaggan Singh Kulastegi. Anil Kumar is his name. He is a metallurgist. And whenever I walk into the minister's office, I feel as if I'm at home. Pehle to, आप क्या जूस पिएंगे, क्या मंगाए आपका खाना. This is the kind of hospitality that you get in the ministry when you walk in today. The minister's office, when I walk into the Phaggan Singh Kulastegi's office, I feel literally I'm at home. So that is what the Udyog Bhavan is today. Gone are the days when, I don't like your face, I don't give you steel. Those days are gone. The approach of the ministry has become much more the role of a facilitator. So whenever the industry needs any help from the government is there to extend its hand forward. And Paramjit ji interacts on all forums. He came last for my conference in Mumbai. He was there. But unfortunately, this time he had a bad experience for which I can only apologize 100 times. So let's have your next memento is for
Our next panelist,
Mark Shore. Mark. Yeah.
Stephen Mark Shore,
Yeah.
the head business development of Long Rolling from Primitals Technologies USA LLC.
Thank you.
Thank
Mark.
you so much, sir, for being here with us.
Yeah. So next is my brother, Sanjay Dasgupta, Vice President, SMS India. We stay very close to each other. So we are neighbors also. Thank you, Sanjay.
Sanjay Das Gupta, the Vice President of Sales and Marketing India and Asia Pacific, SMS India Private Limited. Thank you so much, sir, for being here with us today.
Mr. Sridhar Krishnamurthy, who needs no introduction, Managing Director, Arja Steel, and a leader of the industry, I would say, for all forums of the steel industry, you will find Mr. Krishnamurthy taking a lead role. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Sir, for being here with us.
And the great man, Mr. Ronaldo Paolone, who likes to stay grounded, very down to earth, CEO and CTO. He holds two caps. One is as CTO and CEO, and 39 years in Dunedin. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for being presented here today.
And let me tell you, those of you who like good wine, the best wines you can get is in the state of Froeli, where Danelli headquarters is located. You get the best of wines, I think, all over Italy. Well, one of the best wines, definitely. Yeah. So
let's call our next panelist.
Mr. Jyotida is Director Sales of RHI India. Again, someone who has helped me always.
Mr.
So, big round
Jyotirmoy
of thanks.
Bhattacharjee, the Director of Sales of RHI Magnesita India. And can we have a round of applause for him also?
Yeah.
Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much,
thank-
sir, for being presented here with us today.
Thank you, Jyotida. Thank you so much. again, one more leader, a leader who leads from the front, Mr. Jogesh Mandhani, who came in a such short notice from Mumbai. and
Mr.
he's-
Yogesh Manani, the President, All India Induction Furnaces Association. And thank you so much, sir, for being presented here with us today.
Mobile.
So
Okay,
I'd like to call our next panelist.
yeah. My brother Rajesh Kumar, Managing Director of Kalfreeza India, and someone with whom I share a lot in common. We are very good friends, and my brother. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you, Rajesh.
A short way to show the emerged level of respect from our side. Thank you so much, sir, for being here with us today.
Once again, someone I know for 3 decades, someone with whom I have spent a good time discussing about the industry, a good time talking about whatever way he can take the industry forward. And he has really done a great job as the managing director of Danelli. I think he's a successful, very successful managing director of Danelli India. And this goes on record. I would like to place this on record. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you, Manoj.
Mr. Gajendra Panwar, the Managing Director of Danieli India Limited. Thank you so much, sir, for being here today with us. And our next panelist, please.
Yeah, Mr. Sushim Banerjee, my relationship started when he was in sale as AD Commercial, and he used to write. Whenever I needed a column to write in the magazine, it was none other than Sushim Da. And in Bengali, you know what a Dada means. A Dada is the head of the family. So a real Dada in real sense of the term. Mr. Sushim Banerjee, after sale, he joined INSDAG as the Director General. And he is 70 plus, 72 now. Yeah, does he look like 72? More like 62. So a man who has served this industry all this while, and now he's developing the skills in the iron and steel sector skill council. So this is one more challenge that we have, because in the steel industry, we don't have skilled manpower to take us through 500 million tons. So I think we need to enhance the level of skill, whether it is welding, fabrication, use of steel in various aspects of our industry. I think we need to enhance the skill levels. I think Sushim Da is someone who is taking this initiative forward. A round of applause for Mr. Sushim Banerjee.
Mr. Sushim Banerjee, the CEO of Iron and Steel Sector Skills Council and former DG of INS DAG and ED SAIL. Thank you so much,
Thank you,
sir,
brother.
for being here with us today.
Yeah, so with that, gentlemen, I'm sure you're hungry.
I think we all are.
Oh, Radhika is left. Yeah, please come on. I'm sorry. How can I forget my sister?
Ms.
Well,
Radhika
so that is why I
Maganti,
say don't sit there.
Managing Director of
I am getting old,
H&K.
Radhika. Yeah.
The Managing Director of H&K Rolling Mill Engineers Private Limited. We should have a round of applause for
Yeah.
Ms. Radhika Makan. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being here with us today.
That's for my sister, and whom I'm always proud of. Proud of my sister. Thank you so much. Thank you, Radhika. Thank you so much. Take care. Thank you. We are really proud of you. So with that, gentlemen, I would request you to join us for lunch, and then we get back in 30 minutes. Thank you
30
so much.
minutes break of lunch. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you.
Introduction, because it fully satisfied the needs of civil engineers without any. Thermex is a quenching and self-tempering process that was developed in Germany, specifically to meet the global demand for low-cost rebars with a 500 megapascal yield strength and high ductility. It received global acceptance immediately on introduction because it fully satisfied the needs of civil engineers without addition of costly alloy elements in steel. Further, Thermex QS2 rebars exhibited good corrosion resistance properties. The proprietary Thermex quenching system is placed after the last rolling mill stand. On completion of rolling bar, temperature is around 1000 degrees centigrade. A short, intensive, but very precise inline cooling is imparted to the rolled bar as it passes through the specially designed Thermex cooling pipes. This affects the periphery of the bar only, whereas the core is largely unaffected. The water quenching results in drastic surface temperature drop, resulting in a uniformly hardened periphery with a soft ductile and hard core. On leaving the Thermex pipes, the bar gets further cooled in atmosphere, where a thermal exchange occurs between the core and peripheral martensite. This thermal exchange results in a bar structure consisting of a tempered martensite periphery and a fine-grained ferrite pearlite core.
unending commitment, a source of inimitable strength that is sustained through time, and expertise that is built on foundations of technology and innovation, enables JSW Steel to support India's progress over the years. The company has scaled its manufacturing capacity to 27.5 million tons per annum, making it the largest integrated steel company in India. The roadmap for the next phase of growth includes a vision of achieving 37.5 million tons per annum steel capacity by 2025, with manufacturing and mining facilities dotting the world from India, Chile, Mozambique, the USA, and Italy. They command a strong export presence in 100+ countries across 5 continents. JSW Steel is India's leading integrated steel manufacturer because of its strategic presence across India, collaboration with global leader JFE Steel of Japan, investments in state-of-the-art machinery, futuristic technology, and multiple acquisitions. Backed by world-class manufacturing process and meticulous attention to quality and testing standards, JSW Steel produces high-quality steel and a spectrum of value-added products that are perfectly matched to customer expectations across a roster of industries. All these products are marketed under key brands that inspire consumer trust and stand out in a low differentiation market. With a conscious transition into being a high-value steel producer, the company has built a specialized value-added portfolio. Industry leaders in various industries require customized products to suit their niche needs. This innate understanding elevates JSW Steel from being a mere supplier to a true partner for growth. Hence, the company offers a range of bespoke application solutions for different sectors like infrastructure and construction, general engineering, industrial and engineering, automotive, consumer durables and packaging, and renewable energy. Evidently, JSW Steel is used in a majority of India's key infrastructure today. It is a matter of great pride for the company that they are playing such a pivotal role as a nation builder. From airports to expressways, from dams to solar parks, JSW Steel is present in the very core of India's infrastructural development. Their continuous pursuit of excellence in delivering world-class products and solutions for over 3 decades has garnered them a lot of accolades over the years. While these rewards and recognition fuel JSW Steel's ambitions to outperform themselves, they are also acutely cognizant of their environmental, social, and governance responsibilities. When it comes to sustainability, the company's aim is to produce superior quality products while keeping the environment and society's health in mind, to promote circularity in our operations, and to foster growth and betterment of the communities. And this aim is transformed into reality by taking concrete actions across the entire value chain, from mining to manufacturing to products. With a strong conviction to bring about holistic, comprehensive development of the communities that the company operates in, they have undertaken several initiatives. The Roof to Dream project is an outstanding example of such an effort in the space of education. The company has collaborated with the school authorities and local communities to reinforce the school buildings so that the students always have a conducive environment to study, grow, and chase their dreams. When the COVID-19 pandemic had the country in its grips, JSW Steel actively participated in providing relief wherever possible. From arranging for COVID tests to organizing vaccination drives, they dove headfirst into aiding and supporting government-level relief work. They supplied healthcare essentials, bolstered medical oxygen requirements, distributed rations, and provided COVID care hospital beds. With its international standards, production quality, superior product range, its commitment to sustainability practices and environment, JSW Steel is dedicated towards building a better India and is fast becoming a global Indian beacon in the world of steel manufacturing. JSW Steel.
Takes a sense of adventure to conquer true innovation, to find a path that no one else has walked before. We explore new possibilities. In the face of obstacles, we turn challenges into opportunities, and we will persevere until we've reached our destination. The steel plant of tomorrow. This is a plant that is fully automated. It benefits from cutting-edge digital technologies and brings transparency to the entire production process. It uses synergies between the most advanced solutions in steel production. The result is unparalleled efficiency and end products of the highest quality. This plant of the future illustrates our determination to push the limits in the world of metals. Together with our customers in the metals industry, we are on a journey of discovery. Together, we explore what's next. We are pioneers at heart. Primetals Technologies.
कौन होता है असली चैंपियन? जो सरहद पर देश की रखवाली करे, वो है असली चैंपियन। जो घर की रोटी कमावे, वो होता है असली चैंपियन। जो रेस जीतने से पहले लोगों के दिल जीते, वो है असली चैंपियन। जो देश की तरक्की की बुनियाद रखता है, वो है असली चैंपियन। जो अपने हाथों से देश की तकदीर बदलता है, वो है असली चैंपियन। चाहे वो आपके सपनों का छोटा सा प्यारा सा घर हो या आसमान को छूती बुलंद इमारतें, असली चैंपियन बनने के लिए हर कसौटी पर खरा उतरना पड़ता है। इस हौसले को आगे लेकर बढ़ रहा है श्याम स्टील, जो अपने मजबूत और लचीले टीएमटी रीबार से देश की उन्नति की बुनियाद रख रहा है। स्वतंत्रता के बाद भारत के सामने कई चुनौतियां रही, जिसमें से एक था औद्योगिकरण की एक मजबूत नींव। 1953 में इस उद्देश्य को मन में रखते हुए श्याम स्टील की स्थापना हुई। हमें सिर्फ अपने पैरों पर खड़ा ही नहीं होना था, बल्कि दुनिया के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला के चलना था। 60 सालों के अटूट भरोसे के साथ श्याम स्टील प्रगति की उड़ान भर रहा है, और हम गर्व से कह सकते हैं कि श्याम स्टील ने देश की नींव को हर मुमकिन तरह से मजबूत बनाया है। चाहे वो देश को ऊर्जावान बनाने वाले न्यूक्लियर, थर्मल और हाइडल पावर प्लांट्स हो, या देश को जोड़ने वाले नेशनल हाईवेज और ब्रिजेस, चाहे वो आसमान का रास्ता बनाने वाले एयरपोर्ट्स हो, या भारत की रगों में दौड़ती हुई भारतीय रेल। पूरे भारत में हम कई प्रोजेक्ट से जुड़े हैं, जैसे कि दिल्ली मेट्रो, जामनगर रिफाइनरी, कोटा न्यूक्लियर पावर प्लांट, रोजा थर्मल पावर प्लांट, हैदराबाद अंतरराष्ट्रीय हवाई अड्डा, और ब्रह्मपुत्र एवं गोदावरी पर बने हुए पुल। इतना ही नहीं, हमें कई सरकारी संस्थानों में मान्यता प्राप्त है और हमने कई बड़ी सरकारी परियोजनाओं में भी अपना योगदान दिया है, जैसे कि इंडियन रेलवे, नेशनल हाईवे अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया, CPWD, IOCL, NPCIL, NBCCL इत्यादि। इसका राज है हमारे उच्च गुणवत्ता वाले उत्पाद, जिसके उत्पादन की प्रक्रिया शुरू होती है पश्चिम बंगाल में स्थित हमारे अत्याधुनिक इंटीग्रेटेड स्टील प्लांट से। श्याम स्टील का ये प्लांट देश के उन चुनिंदा स्टील प्लांट्स में से एक है जहां स्टील बनाने की शुरुआत से अंत तक की पूरी प्रक्रिया को अंजाम दिया जाता है। उत्पादन प्रक्रिया की शुरुआत होती है उच्चतम क्वालिटी के कच्चे लोहे से, जिसे हमारी TRI यूनिट में प्रोसेस किया जाता है। कच्चे लोहे को एक रोटरी मशीन में कोयले और डोलोमाइट की मदद से डीऑक्सीडाइज किया जाता है, जिसके द्वारा हमें शुद्ध स्पॉन्ज आयरन मिलता है। इस स्पॉन्ज आयरन को SMS यूनिट में भेजा जाता है, जहां उसे इलेक्ट्रिक आर्क फर्नेस पर 1800 डिग्री सेल्सियस के तापमान पर पिघलाया जाता है। फिर रिफाइनिंग और डीस्लैगिंग की प्रक्रिया के द्वारा बची हुई अशुद्धियों को भी दूर किया जाता है। इन प्रक्रियाओं के बाद जो सर्वोच्च क्वालिटी का शुद्ध इस्पात तैयार होता है, उसे कंटिन्यूअस कास्टिंग मशीन में ले जाया जाता है, जहां कॉमकास्ट AG ज्यूरिख टेक्नोलॉजी द्वारा आवश्यक लंबाई के अनुसार बिलेट्स कास्ट किए जाते हैं। ये बिलेट्स कई कठोर निरीक्षणों से गुजरने के बाद रोलिंग मिल में ले जाए जाते हैं, जहां उन्हें फिर 1200 डिग्री सेल्सियस के तापमान पर पुनः स्थापित किया जाता है और उनका आकार बदलकर अलग अलग डाया के TNT रीबार्स बनाए जाते हैं। ये उत्पाद थर्मिक्स प्लांट में एक खास पेटेंटेड प्रक्रिया से गुजरते हैं, जिसमें एक खास वाटर स्प्रे सिस्टम का उपयोग होता है। प्रक्रिया के अंत में तैयार TNT रीबार्स एक एटमॉस्फेरिक कूलिंग बेड से गुजरते हैं और इसके बाद इन तैयार रीबार्स को एक ऑटोमेटेड कटाई मशीन के द्वारा आवश्यक लंबाई में काटा जाता है। और अब ये TNT रीबार्स तैयार हैं देश की प्रगति की बुनियाद रखने के लिए। अधिकतर सरकारी निर्माणों में श्याम स्टील के 500D TNT रीबार्स इस्तेमाल किए जाते हैं, क्योंकि इसी में है मजबूती और लचीलेपन का सही संतुलन। इनका इस्तेमाल भारी से भारी लोड वाले निर्माण जैसे कि फ्लाईओवर, डैम, ब्रिज और गगनचुंबी इमारतों में किया जाता है। रीबार का मजबूत बाहरी कवच भार सहने की क्षमता बढ़ाता है और भीतर का लचीला भाग भूकंप, सुनामी और तूफान जैसे प्राकृतिक आपदाओं को झेलने की क्षमता प्रदान करता है। बाजार में 500D के अलावा अन्य प्रकार के TNT रीबार्स भी उपलब्ध हैं, पर 500D से ज्यादा ग्रेड वाले TNT रीबार जैसे कि FE600 इत्यादि मजबूती बढ़ाने के साथ लचीलापन कम कर देती है। दुनिया के सर्वश्रेष्ठ शिक्षण संस्थानों में से एक IIT खड़गपुर ने कई परीक्षणों और तकनीकी पहलुओं के आधार पर यह प्रमाणित किया है कि निर्माण की सुरक्षा और मजबूती को ध्यान में रखकर बनाए गए श्याम स्टील 500D TNT रीबार्स गुणवत्ता, स्थिरता और मजबूती की मिसाल है। हमारा स्टील प्लांट अपने आप में असाधारण है और इसकी वजह है हमारी 10 पॉइंट क्वालिटी मैनेजमेंट प्रणाली। हर उत्पाद की जांच हमारी अत्याधुनिक क्वालिटी लैब में होती है, जहां 100 kV यूनिवर्सल टेस्टिंग मशीन, स्पेक्ट्रोमीटर के साथ और भी कई आवश्यक मशीनों के द्वारा हर उत्पाद का निरीक्षण होता है और किसी भी त्रुटि को उस वक्त ही ठीक कर दिया जाता है। हर कदम पर हमारी क्वालिटी कंट्रोल टीम ये सुनिश्चित करती है कि हमारे उत्पाद बेहतरीन क्वालिटी के हो। इसलिए हमारे तैयार उत्पाद हमेशा गुणवत्ता के हर पहलू, हर कसौटी पर खरे उतरते हैं, चाहे वो लचीलापन हो, भार सहने की क्षमता या फिर गजब की मजबूती। ये बेहतरीन उत्पाद हमारे डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स, डीलर्स और रिटेलर्स के विस्तृत नेटवर्क द्वारा देश के हर कोने में पहुंचाए जाते हैं। हम देश और दुनिया की कई बड़ी कंपनियों के साथ काम करते हैं, जैसे कि हिंदुस्तान कंस्ट्रक्शन कंपनी लिमिटेड, लार्सन एंड टूब्रो लिमिटेड, कैमन इंडिया लिमिटेड, PGR एनर्जी इत्यादि। अंतरराष्ट्रीय बाजार में भी श्याम स्टील के उत्पादों की मांग तेजी से बढ़ रही है। कहते हैं ना, सूरज की तरह चमकने के लिए सूरज की तरह तपना भी पड़ता है। जितनी गहरी हमारी नींव है, उतनी ही ऊंची हमारी उड़ान। ये उपलब्धि उन सब लोगों की है जिन्होंने श्याम स्टील की बुनियाद को अपने मेहनत और निष्ठा से मजबूत बनाया है, जिनकी दूरदर्शिता और मार्गदर्शन श्याम स्टील को सही दिशा में बढ़ने के लिए प्रेरित करता है, जिनका परिश्रम हमारे हर पहलू में झलकता है। श्याम स्टील से जुड़ा हर व्यक्ति इस सफलता का सशक्त भागीदार है। श्याम स्टील समाज के प्रति अपनी जिम्मेदारियों को भी बखूबी समझता है। शिक्षा व्यवस्था बेहतर बनाने के लिए हम गांव के इलाकों में विद्यालयों के विकास संबंधी कार्य करते हैं। वहां किताबें और अन्य शिक्षा सामग्री भी उपलब्ध करवाते हैं। स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में भी हमारे प्रयासों से सैकड़ों लोगों को सहायता मिलती है। श्याम स्टील में पर्यावरण को बेहतर बनाने के लिए भी कई प्रयास किए जाते हैं और प्राकृतिक आपदाओं के दौरान लोगों को खास सहायताएं भी दी जाती हैं। आज इतिहास फिर करवट ले रहा है। आजादी को कई साल हो चुके हैं और हमारा देश एक सुनहरे भविष्य की ओर बढ़ रहा है। श्याम स्टील इस सफर की एक अहम कड़ी है और हर कदम पर भारत के इस अटूट भरोसे को और मजबूत बना रहा है। भविष्य हमारा है और वर्तमान जमीन हमारी है और आसमान है। हिमालय जिसका ताज है, गंगा जिसकी प्राण, अनेकता में एकता है जिसकी पहचान। दिल हमारे एक है, एक हमारी जान। हिंदुस्तान हमारा है, हम हैं इसकी शान।
চেক 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 দেখতে পাচ্ছি কিনা চেক 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 4 চেক 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 হ্যালো 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 হ্যালো
कौन होता है असली चैंपियन? जो सरहद पर देश की रखवाली करे वो है असली चैंपियन। जो घर की रोटी कमावे वो होता है असली चैंपियन। जो रेस जीतने से पहले लोगों के दिल जीते वो है असली चैंपियन। जो देश की तरक्की की बुनियाद रखता है वो है असली चैंपियन। जो अपने हाथों से देश की तकदीर बदलता है वो है असली चैंपियन। चाहे वो आपके सपनों का छोटा सा प्यारा सा घर हो या आसमान को छूती बुलंद इमारतें, असली चैंपियन बनने के लिए हर कसौटी पर खरा करना पड़ता है। इस हौसले को आगे लेकर बढ़ रहा है श्याम स्टील, जो अपने मजबूत और लचीले टीएमटी रीबार से देश की उन्नति की बुनियाद रख रहा है। स्वतंत्रता के बाद भारत के सामने कई चुनौतियां थी, जिसमें से एक था औद्योगिकरण की एक मजबूत नींव रखना। 1953 में इस उद्देश्य को मन में रखते हुए श्याम स्टील की स्थापना हुई। हमें सिर्फ अपने पैरों पर खड़ा ही नहीं होना था, बल्कि दुनिया के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला के चलना था। 60 सालों के अटूट भरोसे के साथ श्याम स्टील प्रगति की उड़ान भर रहा है और हम गर्व से कह सकते हैं कि श्याम स्टील ने देश की नींव को हर मुमकिन तरह से मजबूत बनाया है। चाहे वो देश को ऊर्जावान बनाने वाले न्यूक्लियर, थर्मल और हाइडल पावर प्लांट्स हो या देश को जोड़ने वाले नेशनल हाईवेज और ब्रिजेस, चाहे वो आसमान का रास्ता बना न्यूक्लियर पावर प्लांट, रोजा थर्मल पावर प्लांट, हैदराबाद अंतरराष्ट्रीय हवाई अड्डा और ब्रह्मपुत्र एवं गोदावरी पर बने हुए पुल। इतना ही नहीं, हमें कई सरकारी संस्थानों में मान्यता प्राप्त है और हमने कई बड़ी सरकारी परियोजनाओं में भी अपना योगदान दिया है, जैसे कि इंडियन रेलवे, नेशनल हाईवे अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया, CPWD, IOCL, NPCIL, NBCCL इत्यादि। इसका राज है हमारे उच्च गुणवत्ता वाले उत्पाद, जिसके उत्पादन की प्रक्रिया शुरू होती है पश्चिम बंगाल में स्थित हमारे अत्याधुनिक इंटीग्रेटेड स्टील प्लांट से। श्याम स्टील का ये प्लांट देश के उन चुनिंदा स्टील प्लांट्स में से एक है जहां स्टील बनाने की शुरुआत से अंत तक की पूरी प्रक्रिया को अंजाम दिया जाता है। उत्पादन प्रक्रिया की शुरुआत होती है उच्चतम क्वालिटी के कच्चे लोहे से, जिसे हमारी TRI यूनिट में प्रोसेस किया जाता है। कच्चे लोहे को एक रोटरी मशीन में कोयले और डोलोमाइट की मदद से डीऑक्सीडाइज किया जाता है, जिसके द्वारा हमें शुद्ध स्पॉन्ज आयरन मिलता है। इस स्पॉन्ज आयरन को SMS यूनिट में भेजा जाता है, जहां उसे इलेक्ट्रिक आर्क फर्नेस पर 1800 डिग्री सेल्सियस के तापमान पर पिघलाया जाता है। फिर रिफाइनिंग और डीस्लैगिंग की प्रक्रिया के द्वारा बची हुई अशुद्धियों को भी दूर किया जाता है। इन प्रक्रियाओं के बाद जो सर्वोच्च क्वालिटी का शुद्ध इस्पात तैयार होता है, उसे कंटिन्यूअस कास्टिंग मशीन में ले जाया जाता है, जहां कॉमकास्ट AG ज्यूरिख टेक्नोलॉजी द्वारा आवश्यक लंबाई के अनुसार पिलेट्स कास्ट किए जाते हैं। ये पिलेट्स कई कठोर निरीक्षणों से गुजरने के बाद रोलिंग मिल में ले जाए जाते हैं, जहां उन्हें फिर 1200 डिग्री सेल्सियस के तापमान पर पुनः स्थापित किया जाता है और उनका आकार बदलकर अलग अलग डाया के TNT रीबार्स बनाए जाते हैं। ये उत्पाद थर्मिक्स प्लांट में एक खास पेटेंटेड प्रक्रिया से गुजरते हैं, जिसमें एक खास वाटर स्प्रे सिस्टम का उपयोग होता है। प्रक्रिया के अंत में तैयार TNT रीबार्स एक एटमॉस्फेरिक कूलिंग बेड से गुजरते हैं और इसके बाद इन तैयार रीबार्स को एक ऑटोमेटेड कटाई मशीन के द्वारा आवश्यक लंबाई में काटा जाता है। और अब ये TNT रीबार्स तैयार हैं देश की प्रगति की बुनियाद रखने के लिए। अधिकतर सरकारी निर्माणों में श्याम स्टील के 500D TNT रीबार्स इस्तेमाल किए जाते हैं, क्योंकि इसी में है मजबूती और लचीलेपन का सही संतुलन। इनका इस्तेमाल भारी से भारी लोड वाले निर्माण जैसे कि फ्लाईओवर, डैम, ब्रिज और गगनचुंबी इमारतों में किया जाता है। रीबार का मजबूत बाहरी कवच भार सहने की क्षमता बढ़ाता है और भीतर का लचीला भाग भूकंप, सुनामी और तूफान जैसे प्राकृतिक आपदाओं को झेलने की क्षमता प्रदान करता है। बाजार में 500D के अलावा अन्य प्रकार के TNT रीबार्स भी उपलब्ध हैं, पर 500D से ज्यादा ग्रेड वाले TNT रीबार जैसे कि FE600 इत्यादि मजबूती बढ़ाने के साथ लचीलापन कम कर देती है। दुनिया के सर्वश्रेष्ठ शिक्षण संस्थानों में से एक IIT खड़गपुर ने कई परीक्षणों और तकनीकी पहलुओं के आधार पर यह प्रमाणित किया है कि निर्माण की सुरक्षा और मजबूती को ध्यान में रखकर बनाए गए श्याम स्टील 500D TNT रीबार्स गुणवत्ता, स्थिरता और मजबूती की मिसाल है। हमारा स्टील प्लांट अपने आप में असाधारण है और इसकी वजह है हमारी 10 पॉइंट क्वालिटी मैनेजमेंट प्रणाली। हर उत्पाद की जांच हमारी अत्याधुनिक क्वालिटी लैब में होती है, जहां 100 kV यूनिवर्सल टेस्टिंग मशीन, स्पेक्ट्रोमीटर के साथ और भी कई आवश्यक मशीनों के द्वारा हर उत्पाद का निरीक्षण होता है और किसी भी त्रुटि को उस वक्त ही ठीक कर दिया जाता है। हर कदम पर हमारी क्वालिटी कंट्रोल टीम ये सुनिश्चित करती है कि हमारे उत्पाद बेहतरीन क्वालिटी के हो। इसलिए हमारे तैयार उत्पाद हमेशा गुणवत्ता के हर पहलू, हर कसौटी पर खरे उतरते हैं, चाहे वो लचीलापन हो, भार सहने की क्षमता या फिर गजब की मजबूती। ये बेहतरीन उत्पाद हमारे डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स, डीलर्स और रिटेलर्स के विस्तृत नेटवर्क द्वारा देश के हर कोने में पहुंचाए जाते हैं। हम देश और दुनिया की कई बड़ी कंपनियों के साथ काम करते हैं, जैसे कि हिंदुस्तान कंस्ट्रक्शन कंपनी लिमिटेड, लार्सन एंड टूब्रो लिमिटेड, कैमन इंडिया लिमिटेड, PGR एनर्जी इत्यादि। अंतरराष्ट्रीय बाजार में भी श्याम स्टील के उत्पादों की मांग तेजी से बढ़ रही है। कहते हैं ना, सूरज की तरह चमकने के लिए सूरज की तरह तपना भी पड़ता है। जितनी गहरी हमारी नींव है, उतनी ही ऊंची हमारी उड़ान। ये उपलब्धि उन सब लोगों की है जिन्होंने श्याम स्टील की बुनियाद को अपने मेहनत और निष्ठा से मजबूत बनाया है। जिनकी दूरदर्शिता और मार्गदर्शन श्याम स्टील को सही दिशा में बढ़ने के लिए प्रेरित करता है, जिनका परिश्रम हमारे हर पहलू में झलकता है। श्याम स्टील से जुड़ा हर व्यक्ति इस सफलता का सशक्त भागीदार है। श्याम स्टील समाज के प्रति अपनी जिम्मेदारियों को भी बखूबी समझता है। शिक्षा व्यवस्था बेहतर बनाने के लिए हम गांव के इलाकों में विद्यालयों के विकास संबंधी कार्य करते हैं। वहां किताबें और अन्य शिक्षा सामग्री भी उपलब्ध करवाते हैं। स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में भी हमारे प्रयासों से सैकड़ों लोगों को सहायता मिलती है। श्याम स्टील में पर्यावरण को बेहतर बनाने के लिए भी कई प्रयास किए जाते हैं और प्राकृतिक आपदाओं के दौरान लोगों को खास सहायताएं भी दी जाती हैं। आज इतिहास फिर करवट ले रहा है। आजादी को कई साल हो चुके हैं और हमारा देश एक सुनहरे भविष्य की ओर बढ़ रहा है। श्याम स्टील इस सफर की एक अहम कड़ी है और हर कदम पर भारत के इस अटूट भरोसे को और मजबूत बना रहा है। भविष्य हमारा है और वर्तमान जमीन हमारी है और आसमान है।
As manager for maintenance, energy, production, or even the whole plant, you have to take care of so many things. However, your main goal remains to reduce your total cost of ownership. And you keep also looking to improve the KPIs of your business or becoming even more excellent. Exploding energy costs, expected or unexpected downtime, is simply audits. No matter what of the mentioned things concerns you, we are here to support you with our TPM services. They form a holistic portfolio providing exactly what you are looking for to master your challenges. Our central purpose is supporting you. We want to help you maximizing uptime and minimizing total cost of ownership. In other words, increase your efficiency. We provide the documentation of all maintenance tasks and related costs. That includes lubrication for all assets and machines in the Efficiency Manager, our digital service platform. If demanded, we do also provide loop point mapping on site. We help you saving energy with superior lubricants and prove it with measurements. The Efficiency Manager grants you access to the reports. In addition, we offer fast and uncomplicated loop analysis. The results and dynamic trend analysis are available in the Efficiency Manager. Moreover, we inspect your machines and components and provide recommendations for improvement with the knowledge of our experts. Check your data on the efficiency manager. With the right sensor and visualization on the efficiency manager, you are able to monitor the status of your oil. We are open-minded to learn and take the journey to predictive maintenance with you. We are happy to pioneer with you to reduce the total cost of ownership. In the end, we all benefit from reducing waste of energy and resources. Did we catch your interest? Then get in touch with us and start the journey together.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get started right now. So this session will be chaired by Mr. Paramjit Singh, Additional Industrial Advisor, Ministry of Steel, Government of India. So I would request the panelists to come over. So we have 8 presentations. Yeah. 9. Okay, 9 presentations. So we have 9 papers and 10 minutes each. So 2:15 to 3:45. 3:45, 1 hour or 30 minutes, 1 hour 30 minutes. So 2:15 will end the session at 3:45. 3:45, and I would request Ritika and Swarmishra to be the timekeeper. We have to really rush through. So 10 minutes to each panelist. So it will be 10 minutes for each panelist. And we'll finish this session in 1 hour, 30 minutes. 10 minutes to each. Okay. Mark, how long will your presentation be? 14. Okay. Okay. We'll squeeze it through. Okay. Now, the first presentation is by JSW. Mr. B.N. Patel, Associate Vice President and HOD of Long Products, JSW BPSL Limited. Mr. Patel, if you're here, if you could come and take the dais. Next is High Capacity Rebar and Wire Rod Mills by Mr. Subra Prakash Dubey, Associate General Manager, Bar and Rod Mills, Long Products, SMS India. Subra Prakash Dubey is here. Mr. Subra Prakash Dubey from SMS. Mr. Dubey from SMS. Okay. Next is hot metal route, MIDA, cost-effective way to produce commercial steel. Mr. Panwar from Daneli, India. Mr. Panwar, please look for Mr. Panwar. Timken Bearing Solutions, Arjun Shetty. Mr. Arjun Shetty, are you here? Okay. Hybrid fine grain rolling for the Indian market. Stephen, okay, this is Mark again. Yeah. High speed rebar mill, again Mark. Rotation for a better tomorrow. From Sharad Jha. Where is Mr. Sharad Jha? From SKF. Mr. Sharad Jha will be presenting, right? Mr. Abhishek Pandey, okay. Mr. Abhishek Pandey will be presenting instead of Mr. Sharad Jha. And then you have ERT Apros, endless rolling with latest generation billet welding technology. Luigi, my good friend Luigi. Luigi is here. Oh, here you are, my friend. So Luigi, you are in this session. And then the last presentation is cost-effective solutions for reheating furnaces. Mr. Vikas Agarwal. So instead of Vikas Agarwal, you will be presenting, or? Oh, you are from Megatherm. Okay. He's here. Okay. So Mr. Vikas Agarwal, are you here? Yeah, you met him. Okay, so I would request all the panelists to kindly take the dais, please. Once again, Mark, would you please come up and take the dais? This session will be chaired by Mr. Paramjit Singh, who is tired, but he has immense energy. So I especially thank him for being able to. Okay, so Paramjit ji, Mr. Panwar will not be making a presentation because he has already done it in the morning. So that is ruled out. Then JSW, you will be presenting. So JSW will be represented by Mr. B.N. Patil, Associate Vice President, HOD Long Products, JSW BPSL Limited. So you are from Jharsuguda. Okay, great. Then you have Mr. Subra Prakash Dubey from SMS India. Mr. Subra Prakash Dubey, please come and take the dais. So Mr. Panwar is out. Then for Timken, Arjun Shetty. Mr. Arjun Shetty. Okay. And Mr. Sharad Jha will not be making the presentation, right? Abhishek Pandey. So Paramjit ji, just a small correction. Abhijit Pandey instead of Sharad Jha will be. Abhishek Pandey. ABHI SEK. Okay. Abhishek Pandey. Luigi, are you here? Luigi? Okay. Oh, Luigi is here already. Okay. Fine. And Mr. Vikas Agarwal. Mr. Vikas Agarwal, may I request Mr. Vikas Agarwal to come and take the dais, please? Mr. Vikas Agarwal. Mr. Vikas Agarwal. Chairman sir, एक ही request है आपसे. Yeah. Okay. So from Timken is Mr. Arjun Shetty. Arjun Shetty. Yeah. Arjun Shetty from Timken. Okay. So that is all. And it's 2:20 by my watch. Chairman sir, अगर आप 1.5 घंटा में, if you can सबको 10 minutes maximum. Only Mark will need a little more because Mark has 2 presentations. So other than that, we'll have to finish off by 3:45. It's 2:22. So 3:45. Is that doable? So just rush up a little bit. Only my request is only that. So I'll hand over the floor to the session chairman, Mr. Paramjit Singh, Additional Industrial Advisor, Ministry of Steel, Government of India. He will be chairing this session. Thank you, Paramjit ji.
Everybody, welcome on stage, the chairperson of the session, Mr. Paramjit Singh, the Additional Industrial Advisor, Technical Division, Ministry of Steel, Government of India. Can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Paramjit Singh, please? Sir, I would like to request you to lead this session, and we are going to talk about cost-effective technology for rolling mills.
Thank you very much. Session after lunch is a little bit, you can say, tough for the presentation. They have to make them awake. The session, I think the topic cost-effective technology for rolling mills, I think it is need of the day. Because when we are having a lot of challenges, like we have to produce the steel at the lowest cost with higher quality and the lowest emission. So the technology plays a major role in that. And to, you can say, make the presentation, we have a good panelists. And without wasting time, I would like to request Mr. B.N. Patil, Associate Vice President, to make a presentation on the unique feature and quality of JSW BPSL long products. And my request to all the panelists, kindly stick to the time, 10 minutes to each participant. Panelists, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Respected Paranjit sir, Additional General Secretary, Minister of Steel, Government of India, and all other dignitaries on dais, of the dais, all participants, steel and ministry teams. Thank you very much for giving me opportunity to present in this forum. It is a good forum to regarding JSW BPSL Sambalpur plant located at Odisha, which has recently taken by JSW Steel. So I would like to share the unique features and qualities, how it is benefited to us and our customers. JSW Steel has taken this plant 2 years back. This plant was producing, having capacity 3 million ton, but was producing 2 million ton for last 8 to 10 years. After takeover of JSW in March 2021, the lot of improvements has taken place with respect to safety, 5S, all these technologies, TPMs, all those things are implemented and more thrust was given to production. And within a 2 years time, we achieved 3.5 million ton steel. And within coming next 3 months time, it will become 4.5 million ton steel plant for both flat as well as long product. But I will speak to long products hereafter. JSW Steel, because we have to, now the discussions is regarding, we have to reduce costs and improve the quality. So the bottom line is, unless you improve the production levels, volume plays a major role. So we have to increase the production, and for that, technology plays very much role, like latest technology, speed, all those things will help us, and how it has helped us so far and helping hereafter also. So that's why we are here to understand, learn, and improve further. This JSW Steel, after taking BPSL, it has reached to 27 million ton to become India's #1 steel plant. And it has growth plan, journey is on to reach 50 million ton plant by 2030. So this is possible because of vision. Our Chairman and Managing Director, Sri Sajan Jindal ji, who is now serving as a Chairman, World Steel Association. This is, I am very proud to share. See how this improvements, what techniques we are following. Just in brief, our management, like product design and quality circle, PDQC department is developed in across the JSW, and their role is directly they interact with customers, their requirements from plant side, irrespective of quality circle department. So they share their info, as in this world, information, communication, and time management plays major role. So these ideas they share, and that is helping for improving quality. This, then second is cluster of excellence across all JSW plant who are having expertise in their field. So the group is formed and they discuss the technology to improve the production, reduce the cost, improve the quality, all those aspects which indirectly help us to reduce the production cost. To start with long product in JSW BPSL, we have only alloy steel production. Just start the presentation, please.
Mr. Vikas Agarwal, you can come as a panelist. I'll request the backup team to kindly make the presentation ready whenever this panelist is coming for the presentation. There is a wastage of time now.
So JSW BPSL is an alloy steel plant. It has a capacity of 5 million ton. It was operating for last 8 to 10 years with the 0.2 million tons. After JSW, we reached to its capacity 0.5 million tons. So this is the manufacturing facilities. Next slide, please. These manufacturing facilities, what we have backward integration, steel making and forward integration. This is just overview. This is the general process flow part for long product, what we are following. This is through electric arc furnace, ladle refining, vacuum degassing. We are doing 100% for irrespective of any grade, continuous casting, walking beam, reheating furnace, then we have rolling mill, and these are the three products: bars, garrets, and coils we are producing. So what technology we are having? At present, we to have better quality, double porous plug. We are operating in steel melting shop. The turbo stop and dam is there. The final EMS, we are the only plant having this final EMS, which gives good quality of billet production, and also soft reduction is there to minimize the center segregations. Then this cooling pattern, air and water cooling is there. Atoline deburring system, which removes online deburring, which helps us to remove the defects which are carried in rolling product. So this, we have auto billet grinding facilities. This is essential for alloy steel plant to remove the billet defects. Then reheating furnace, 110 ton TPH, walking beam, auto control. Here it was designed for BF and LPG. Now we are using coke oven gas to reduce the energy consumption. Earlier it used to be LPG 15 kg per ton. Now it has come down to less than 1 kg. So available coke oven gas, which we are flaring, that we are using for reheating the furnaces, because of which around 300 rupees per ton cost saving is there. The descaler, we are not, it is a very 240 bar pressure, high pressure water jet descalers we are having. So which is because of which no defects related to rolled in scale. Online dimension control. And rolling mill, this is 18 stand horizontal vertical rolling mill. The Cox technology, which we always appreciate that this is the first plant which has this technology, 3-roller technology, where we could able to have dimension control less than 1/4 of din tolerance. And surface finish is also very good. Ovality is less than 0.2 mm. We have the latest technology, the adjustment under load in this Cox technology, that we are the only plant having this facility, and which is benefiting us a lot for reducing the rejections. Our rejection level has gone down less than 0.2% on front of rolling related defects. So what technology we have further? This in bar, it is 84-meter cooling bed, where we are doing to specify abrasive cutting. The cross section of the bars perfect square as customer requirement is there. In case of wire rod, we are having latest generation 8-stand high-speed block and 4-stand finishing block, which runs at 115 meter per second. Very high-speed production we are getting with this. Also, we have Garrett coiler. So these are just the technologies what we are having. We have the value-added product, that bright bar facility. In bright bar also, we are having drying facility, peeling facility, and heat treatment facilities. So this is the only plant where at present we are producing 5,000 ton bright bars, and we have planned to go up to 10,000 ton. The capacity is there. We are investing for some finishing facilities. So coming to the main agenda of the point, that unique features of this long product. PRBB is one, that precise rolled black bar, which was developed in our plant, and it is being followed in other plants also, to replace some of the bright bar products, where size tolerance is less than 0.15 and ovality also less than 0.2. So their cost benefit our customers are getting. Second, rolling, we can roll any size in decimals. This is a very, to remove the wastages, avoid wastages from 16 to 90 mm in round bars. Because of Cox, this facility is possible. And now other plants also going for Cox because of all these benefits. Wire rod section, wire rod coil 5.5 to 60 mm. We have capacity to roll up to 60 mm. We have rolled 55 mm also. Presently, we are rolling up to 40 mm as per market, where we can explore for export market also to cater this, because I hope this is the plant which has the highest size range to produce wire rod coils. Wire rods, we are rolling in hexagonal shape also to have better productivity, better yield, cost reductions. So presently 18.5 mm to 28.5 hexagons we can roll. This is through Cox block only. Here also we can roll in between any size as per customers. The hexagonal bars also, this we are having 18.5 to 60 mm hexagonal bars. The highest bars we can roll. Generally, the other steel mills, they roll in rounds and they convert it hexagon for bigger section. Whereas we can directly have this section. And wire rod coil, ours is the highest coil, 3 metric ton. Generally 2.5 ton is the highest so far. But in our plant, we have capacity to produce 3 metric ton. So these are directly have added advantage of yield, productivity for our customers. Wide range of products and sizes we have. Here we are producing more than 200 varieties of grades, alloy steel grades for all automobile sectors, and sections we roll more than 100 sections, rounds, hexagons, squares, wire rods, all versatile products. Plus we have bright bar facilities to add to this. And our straightness, as roll straightness is very good. It is less than 2 mm. So need not required to do straightening. In our bright bar, generally other units, they have straightening facilities, then they do peeling and drying. in our machines directly as rolled bars, we do peeling and straightening. So that one process is we can eliminate. Yeah, because of this, we have it is a virgin steel, hot metal. The residual levels are very low. Sulfur and phosphorus also we are working on it to reduce. We are keeping phosphorus less than 0.01. Extra low segregation and low chemical composite elements are there that we are trying and achieving those. In high carbon wire rod, our specialty, our customers appreciate the consistency in quality. That UTS value is less than 2 kg per mm square within a ring. The various locations, if you test, it is always less. So that gives a good satisfaction to our customer and their product. So these are the steel grades for different applications like bearing steel, carbon steel, boron steel for fasteners, file steel, pre-cutting, spring steels for railways. All those varieties of steels we are producing at our place. And these are the applications like used for axles, camshafts, gears, pinions, tie rod. We have a lot of approvals and we are producing these products and supplying. Now we have expansion plans, alloy steel in expansion. Presently we are at steel melt shop 1 million ton. Now we are going for 1.7. Within 3 months time already project is in place. And in bar and wire rod mill, it is alloy steel from 0.5 to 1.2 million. So from January onwards, we will be producing 0.6 million MTPA bars and 0.6 MTPA wire rods. That comes to 50,000 ton bars and 50,000 coils every month. From January onwards, we are targeting purely alloy steel only. And also we are putting one bale annealing furnace, which produced 2,000 tons per month. And as I told already, the bright bars, we want to produce from 5,000 tons to 10,000 tons. So this is the only plant where at one location, the highest bright bars are being produced. So this just I will go through. The expansion grows long product from 59.8 million ton to 87 million tons by 2027, that at the rate of 7% compound annual growth rate. And JSW is targeting to grow from 2.67 million to 7.49 million. More thrust is given to alloy steel. We are at 1.2 million and we want to reach 3.28, where we are targeting more. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. Thank you so much. I think we can take the questions later on after the presentation from all the panelists. Now I'll request Mr. Subra Pandey, Prakash Dubey. He's going to make the presentation on high capacity rebar and wire rod.
Remove the.
Mr. Dubey, kindly stick to 10 minutes.
So, good afternoon once again. Myself, Subra Prakash Dubey, representing SMS Group Long Products, responsible for sales and marketing. So, when I talked about SMS, this year we are celebrating 150th anniversary of SMS. And we are from iron making, steel making, casting, rolling, flat products, long products, processing lines. So this this glorious 150 years really gives us a mark of trust, reliability, confidence, and satisfaction that customer has with us. Now, when we started to make the presentation, I mean, what product we were thinking, what product we should be showcasing here. But then when we see the development and infrastructure plans where Indian steel industry is moving towards, it cannot be without the rebars. So rebars has got an important role to play in this. So when I see the other papers presented, I mean the topics which were being given by my fellow presenters, then more or less everybody is sticking to rebar. So we are in the same page, and also we have been aligned ourselves with the vision and mission of the country. So in long products, basically we have sections, rails, wire rods, bars, merchant bars. Here we will be focusing mainly on the rebar. And when we talk about rebar, we are talking about speed, very high speed, very, very high speed. We are talking about productivity. We are talking about flexibility. Also, we are talking about something about green steel, less carbon emissions. So all these topics will be covered in my presentation, which I will be showing now. So to start with, what actually we are talking about high capacity rebars mills, and why we are talking about high capacity rebar mill. Nowadays, rebar has become a commodity. So when we are really talking about a commodity, it has to be with the economy of scale. So automatically, once we talk about high capacity, automatically the capex per ton reduces. OPEX is an important point, but I would also like to showcase the flexibilities of the mill, because mills are being manufactured, plants are being commissioned for next 20 years, 25 years, and much more than that. So what really is a high capacity rebar mill? So typically a high capacity rebar mill is somewhere around 0.8 to 2 million tons, where a throughput rate is 130 to 330 tons per hour. The input billets are there in the screen, 160 to 200. And now when we talk about the high speed, we have been constantly supplying mills with a stable speed of 50 meters per second. 52.5 is the operating speed, which we have recently sold a plant in Bangladesh, Abul Khair. However, the design speed is 55 meters per second. Even we can go up to 60 meters per second. So as you know, that speed is related to productivity. When we are talking about the productivity, we know that the smaller sizes will not match the productivity, and that is because of the speed. So if really we want to enhance the productivity, we need to focus on the speed, but speed has to be stable. And that's what SMS is doing. We are being constantly stable in whatever we are committing to the customers. So typically the installed powers for such high speed mills are somewhere around 40 megawatts. This is the typical layout of a high speed mill. And if you can see, the main equipments are reheating furnace, billet welders, rolling mill stands, crop shears, finishing blocks with 2 lateral lines, quenching boxes, high-speed delivery system, which is being patented by SMS, cooling bed, cold shear, bundlers, tying machines, and bundling dispatch area. So this is a typical layout of a high-speed mill. Now, what kind of pass design a typical high-speed mill has? They have 14 HL stands plus 2 passes block for the lateral lines. We try to stick to single family rolling. Some of the major key equipments which we will be showing, because we will be talking about high productivity plants, we are talking about low carbon emission. So some of the crucial equipments which is there in the presentation are basically related to that. So first is the reheating furnace. These are these reheating furnace. We have more than 100 reheating furnaces supplied since last 50 years. These are the last generation burners with low emission, and it can work on dual fuels. The second important equipment, if we talk about, is the induction furnace. Now, if we are talking about green steel and low emission, induction heaters play a very important role, because if somewhere the fuel charges are really high and you have abundant electricity, we can have induction heaters and which can have zero emissions. When we talk about high capacity, high productivity plants, we talk about billet welding machines. So this is a billet welding machine with collaboration with Steel Plant Tech licensee agreement. And billet welding machines, we have an improved yield of 2%. We can increase the productivity by 7.5%. You know, as the bars are being welded, so you don't have the billet to billet gap time. This increases the productivity of the mill. You have less wear and tears in the mill, because every time the bar hits the mill, there is a chance of cobble, wear and tear. These all limitations are being reduced by this Ibros billet welding machine, and you can have a customized coil weights. A short video of a billet welder from Ibros. You can see descaler, then we have the welding machine. There is a disappearing stop and the deburring. When we weld, there are some scales formed. So deburring machine removes the scale and it is as good as a cast billet. So this uses the flash welding technology. You have the clamps. This is the welder machine. We have more than 10 references with billet welders, and the recent one has been sold in Feralpi. The one which is being now in execution is the Abul Khair in Bangladesh. These are the typical equipments. I am not going to emphasize more on this, because these are the conventional HL stands which are being produced by SMS since long. We have crop shear, and crop shears can be customized and with various sizes and application, pretty standard equipment, easy and fast supplying and commissioning, precise cutting. We have a high-speed finishing block. Now, when we are talking about high-speed finishing blocks, we have achieved a speed of 127 meters per second at Feralpi. At a constant speed, we are operating that plant. And okay, 127 was for the wire rod products, but here in the rebars, these wire rod blocks can go up to 52.5, 55 meters per second. This is the quenching boxes. So quenching boxes are basically the cooling elements are aligned on a beam, which is easy and fast removal. We have a pretty standard family rolling scheme. So a lot of sizes are being covered with a common cooling boxes. This is the high-speed delivery system that I am comparing this. So you can see this comparison is basically with the multi-strand solution. When we compare it with the multi-strand solution, the yields are better in multi-strand with respect to the multi-strand, approximately 1.5%. Higher productivity is achieved. Okay, and also the homogeneity. When we are rolling at a multi-strand, all the force ball will not have the same size and accuracy. Also, customers want to have the negative rolling tolerances, which is quite possible with the high-speed blocks. This video also showed that we are constantly achieving 50 meters per second. This is a plant in China, in Zenith. And this, the life of a high-speed delivery system, the rotating drums are more than, I mean, without any maintenance, without any replacement, has a life of more than 8 million tons. And with a high-speed delivery system, you can achieve a utilization factors of 85% because you don't have any really downtimes in the mill. So higher utilization factors can be achieved with such kind of high-speed delivery systems. So typically high-speed delivery with a lower throughput rate, 130 ton per hour, you can see a single lateral line. When we increase the capacity from 130 to 300, 330, then you need to have a two lateral lines with two bundle forming area to finishing area. This is a typical video of our high-speed delivery system with two lateral lines, 4 drums, and you can see that every bar is getting in per notch. Every bar is reaching per notch. So in that way, there is no downtime in the cooling bed. These are thorough castings, which has a greater life. As I said, that the plants which are running has a life of more than 8 million tons and operating successfully. The closest example is JSPL Angul. These are our cold shears. I mean, this is a complete monolithic machine with a simple foundations. And they have an arrangement with the quick blade changing systems. We have a tying machine. Tying machines are, they have a simple civil work, fast cycle times, and you can consume wires from 6.5 to 7.5 mm. Another product which I would like to showcase is the vertical compact coilers. Then these vertical compact coilers are basically for rebars, rounds, squares, and hexagons. Vertical compactors can operate at a speed of 40 meters per second. When we need to have a rebar in a compact coil form, we use these vertical coilers. These vertical coilers can be coupled with billet welding machine, and you can have the customized billet weight. This is a typical layout of a vertical compact coiler, where you have a pinch roll, vertical distribution, vertical mandrels, and an unloading device. And coils are being placed on the chain conveyors. More than 10 references we have worldwide for this vertical compact coilers.
I think you have exceeded 2 minutes. Yeah.
So electrics and automation, we have level 1 and level 2 automation, and different modules, digitalizations can be covered on it. We have our own automation system, which has been developed since years. Expect we are using latest S7 1500 PLCs from Siemens. And these are some of our references for last 5 years for this high-speed delivery system. So most of the plants you see are more than 1.4 million ton, 1.2 million ton, reaches up to 2 million ton productions. In last 5 years, we have sold more than 20 such high-speed plants. These are the similar references we have sold in Misco, Tungho, JSPL Angul. JSPL Angul is the closest one. And these are the typical arrangements. Why I choose such layouts? Because these has all the facilities. They have hot charging. They have billet welder. This is a reference in Abul Khair. This is a 1.6 million ton plant with billet welder. This plant is in Shandong, and this layout is also a little bit different because you have a 2 lateral lines, and then you can have a flexibility in the mill to produce. The 2 VCC lines are also attached to it. So you can produce rebars, and you can produce rebars in coil forms also. This is the Misco plant, which we have sold in Oman, and they are producing rebars through induction furnaces. They have a facility for future reheating furnace, but they are producing through induction furnace. And this is a typical layout for a high-speed mill. Another one is JSPL Angul. So we have a reheating furnace. They are doing hot charging via reheating furnace. These are 2 Tungho plants, which has been supplied in Taiwan in 2008 and 2014. So customer was quite satisfied with one plant. Then they have given a repeat order to us. One is only for rebar, one is rebar plus VCC line. These are the typical 3D layouts. If you see that the top one is less than 600,000 production, and the one which is below is more than 600,000 can reach up to 1.4, 2 million ton. The layout remains typically in a similar format. Now we have some of the combination layouts, and when we talk about flexibility, we need to have solutions which can be ready for the market also. So if you have a demand for rebar, you can produce rebar. And when you have a demand for wire rod in a phase 2, you can put a separate wire rod mill also, because the block will be common. So same block we can use in rebars as well as wire rod. Based on similar concept, we have sold plants recently in Jividu, Brazil. Our plants are there in MMD, Senegal, and the recent one we have sold in Jatia Steel. So these are also based on similar concept. The picture below shows that if you want to have a VCC line, instead of a wire rod outlet, you can put also a VCC line. So these mills are quite flexible and they are future ready. We are not only in high capacity mills, also these plants are pretty much in a lower capacity mills. These are 400, 500,000 plants, which have been already executed, supplied, and working absolutely fine. Few of the plants are already in the execution phase. So thank you. That was all from me. If you have something, we are available and we can discuss in detail if anybody wants to have more clarification or more knowledge sharing on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dubey, for the nice presentation. I think that's a new concept what you shown that you can use the welded billets to increase the productivity and all these things. I think it's a new concept. I have certain questions, but I'll ask you later. But let's go to the next presentation. I think when we talk about the high-speed rolling, then bearing plays a major role in this. And we have Mr. Arjun Shetty from Timken India Private Limited to make a presentation on Timken bearing solutions for long products. Mr. Shetty, 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Singh.
Can we just continue over the session with some bit of round of applause, because it's quite encouraging if you're giving some round of applause. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. We need some energy, right? So she tried to get some energy into the room. So good afternoon once again. And I would like to thank Steel and Metallurgy for organizing this seminar or brainstorming session. I would like to thank the dignitaries, the representative from the government, the dignitaries on and off the dais. So I am Arjun Shetty. I'm the National Sales Manager for Timken, dealing with the direct business. We call it heavy industries and also renewable energy. Along with me, I'm joined by my Director of Sales, Mr. Aditya Roy. I also have Head of Services, Mr. Amit Ganguly, Head of Industrial Distribution, Mr. Prabhash Mishra, and Prasenjit Saha from our service engineering team. So we are a team. We don't have a big presentation. We wanted to meet the dignitaries of this industry. So I have a very easy, breezy presentation for about 10 minutes. So I'll be quickly taking you through it. So this is our founder, Mr. Henry Timken. So Timken is about a 130-year-old company. So what he believed in is the man who could devise something that would reduce friction, would achieve something of real value to the world. I think every word speaks for itself, and it's true to every word which we can hear. So that's our founding principle. We are guided by it each day. So we are bound by our core values as well. Yeah. So one is ethics and integrity. So Timken has been successively awarded as the most ethical company in the Americas by Ethisphere, which is a third party or an independent agency as a certification agency. The next core value, what we have is quality, teamwork, and excellence. So quality, we have a simple equation. What's quality? It's reliability and efficiency. The Timken brand is known for its quality, which reflects in the reliability of its products and the efficiency of its people. It's better exemplified by more than 100,000 landings, which happens in an aircraft each day. So over the last decade, we have grown. We have grown beyond being a bearing manufacturer, a component manufacturer. We are now into multiple products and product lines. So as you can see in this slide, Timken being our flagship brand, We are coupled with, many such brands, Groundwell Baker being a recent acquisition into lubrication systems. We have Cone Drive, we have Philadelphia Gear in the US. We have GGB, which is our foray into the friction bearing market. So we have always been into the anti-friction area, but we have made a foray into the friction bearing market with the acquisition of GGB. Roll-On deals with the linear motion guideways. So there are several brands. So what I'm trying to communicate with this slide is we no longer deal only with bearings. We have a plethora or a basket of products for all the OEMs out here and all the end users. It's not just bearings that we deal with. So that was a bit about Timken. I have a couple of slides talking about the product we have for the long product mills. So we have the very common 4-row cylindrical roller bearings. In Timken terminology, we call it RYL because that's the nomenclature for these bearings. We have the 4-row taper roller bearings called the TQOs for section mills, for the mills with the higher throughput or higher sections. And for the axial bearings, we have the thrust taper roller bearing, that's TDI, TTW, or in some cases, we have the thrust spherical roller bearings. So we are covered as far as the product range goes for the long product market. So few of the challenges I've listed out which are faced in the long product mills. So first and foremost is the bearing installation. We see the 4-row cylindrical bearings, they need to be tight fitted onto the roll neck. That essentially comes with its problems of how do we assemble the bearing, how do we mount the bearings. The inner rings need to be tight fitted into the roll. The roll needs to be taken out frequently for grinding. So there are several installation related problems. There is a frequent problem of cage pocket wear, where there is a roller cage interference leading to wear in the cage pocket. Installation is cumbersome, so is removal. So there are issues related to the removal of the bearings as well, and the perennial issues of lubrication, and which all leads to lower bearing life. So we propose a solution to the industry a few years back, that is our 4-row cylindrical roller bearings to overcome these problems. So what are these features we are talking about predominantly, which will contribute or which will help us overcome these problems? So we have increased chamfer on the inner ring OD. The components used in a Timken 4-row cylindrical bearings are case carburized. We have introduced face slots for removal of the inner ring. There are lubrication slots on the face of the outer ring. The roller drop in these bearings are reduced. We have introduced machined steel cage as a feature, and there are lubrication holes and grooves in the center flanges. We will be talking briefly about these features in the upcoming slides. So first I was talking about the machined steel cage. As we all know, the steel is more durable. It has more strength over brass, so which would lead to less wear and tear as the bearing operates. Now, this also helps us eliminate or rather minimize the roller drop. As you can see on the circles pointed out, there are scallops we have provided on the OD of the cage, which helps in the flow of lubrication across the rows. Then there are pockets in the roller ends, which act as reservoir for the lubrication. The machined steel cage offers us a better benefit. It allows us to manufacture the rollers and the cages at the closer tolerance. With this closer tolerance and less wear rate, the roller drop we see in a 4-row cylindrical bearing of Timken is minimized. So how does that help? So I was explaining how the outer ring assembly along with the roller assembly needs to be led in to the bearing. And each time there is a collision that happens between the roller and the lead inner ring towards the barrel side. So that doesn't allow, or there is a collision which keeps happening, leading to stress risers and leading to gouging marks in the entry of the rollers. So I hope the picture is clear where we are pointed out. You see there are some marks, nicks, which start appearing on the inner ring, and these we call in bearing terms stress risers. So as they propagate, there will be damages or spalls which will initiate from there. So what we are trying to do is by reducing the roller drop and increasing the chamfer on the inner ring OD, we are improving the life definitely, but also it eases the installation process. This is a classic example we usually demonstrate to make you understand what's a case carburizing. For example, if you have a sugar candy or a polo and we drop it on the floor, possibly it will break into multiple pieces. That's because it's brittle. Whereas the age-old classic Cadbury gems, if you drop it, maybe it will just crack and stay as is. So that's fundamentally what through hardened is, where the hardness across the cross-section is uniform, whereas case carburized component has a carburized or a hardened case followed by a softer core. So if there is a crack that initiates or a spall that initiates on the surface, will only propagate until the hardened area. The softer core can withstand those cracks and it doesn't let it propagate. So it is always helpful to endure heavy shock loads, and it provides better resistance to debris environment. So we have, as I explained in the first slide, we have several lubrication slots on these bearings. The ones marked with 1 are the face slots. It's on the outer ring. So they allow, along with the scallops on the cage, allows the flow of lubrication in and out, and also helps, lubrication of the road B and C, we can call it, or road 2 and 3. Then we have lubrication groove and holes in the middle of the outer ring as well, which is marked as number 2. That helps lubrication of the central rows. So just to summarize the key benefits of our R-Wile design, we have a land riding cage. It reduces friction, transfers the forces to the outer ring. It results in cooler operation and longer life. We have the steel cage design. It reduces the cage wear. It helps in maintaining or reducing the roller drop. We have optimized chamfer on the inner ring. It improves the mounting, or it makes it more efficient. Reduced roller drop, profiled rollers. Roller profiling helps in optimizing the contact stresses. Case carburized component, a very important feature according to me. It helps in withstanding shock loads and offers better debris resistance. We also have inner ring face slots. It helps in removal of the bearing. So those of you who do not use, say, a 4-row cylindrical bearings, we also have spherical, people using spherical roller bearings in the radial position. So we, SRBs are general grade SRBs we are using across the industry, but I'm just highlighting one slide to show what our SRB does. So we, again, the features of our SRBs, we have a land riding cage. It reduces the roller loads. There is no guide ring required, which is slightly different from the industrial standards. Most of the players in the industry use the guide ring in the SRBs. We do not come with a guide ring. So all this leads to cooler operation. We follow an above pitch cage design. There are face slots in the cages, and it improves the lubrication flow. The cage is nitrided, heat treated, so that improves the wear resistance of the cages. All these leads to cooler operation, higher speeds, and longer life. So we see that our bearings run with 4 to 10% less running torque, which leads to less friction. Again, connecting to the first slide where our founder always envisaged reducing friction. It consumes lower energy, which means it's simply more savings. When we talk about the performance, we see there is 4 to 8% increase in the load rating, which definitely increases the bearing life. There is 5-degree reduction in the operating temperature of a bearing. This helps in extending the lubricant life and also results in longer bearing life. So all these leads to savings. And helps in enhancing the profitability, which we are all working for. So this is my last slide. We don't only sell products. We come with a basket, as I said. So we offer services as well. We have a concept called Miltech, whereby we are involved with most of the steel companies in India. We are running 26 sites, employing about 1,500 employees. This concept works on from mill out to mill in basis, whereby all the activities after the chokes are milled out until the choke is milled in, including roll grinding, machine maintenance, is done by us. So this is the contract model. This is a service model, which is very effective for Timken and for the customers. We also do bearing services, that is refurbishment, where we inspect, repair, upgrade the bearings. We also do match bearings. We also have a team of very experienced service engineers backed by application engineers doing bearing inspection and damage analysis, condition monitoring, and so on and so forth. So that was my slide. That was my time. Thank you, everyone, for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Shetty. I think you've explained that what is the role of bearing and how we can, you can say, reduce our energy consumption and improve the efficiency by using the better quality bearings. I think the participant will get benefit out of it. Our next presenter is Mr. Mark. Yeah, he is from Primetal Technologies, and he's going to make the two presentations. One is hybrid fine grain rolling for the Indian market, and another is high-speed rebar mills. I think it is the same. You could say the presentation what is made by the Mr. Dubey also. He has also make the presentation on this high-speed bars. I think you can get the better comparison. Mr. Mark.
Okay, thank you very much. So earlier this morning, we talked a lot about rebar processing and basically following Thermex or TMT, quenching and tempering route, but there are different ways of doing it. And I think it's very good that India is building up its steel production now, and they can learn from a lot of the technologies that have been introduced worldwide and take advantage of that. So this presentation is really focusing on Hyquist, just as a baseline. Everybody's familiar with that, or quenching and tempering. Then fine grain rebar. This is the Chinese standard, since quenching and tempering is no longer allowed. And then combining the two to what we call a hybrid rebar production mode. Okay, and then look at a comparison and obviously the OPEX cost savings, which are quite large. So we know that there are the two processes. Everybody uses them: Thermex, Temcor, Hyquist. There's nothing new here. Fine grain rebar, as we said, is a different method. It does not quench and temper the finished product. It utilizes fine grain thermomechanical rolling and alloying with low temperature finishing to be able to create the strength and the ductility. But you can combine those two products together, those two processes together, you can gain the benefits of both at a lower operating cost. So I won't spend too much time on this one because it's quite self-explanatory, and everybody knows about the quench and tempering process, where we generally roll at a hotter temperature. We quench the surface to create a martensitic surface, and then we self-temper after cooling to be able to give you the final tensile yield strength properties. Of course, looking at this, we have varying different chemistries, manganese being one of the main ones to be able to give you the tensile strength. Okay, and also carbon is very important for weldability, low carbon. But processing temperatures are always key. The thickness of the martensitic rim really drives the tensile yield strength ratio. High quenching, long time of quenching gets a thicker martensitic ring, but at a loss of tensile yield strength ratio. So now we talk about wanting to increase that ratio. Basically, that's done by adding manganese. Okay, you're trying to increase the TSYS ratio, as we heard earlier today, to 1.25 for seismic rebar or earthquake-proof rebar. Okay, that is, again, with a regular quenching and tempering process, can only be done utilizing the alloying. So with that, the cooling boxes, the water box setups, the quenching line is the most critical part of this feature. And as we heard, Thermex, Temcor, and Primetals have Hyquist, which is slightly different. We utilize split bore nozzles, no tubes. Okay, and we have a inserted nozzle so that we can actually replace those. Very low cost, operating costs, easy to open, clear cobbles, inspect surface, and basically they're lightweight. So you can pick up one half of these nozzles is typically only about 25 kilos. So you don't utilize cranes. The overall length of the system is 1.35 meters versus a typical 2.6, 2.9 meters, which utilizes cranes to lift them out for maintenance. And it's very difficult to change the inserts and gain access to look at wear or remove cobbles. The fine grain process, this is very well established in China. In fact, Primetals were very involved with the development of fine grain rebar with Shandong Shiheng in China, where we developed this process utilizing wire rod process. And then this is over time has gradually taken a seed and is now the standard for the rebar market in India. And again, this means no martensite. You can have a spot martensite on the leading ribs, but you cannot create a martensitic ring. So how do you do that? You do that by thermomechanical rolling. Your yield strength is created by fine grain rolling, low entry temperatures into the finishing block, and then soft cooling at the end. Of course, tensile strength is generated by manganese. Okay, so again, you're playing around with the chemistry and the rolling process to give you the final properties. And in this case, we're able to easily achieve earthquake-proof grades. So 1.25 minimum, 1.3 is normal. Again, different products, different chemistries. So 400 earthquake, you utilize like a 0.95, 1.1 manganese, 500 or 550 earthquake proof is 1.3, 1.35. And we're going in at lower carbon, maybe 0.2, 0.22, and also low temperatures. Low as 750 degrees and as high as 850 degrees, depending on the tensile strength of the finished product. So you can manipulate chemistry, cooling process to develop whatever product you want to achieve. What's key in this product is thermomechanical rolling, so high capacity rolling. This is one thing that Primetals is world renowned for, is our TMR product capabilities and our roll housing development. So we have actually developed the latest roll housing with this even more in mind. So we've increased the capacity of our roll housings about another 10 to 15% over the standard design, just for this type of application. Also, we have looked at the pre and post cooling. We've adopted a lot of the pre-cooling technology from the wire rod mill for temperature control, thermomechanical rolling to get a uniform grain structure, to give me a uniform properties and good high yield strengths, followed by the quenching and tempering. The other thing is, obviously, because there's no martensite, bar breaking is very important, because you can't use the standard high deceleration rates and braking that was traditionally on a TMT mill, because you would destroy the ribs. So then we utilize double braking, pinch rolls, carbide rings, to be able to break it more gradually and then prevent any distortion at high speeds. So one of the things that we have done is we've combined the two products together. We can basically take the fine grain rolling from the thermomechanical rolling process of fine grain rebar before the block, low temperature rolling, and then quenching afterwards. So with this, we can produce the 500 earthquake proof grades with only 0.69, 0.74 manganese. So this is the same sort of level that you're producing regular TMT rebar 500, not earthquake proof, just standard at a 1.1, 1.15 tensile yield strength ratio. But with this too, you can get it at a 1.3 tensile yield strength ratio for significantly less manganese. So this is just a summary of a bunch of data from different mills and different processes to highlight the reduction in manganese. So you can see the last process is basically 550 earthquake proof, 1.3 tensile yield strength ratio, 0.7 manganese. Okay, this is very similar to what you would have in just a regular quench and tempered setup for manganese. So what does that mean? Several things. Because we now have more flexibility in the rolling process to produce the different grades, we can significantly reduce the number of billet chemistries required, produce a wide range of products, whether it's just weldable, whether it's regular TMT rebar, or whether it's earthquake proof grades. So that simplifies billet storage, logistics, steel making process, because now I have fewer products to keep in inventory. More importantly, my manganese is reduced. So this is just comparing existing manganese versus hybrid manganese. And of course, when I'm thermomechanical rolling, you have to understand that you're going to be rolling at lower temperatures. So there's more power consumption in the finishing blocks and slightly more cooling capacity. But the cost of that is far outweighed by the savings in manganese. So if you're producing a 500 seismic grade earth rebar, you're basically saving about $6.9 a ton in alloying, and you have to put in $1.5 a ton for electrical consumption, but the net savings is still $5.36 a ton. Likewise, when you go to higher grades, 600 seismic rebar, you have to have a little bit more manganese, but you're still saving significant savings on the final product. So this is just an introduction onto the processing, which leads into the next presentation, which is talking about the high-speed rebar mill and layouts. Okay. So here we have basically got three different layouts, basically focused on the different processing routes that we just mentioned. So Hyquist rolling is, we've seen many examples of that today. The mill configuration is very compact. We have no pre-cooling before the block, and we do all the quenching after the block. So the thing with this is that the mill is very simple. It's focused on one product processing route only. The advantage here is the mill is very short. It's 280 meters long from stand one to the exit of the cooling bed for a 1 million ton rebar mill. Okay, so nice and compact, but you're limited there by the TMT capabilities. The next one is just purely fine grain. Okay, so based in China, if you're wanting to do fine grain for large products up to 40 millimeters, you have to have a much more lengthy mill for distributed cooling, because it's not easy to cool a 40 millimeter product and have a uniform fine grain structure from center to surface without doing more gradual cooling. So in this instance, the mill is quite long with several cooling zones in order to get down to those temperatures. Okay, and in this case, for a 1.3 million ton mill, it's 450 meters long. So a good length more. Here is a hybrid mill. And so basically what we're doing here is we have cooling loops before the finishing blocks. This allows us to keep the mill very short, but also allows us to switch between fine grain operation and also quenching and tempering by adding additional cooling before the block or deciding not to use it at all. So with this, we are able to keep the distance of this mill, and this is again 1.3 million tons, down to only 295 meters. With this, I'm able to now give more processing flexibility, because one thing that you don't know is what's going to happen in the future. Today, TMT. Tomorrow, maybe more earthquake-proof grades are required. That seems to be a trend happening. If you lock yourself into a TMT processing route, to go to a fine grain route is very difficult, because now you're increasing your costs by adding alloying to make up the difference. Okay, so it becomes a more costly process. And as you can see, the savings are quite substantial for the rest of the life of the mill. So if you build it in today, you have that capability tomorrow, but also you can also reduce your manganese content today for TMT by utilizing some of the thermomechanical rolling process. Again, you lower your entry temperatures, you can lower your manganese utilizing the quenching. So in the high speed area, there's a few things that are very important. One is slitting. So one of the things that we focus a lot on is the powered slitter. So the powered slitter is a much more cost-effective way of slitting the bar versus basically slitting guides. So here the powered slitter is a running disc that matches the stock speed and therefore extends the life. So one of the things that you can do here is you're basically increasing the life of the slitting guide at least 10 times, 20 times over a slitting guide. So less downtime, less operating cost. Location of the slitter is very important depending on your process. So if you're doing a fine grain rebar process, you want to have the slitting guide 2 passes back before cooling, so you can get a good round for cooling. Also, we've developed is means of alarming to the operator when the slitting process is going out of tolerance. So one of the things is that, because this is key to the downstream operation, as soon as you lose the slitting areas, you start getting to have more problems in balancing the mill out and having different drop times on the onto the cooling bed. So by utilizing a eddy current type measuring system, we can actually measure the area between the 2 strands, and we alarm the operator when the balance of those 2 strands is going out of sequence, so that he can go and make an adjustment to the entry guide to the powered slitter. The E-Drive, as we said before, this is the new generation of high capacity roll housings. We have a 230 and a 250 roll housing. The 230 is good up to 20 millimeters. The 250, we can roll up to 28 millimeters, quench and tempering, and also fine grain. All the housings are adjustment under load. There's no load adjustment anymore. There's all adjustment under load and with remote powered screw downs. So you can get and make an adjustment during operation. With the E-Drive, we can vary the reductions, just like we do with the reducing size mill, to maintain single family, and also to reduce tension, which increases roll life, which reduces downtime for roll changes, and also reduces operating cost. The latest thing we've just building now for Baoshan in China is the E-Drive mini finishing mill. This can also be applied to any rolling mill. And this is, again, the E-Drive technology, individually driven stands, but in a 2-stand unit. Those 2-stand units can be lined up one after the other to create a 4 or 6-stand block and have quick change capability. So now I can change rolls and setups in less than 5 minutes. Okay. All the motors now, instead of being at 45 degrees below the floor, like on a standard E-Drive, are all horizontal. Also, when you get to high capacity rolling, you can see you always have to dummy forward to get the speed out of the block when you're rolling high capacity mills, but not with this. This here, we can have a 2-speed external clutchable gear drive. So I just basically increase the speed of the motor by changing the gear ratio, and I don't have to dummy forward. So you don't have the downtime now to dummy forward. Okay. All the units are identical. So you only have to carry 1 spare and you can put it in any mill. All units are universal. So left hand, right hand, doesn't matter. Okay. So again, you can reduce your CapEx cost because you only have to carry 1 set of units. We talked about the quenching and tempering lines. This is very important. As I said, when you're looking at combining fine grain and quenching and tempering, and also being able to switch between quenching and tempering and soft cooling after the block, because maybe you have to have customers, or maybe in the future you will have customers that want to have fine grain without quenching and tempering. We can do that in the same cooling system. We don't have to change the cooling system. We can keep a different operating pressure and create different cooling rates. One thing that's very important is the shears, because the dividing shears, obviously, as a lot of we've talked, increasing the speed is very important to productivity, but having good accuracy in cutting of the primary cut lengths to the cooling bed is equally important, because that will affect your yield loss. So we have a family of shears. We have 2 families of shears, the 680 and the 800 family of shears, which cover all the size range from 8 to 40 millimeter rebars, and even bigger, up to 63 rebar, by changing the capacity and going all the way over 50 meters a second in terms of cutting speed. So with these 2 families of shears, we can install these not only as the divide shears, but also the shears before the block, and also the shears in the intermediate mill. So you have one common shear design throughout the whole mill. These shears also are not only divide shears, but they're also crop and divide and cobble cutting shears. So we can do divide cuts, we can do tail end crop optimization, we can do cobble cutting, we can do front crop cutting. So one shear allows us to do all of these different features. So again, trying to standardize the equipment in the mill, keeping it simple. Bar breaking pinch rolls. Again, this is something that we talked earlier about, having the ability to have a very close arrangement to the rotary entry system in order to get the fastest cycle time, to have the highest speeds and shortest distance from the divide shear to the breaking pinch rolls. Having these pinch rolls located as close to the rotary system as possible allows that to happen. Plus, being able to have a variable reduction rate depending on Nyquist or fine grain, hot rolled or martensitic surface, I can very easily and quickly change the braking rates and have different speeds onto the bed. Also, these are all carbide rings for long life and longevity. Very compact design. We have a speed increaser, for one common speed increaser for 2 pinch rolls, so we can keep the motors very low to get close together. Low power because we have a speed increaser, so my inertia is kept low by my gearbox, and I have 230 kilowatt motors for maximum speeds. And lastly, our rotary entry system. One of the things here that is important, we do 4-channel and 6-channel. So most of the products, in fact, all of the products from 8 to 40, 43 millimeter maximum can all go through the RES. So I don't need to have a brake slide. I have a special guiding system which allows us to have automatically adjustable guides for small and large size products. So we can keep the distance from the RES to the moving rakes as close as possible. So we have the shortest dropping distance. Okay, and all of these modules are modular. We have front and rear drive. So both motors are mechanical, so I say electrically connected. So we index the motors at the same time. So we have no misalignment or anything within the RES when we index it, which means extended life for all of the couplings and lower maintenance cost. So I'm sure that was a bit rushed, but trying to get through all the slides. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mark. I think you have explained very nicely that how to produce, manufacture this fine-grained rib bars with maintaining the, you can say, low manganese in chemistry, and by, you can say, optimizing the rolling process and cooling process. It was a nice presentation. And now again, the next presentation is by Mr. Abhishek Pandey. He's from SKF India Limited, and he's going to talk about the rotation of for a better tomorrow. I think he's going to talk about the again bearings and how the bearings plays a role in improving the productivity and quality.
Thank you. So the time is, I will not go with formalities. All are green, everything green in my slide. And this is what one part of discussions, what we are doing this morning, a sustainable solution. So while preparing for today, our team thought where all the major stakeholders of this industries are present, what should be our theme over here? And we say that let us reimagine rotation for a better tomorrow with a sustainable solution for a rolling mills. We are everywhere, SKF, from skates to space, from fan to aeroplanes. One of the interesting things I want to share is that how many of you know about the Volvo, a car? Everyone. You know the history of Volvo car? It was registered in 1911 for SKF to promote its bearings, to use its bearings. And then later on, it became a different entity. And we are proud of that. Another great honor, I will say, the Mars rover, which has collected the samples, has created a history, was having SKF bearings in his arms. This is our legacy, this is our history. So that's why we decided, don't focus on product, focus on something else to tell our customer what to deliver. We are growing. And as we discussed in the morning, since morning, the 10, 15 years are related to SKF. Not SKF, I will say, thank you. It's come from my mind related to SKF, but related to steel, I will say. So, and the major part of that, we focus on intelligent and clean future. That should be our objective. And we are trying to invest on R&D. We are investing 50%, 5% of our total revenue in the R&D, which is come around 230 or 250 billions of dollars in a year in our R&D, to just make sure that we want to achieve what we want, to contribute something to the society. With this vision, we say that by 2023, we will have a clean and intelligent SKF. Because, as I would like to quote Ruchika ma'am words which he shared in the morning, we have to grow responsibly. And that is one point which I would like to quote on her behalf. So, what SKF is doing in that? We are committing that by 2030, we are decarbonizing our operation. By 2050, we will be a net zero organization. That is our mission. And this mission cannot be, driven solely by SKF. So what we thought, why don't let's our customer get this concept adapted when we are growing our production double. I would also like to quote Rathosas when she said in the morning, we are rapidly growing. We are going by double in few years. And we are not talking about what a carbon dioxide emissions will take place when we go. We are very much prepared that by SKF, a part of our fractions, what we can contribute, we are going to reduce our cost CO2 emission by 0 while we are doubling our capacity. So to continue it, we cannot do it by our own because our bearings are one of the fractions of an asset. So we are working on a concept in years to develop a strategy which we can share with the customers and create a journey for his sustainable growth. So we say that what is the key challenge of our industry? We want to reduce operation and maintenance cost. Everyone want to do that. We want to conserve cash, reduce capex, maximize our asset uptime, leverage advanced technology, reduce waste. In nutshell, we say that we want reliability, availability, performance, efficiency, everything, whatever come to our mind. We want everything. But at what cost? End of the day, reliability, which is going to ensure that everything is happening as per your plan. So we are more focused toward reliability, sharing a reliability, building a concept of reliability. We say that let us imagine a rotation for tomorrow, which has enhanced asset performance, reducing operation costs, profitable cash flow, sustaining operation. How we are going it? By increasing our overall service life of an asset. So we are talking about an asset over here. Now, when we take a part of a bearing, how bearing fails, with a history of 116 years, we have analyzed that there are majorly 4 types of basic failures in which bearings happens. First is a fatigue, poor lubrication, installation, and contaminations. And you will be surprised to know that this 66% of these failures are happened at a site, at a customer place. So we as SKF says our responsibility don't lies when we creating a world-class bearings, because everyone know that we are creating a world-class bearing. We are creating a world-class bearing. So we wanted to go up step ahead, creating with a customer where we can contribute in this 66% also. We have come up with a concept of increasing surface life. In a nutshell, it is a rotating equipment performance concept, which talk about reduce, reuse, and recycle with our 6-7 main core focus area. We talk about the total cost of ownership here, not about a bearing, not about anything. A total cost of ownership of asset. organizations. I will go very fast to telling you this important things which of my slide. Remote monitoring. We are talking digitalization this morning. How to achieve that? Just getting a sensor, taking a data is not going to help us. We have to have a strong analytical concept which can tell us how to act, when to act, and what to act. SKF with this concept has created that decision to data to decision, where we are not only monitoring, but we are also helping our customer to deliver, to get the things corrected. And by this, we say that our commitment is zero surprise failure. With our technology, we are able to predict a progressive failure by more than 30 to 45 days. You can see the thing, that timeline of such a great, where you can plan your inventory proper way, we can take a scheduled uptime, there will be no downtime. And we are happy that we have achieved it. Let's talk about data analytic and machine learning. We are working on that, and I'm very happy to introduce that SKF Axios systems, which has been developed with the Amazon Web Service, where it is the automated system which learn from a machine itself. You have to put the systems on a machine. It will collect the data of the system, analyze it, and after some time, it will start giving you a prediction of a failure. So we are a one step advanced, I will say, talking about the asset reliability in a machine learning way. This is available in the software and mobile applications also. You will get an instant alert. And as per the regular tradition, no one need to sit behind to analyze your data. It will do it by itself. Let's go to remanufacturing. Remanufacturing is a very important concept. And I encourage the Steel Ministry also to focus on this, because this process, you are going to reduce 90% of your carbon dioxide emissions compared to a new variant. It's very important. And with this concept, with the right technology at the right time, you can reuse one single bearing for 2 times. And the cost will be not more than 40–50% of the new bearing. It's a very major, I will say, achievement, a concept which is not being utilized that much. I would also like to talk about a lubrication management, a new invention by SKF, where we talk about the recond oil concept. Recond oil concept is based on our patented technology, in which we claim as it is a recycle for life. You don't need to change oil. You just need to put the system over there. It will maintain that all the parameters required for that oil to operate. It's available in a boxes, small setup and big setup. You can connect with our website and go through it. Let's talk about asset. How can I not talk about asset being a bearing company? We have introduced a high-speed guide ceramic bearings, which is being used in 2-3 industries right now. And it has helped our customer to reduce the number of changes, which probably not happened earlier because of a traditional bearings. By this, we say that we are going to a customer with the integrated solutions, which more talk about end-to-end solution for our long product rolling mill, where you have an answer for a contaminations, you have an answer of your poor lubrications, you have an answer of installations. Here we also support our customers by providing our supervision support. One of the key points which we are discussing, I would like to quote Sushri sir, who talk about the competency development in this industry. We would like to say that we are also a part of this. When we are going to a customer with our solutions, we are also upgrading their competency by training their people. We don't want to keep our secrets with us. You are the people who's going to operate it. Let's go and teach them the best way to save it. By doing this all activity, what we want, we have come up with a model. We call this as a rotating performance model equipment, in which we talk about the TCO. And it happens that it is a performance-based contract where we go to a customer and say that, hey, customer, it is not that a tradition business where the maximum time a bearing fails, SKF going to earn. It's not that. We don't want the bearing to fail. Because it's a contradictory statement, isn't it? I will be more happy when you will be in a loss because you are consuming more bearings. So these contracts have come with a fixed KPIs based model in which we go to our customers and say that if the downtime is happen, SKF is responsible for that. If I will be able to save that downtime, I should be getting a benefit for that. Your job is to produce, put your core technology in production, in operation. Let the backend supports for us because we are the expert for that. Let us do our job in a great way so that you can also achieve your milestone. It happens this way. Our concept.
Mr. Abhishek,
Yeah.
you have to finish it now. You have to finish it as a thing.
Yes, yes, yes. I'm just having 2 slides more. Okay. So this is the overall concept which I talk about. We are going to reduce your downtime and by which we will be generating our profit because there is no business without profit. We are not only talking about this. I am happy to share that since last 2-3 years, we have given our customers this proven data, which majorly reduction in their unplanned downtime, efficiency increase, plant operation time increase, reduction in their losses. It is a proven data of a 3-4 major customers what we are operating a core concept of performance-driven contract. Lastly, we say that we are everywhere for asset. And we want to call everyone to join a purpose of SKF, what we call is a together, let's reimagine rotation for a better tomorrow. Thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Abhishek, for the wonderful presentation. I think you have talked about the sustainable solution for the rolling mill in a very brief manner. Our next presenter is Mr. Lugi, and he's from Pomini Long Rolling Mills, and is going to make presentation on endless rolling with latest generation billet welding technology. Mr. Lugi.
Hello, everybody. The computer is coming. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to everybody for having me here. I'd like to present one of the latest installation of our billet welding technologies. Sorry. Yes. It's not working. Okay, now it's fine. Okay, and I'll move it around here. Okay, I'm from Pomini Long Rolling Mills. Just to give you a short introduction, probably a lot of you folks are familiar with these other names. Our company changed names many times. And now we're back to the origins, kind of to say, because now we're back Pomini. So Pomini Long Rolling Mill is the name of our company. The advantage, our technology is called ERT EBRUS, billet welding system, and the advantages, there are several advantages to these technologies. In general, to the billet welding, to increase the productivity because there is no more gap times. Yield improvement because there are no bar crops are limited, and also misrolls and bar ends out of tolerances. Flexibility to produce coils with customized weights and also to utilize at the full extent the available space on the cooling bed, because you have no more limitation from the initial weight of the billet. This is how the layout looks like. Basically, it's the machine works synchronously with the speed inside the first billet, the first rolling stand, and there are clamps securing the billets. The billet is also supported on motorized rollers on collapsible trolleys. And after the welding, normally before the welding, there's a pinch hole, which stabilizes the movements of the billet. And the welder itself is followed by a cleaning station to remove the imperfections which are generated on the joint. The welding process is a flash resistance welding process with no filler material necessary. So basically the clamping phase, then the flashing with a high intensity current, very rapid, very explosive actions, and the upsetting where the two ends are pushed one to another. I have to say that one of the main improvements that have occurred in this technology on the ERT Ebros in the latest generation is improving the dynamic flash controls, which is now a system assisted by transformers, light transformers, which are installed on board the machines. And they're able to produce a high current and control in real time, according to algorithms, the exact distance between the current parameters and the distance between the two billet ends. So basically, the forward billet travels synchronously with the rolling mill, while the subsequent billets is adjusted in distance when the welding occurs. 30% increase as an average over current value compared to the previous designs means that the time to perform the operation is shorter, which is an advantage on brown installations, so where space may be limited, because nowadays it requires less space than before. Having a higher current means reduced time, and reduced times means reduced space required on the layout. Maintenance has been an issue. Everybody knows has been an issue with the very old generations of billet welders, because the actions of welding, of flashing, generates a little explosion of material, which tends to spread around and to make the equipment dirty very, very easily. So this was an issue which was improved on. We have this system called active spatter protection, which is cleaned in real time automatically, which preserves the integrity of all the components. It can run for weeks, 2-3 weeks without interruption. And it's normally equipped with a spare one for a quick change when necessary. After the welding, the burr is not usable by the rolling mill. Of course, the row joint, the row belly, so it needs to be cleaned, and it is cleaned first by the deburring action, which is done by idle rollers, which are mounted eccentrically. So they're made moving by the billet itself. They're cleaned there. This deburring action tends to generate some sharp edges, which also need to be removed, and they are removed by the cutting, by the edge trimming station. This station is totally independent and separated from the welder, so this action can occur while the welder returns to its own position to start a new cycle. So it does not add to the total cycle time. And over there, this is how it looks at deburred and trim joint ready to be rolled. There are also some options that we can install, and we did in one of our latest installation in Italy. Even without additional cooling system, the reduction of yield values within the welded joint area and the corresponding length, which is generated during the rolling, it's within the value prescribed by the norm. But in some cases, the customer may want to require an even more narrow tolerance and not strict variation. And this is what can be done by a joint cooling system, which happens afterwards, and also further improves the variation of the yield strength. We are in the era of digital now, so digital technologies assist us a lot in order to prove the soundness of the joint made before and during rolling. So this vision system, the Antares, can see and identify throughout, right after the roughing train, how good is the soundness of the joint. And it can automatically either inviate and send some alarms to the operators in case some non-compliance happens, or just taking snapshots. All these snapshots are recorded, they go into a database. So in case of further complaint down the way from the customer, for example, this can be backtraced together with a bill identifier to spot what the problem was. This also can be used to identify within the whole final roll length of the bar where the corresponding length of the joint is. And in case a sampling is required, it can be easily spot, for example, in a cooling bed, you know which bar has the joint, the corresponding area to the joint, and can be easily separated down like a double pitch, for example, to cut it out and make a sample when required. This is the developer of the generation. We're now generation number 3. Our latest installation is in Italy. And for this generation, I can give you some key value, which I believe they're very interesting from operational side and maintenance. So the campaign duration is normally longer than a week. A single rolling normally takes by single rolling, I mean conventional rolling with individual billets. At the beginning of the campaign, 2 to 4 billets are normally sufficient. The utilization is very high. There is a hourly productivity increase. And in some cases, in some diameters, it's exceeding 12%. And this is also due to a different billet management that the customer can make. Due to its customer, this customer used to have several, the billet yard management, several lengths necessary in the yard from 8 to 9.3 millimeters in 50 millimeters increments in order to cover all the requirement. Now, basically with the billet welder, you can just use a 6-meter billet and cover all of them. So this is also simplify the management of the billet. The misroll reduction is very significant. The metal loss due to welding is lower than 0.2%. Which is of course by far outweighed by increase in yield due to the removal of bar crops. In terms of maintenance hours now required are normally between 4 and 6 mechanical man-hour and 1 electrical man-hour when necessary. The replacement of that device to protect the equipment takes less than 20 minutes. The wear plates on the jaws are dressed by copper wear plates, which can be, the copper jaws are dressed by wear plates, and they can run normally around 40,000 joints, and a full set replacement takes about 2 hours. And also the equipment inside the cleaning station, they normally can work for over 160,000 joints, and a full set is replaced in about 1 hour. And this is it. This is just some record numbers. So achieved with this installation in Italy. I'll just give you one number. The other ones are on top, but the longest continuous welding systems was almost 1,500 consecutively welded billets in a little over 17 hours. So that was, I would say, pretty impressive result. Huh? I don't know if the video will show here. Yes, this is just a very 2 minutes video about this installation down in Italy. Here to Ibris. You see here the billet is very white. There's an additional descaler at the exit of the reheating furnace. The descaler is not necessary by itself for the operation of the pillar welding. But of course, it helps to make it. Well, join with the agreement that is included in the very next and this is the having said this, I thank you very much for your attention. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Lugi. Thank you so much. So our next presenter is Mr. Vikas Agarwal, who is going to talk about how we can use the waste energy and improve our costing. I think
Good afternoon. Where was this?
Kazi, 10 minutes.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. But while he sets up the presentation, I think we all need a lot of energy now. We've had a very long session after the lunch. So, gentlemen, I'll try to do it within 10 minutes. Yeah. Eastern, yeah. We start with the video. Yes. We'll start with a small video.
Imagine a world where waste is minimized, resources are conserved, and sustainability is Imagine a world where waste is minimized, resources are conserved, and sustainability is a top priority. But achieving this vision of creating a circular economy is next to impossible without energy efficiency. At Eastern Recuperators, we're driven by a passion for creating a future that's sustainable, efficient, and equitable for everyone and prioritizes a circular economy. Our journey of excellence and innovation began over 4 decades ago with a common goal: to revolutionize the heat recovery industry. Since then, we have continued to evolve, innovate, and grow. Today, we are proud to be one of the pioneering engineering companies specializing in the design, engineering, and manufacture of waste heat recovery equipment with a commitment towards a cleaner and better tomorrow. With 4,500 plus installations worldwide, we're leading the way in heat exchangers and recuperators. Our products are recuperators, gas coolers, air preheaters. These are smarter, more sustainable, and powered by the latest technology and engineering expertise. Every energy project is unique, and thus we offer a range of recuperators designed for specific heat recovery needs: convection recuperators, radiation recuperators, combined recuperators, Ceramet recuperators, infinity recuperators, and indirect fired preheaters. With a commitment to expanding and diversifying our operations, Energy Recuperators aims to engineer a stronger and more prosperous world. We offer a wide array of energy-efficient air handling units and high-performance heat exchangers, utilizing the latest in engineering expertise and technological advancements to deliver optimal solutions to our clients. Our recuperators have been extensively utilized in various industries, including rolling, heat treatment, forging, continuous process lines, aluminum melting, zinc, copper, glass melting, and ceramic industries. Additionally, our gas coolers find applications in DRI plants, electric arc furnaces, and fume extraction systems. With a skilled team, advanced manufacturing facilities, and renowned industry partnerships, we deliver global impact and excel in complex energy projects. Our mission to create a better world for all has become a reality through our innovative solutions. With every 20-degree rise in temperature, our clients have achieved 1% fuel savings and reduced their CO2 emissions as well. As pioneers in energy reusability and conservation technologies, we take pride in being an ISO 9001:2015 certified company, where we don't just make things happen, we provide the perfect alternative to continued energy waste.
Okay, gentlemen, I think I can still continue while you prepare it. Yes. We are here to talk about a solution which reduces energy, which reduces carbon dioxide emissions, and in a sustainable manner. When I say sustainable, which means it should be giving back. Yeah. How do I go down? Yeah, I got it. Thank you. So we are talking of sustainable solutions which help us reduce the emissions and lead to a lesser costs. Lesser costs in terms of energy usage and lesser costs in terms of the rest of the operations also. Why do we keep on talking everywhere about sustainable? Any solution that we provide for, it has to pay back for itself. And how soon is that payback possible? Our magic mantra has been 100 days. So we would like to present you solutions which we have done for existing plants. Everybody does that. Yes, we will be reducing the fuel cost or CO2 emissions going forward, new plants, everything else. What do we do with our existing plants? Do we scrap them? Can't. Everybody wants to produce more in the existing plants. So how do we do that? With our high efficiency recuperators. Today, fuel is a major part of our rolling costs in the existing plants. This is, yeah. So what do? We ask you for, we provide very high recoveries. Why do you want to recover more? In any combustion process, especially for furnaces, more than 50% of the heat is lost to the waste gases. What we want to do is, we do every day is increase the recovery of the waste heat. How do you produce more from a furnace? You basically fire higher. So my flue gas temperature goes up in an existing plant. My waste emissions have gone up. What did we do there? Increase the hot air temperature or the recovery from the existing furnaces. And why do we want to recover more? Why higher recovery? I could have in an existing plant. What do? We said, okay, let's go to cross the holy grail of 500, 600, 650, now 700. We are going still further. But 700-degree hot air, which is now the current benchmark, has been the benchmark till now, is 35% lesser fuel and 35% lesser CO2. All with an existing plant, all with a payback of only 100 days. This increased the, okay. We are going to present you examples of existing plants, existing furnaces with the same, where the geographic sizes of the plants are limited. Anything that you want to do with the plant is limited to where the existing space. You can't take a shutdown of months together. We are talking days. So this is something that we did with the new bar mill of Tata Steel. It's about 20-year-old plant. The furnace productivity was increased. So automatically where we came in is we said we'll increase the air preheat. The fuel consumption by doing this whole exercise, the net did not increase. Generally, when you start pushing more out of a furnace, you reduce the energy efficiency of the plant. We did the other way around. We reduced the wastage of the plant by 3%. The carbon emission, which was reduced by this by the whole recuperation process, was only 30,000 metric ton per year. Quite a big number. It was placed as in the existing space of the recuperator. No changes required, not even one nut had to be taken out from one place to the other. There was zero modification in the existing casing. I keep on telling this again and again, please, I'll do that more and more because that is our forte. You give us a space, tell us what is required, we'll be there with the better solution. And like I said, 100 days payback. We did this again in Turkey. Turkey right now has the highest air preheat in a reheating furnace. This is a slab reheating furnace. I'm sorry, Mr. Singh, we are on a long product line, but I could not help but jump to a flat products line. 700-degree hot air temperature. This was shipped 100% factory assembled. In our industry, it has been a norm to ship the recuperator even domestically in 2 pieces. Then you set up a plant inside your plant to weld those 2 together, push it in, generally do some kind of a leakage test, and then you try to take it out further. Gentlemen, I have been in this industry for the past 30 years. I know how good that works. So we believe in shipping it completely factory tested, factory assembled anywhere in the world. Name it, we have sent it. We have sent it. Our furthest so far was Peru from India. We are now going to do it for Ecuador. So it all goes in completely assembled conditions. Our first supply to this Turkish customer, unfortunately for us, sir, we from India as an equipment supplier have a very short history. So when we went to this customer, he said, gentlemen, I do not get a recuperator life of more than 3 years, never got 700 degrees centigrade. So my challenge to you is simple. I'll give you with a 5-year bank guarantee my first supply. If it works, I'll change all my plant recuperators and you can take it. We did the 5-year bank guarantee. It worked very well. Instead of 700, we returned them back 720. And today, every recuperator in that plant, which is from different manufacturers around the world, is now from Eastern. This is something that we did with AMNS in Hazira. They had an existing furnace from Fives. We are very thankful to AMNS for giving us this challenge. They wanted to increase the low CV gas that they were firing into the furnace, Corex gas. So, and again, the challenge, very fast fitted, factory assembled, higher air preheats, lesser pressure drops on the flue gas stream. It's a very normal thing which happens. We have an existing furnace, which means an existing chimney. So the pressure drops which are allowed in the whole stream, they are limited. Now, when we put in a lower CV gas, the flue gas volume goes up and my pressure drop increases. If I increase the air preheat, which means the increase the recovery from the waste gases, the waste gas temperature comes down. So we have another thing which gets added on. So the pressure drops are much, much higher. Generally, that negates the process, or we end up asking for an ID fan. Customer said, nothing doing, I have no space, no nothing, get out of here. If you have a solution which helps me there, I'll do it. We've all got problems. What we are all here for, all my friends here, we are here to provide the solutions to those problems. So there we were, lesser pressure drop, not only on the waste gas stream, but also on the air sides. How did we do it? Recuperator technology is not something which is either a jet technology or something which has got invented in the last, let's say 30, 40 years. Simple. We play around with or do this continuous R&D generally on sites with the help of our customers, that we keep on playing with the tube sizes, tube profiles, tube materials, construction methods. That is what made this possible. We have used something, we use elliptical tubes, dimple tubes, name it, we have done it. Give us a new kind of a profile, we love to do that also. So here, we put it in with 28% higher flue gas volume. We put in the existing space, the furnace productivity increased to 320 tons per hour. This is something. Oh, I think I pushed the wrong button. Yeah. This is something that we did for the great man, LNM. I'm very proud to say that, yes, I am also a fellow Indian of his. He's the world's largest producer of steel. Started from a small plant in Surabaya. we've been associated with L&M Group for the last, from before almost the time I was born. So our longest serving recuperator has been with L&M. In Surabaya, we have a recuperator which has given a service of 20 years. One recuperator, same lasting, we are all habituated to 3, 4, 5, 7 years. This lasted 20 years, operating with furnace oil as also with natural gas combinations, whichever made sense, whenever it made sense. Over a period, we have increased the, I just do some more slides. We have increased the recovery by 20%. And it was all again placed in this existing recuperator. This for Emirates Steel, the rebar mill number 2. So here also existing space, the recovery was increased to 84%, again shipped up as factory assembled. The JSW Tornagalu for the hot strip mill, again when replacing an old recuperator, wherever we can, whenever we replace, we try to add on a feature or two. So nothing else was possible. We just did bent tubes on all the lines, helps in the differential expansion. These are for the new plans for Denali, this is for Costco in Korea. There, again, the waste heat recovery is 85%, 84%. Pressure drops are very low, shipped as an additional, as an assembled equipment. Denali, again, this is for South Africa, again shipped and the delivery. We are known for the fastest deliveries. This was delivered in 2 months' time. JSW that we did for the plant that gentleman earlier was talking about for Jharsuguda. There again delivered in 2 months. This is a gas and air preheating recuperator. And these are the ones that are going to go soon. We didn't say coming soon, we said going soon. That's Tata Steel Long Products, Jindal Raigad for the plate mill, and Edelka in Ecuador. And there are many, many more. Radhika ji said a very beautiful thing, one every week. We do 2 every week, madam. Yeah, so we are at, and so what's next? Oops, again, I did the same mistake. What's next? This is like, I have a friend who's now in Denali who used to keep on saying, what's new in recuperators? So this is what's new. Eastern equipment now combines with Econotherm of UK to give heat pipes. We are combining the benefits of a recuperator, which does the high temperature recovery, with that of a heat pipe, which does the low temperature recovery. Where does it affect? The recuperator outlet generally nowadays is about 350 to 400. With a heat pipe, we will leave out the flue gases at 120 or below, depending upon the sulfur presence and all those other chemicals, which means from an 84% recovery, we would be going to 94 or 95% recovery. Almost at ambient temperature is what we would go out. That is all from my side, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All the panelists have made a very wonderful presentation, I would say, because everybody has given a different sustainable solution. But due to the paucity of the time, I think we cannot take the questions right now because the timeline given was 4 p.m. Now we are 20 minutes, you can say 8. So whatever the questions you have, you can ask the panelist, or you can exchange your visiting cards and get your solution, whatever you want. Even I have many questions, but I will also interact with them. I've already taken their cards from them, and I'll definitely. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Uh,
Now there is a
just-
small,
exactly.
customary of presentation of mementos to all the speakers. I would
So I'd like
request.
to request Mr. Paramjit Singh, sir, to come forward to give all the mementos to our panelists. So first, I would like to have B.N. Patil, Mr. B.N. Patil, the Associate Vice President of HOD Long Products, JSW BPSL Limited. And can you have a round of applause for B.N. Patil, please? Thank you so much, sir, for being with us today. Next, we'd like to have Mr. Shivra Prakash Dubey, Associate General Manager, Bar and Wire Rod Mills, Long Products, SMS India Private Limited. Thank you so much, sir, for being here with us today. Next, we'd like to have Mr. Arjun Shetty, the General Manager of Timken India Limited. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us today. Next, we'd like to have Mr. Stephen Mark Shaw, the Head of Business Development, Long Rolling for Primitals Technologies USA LLC. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us today. A short way to show our huge respect for all the dignitaries we are having right now. Next, can we have Mr. Abhishek Pandey, the Metals and Industrial Service SKF India Private Limited. Thank you so much, sir, for being here with us today. Now we'd like to have Sluki Giacomin, the Marketing Pomini Long Rolling Mills, SRI. Thank you so much, sir, for being here with us today. Yeah. We'd like to have Mr. Vikash Agarwal, the Managing Director of Eastern Equipments and Engineers. Thank you so much, sir, for coming here today and be presented and to make this session amazingly beautiful. Thank you to all the dignitaries to make this session amazingly successful with your awards. Thank you so much. Can we have a huge round of applause for all the dignitaries, please? And definitely, last but not the least, a huge round of applause for the chairman of our session, Mr. Paramjit Singh, the Additional Industrial Advisor and Ministry of Steel, Government of India. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for this session. Now we will move on to the next session.
Yes.
And,
in the meantime, we need some setup. And can we have the videos on the screen, please?
Yeah, we'll have the corporate videos of our sponsors to be played now. And so the tea coffee is served on the next hall. So those of you who want to have a tea or coffee can just take a round from that hall and come back quickly.
Yeah, but it's a note for everybody. It's not a tea coffee break.
Break, yeah, it's not a break. We will continue the session.
Yeah, we're going to continue the
Yeah,
session.
yeah. Thank you.
For next session, I'd like to request our technical team to have the setup, please. So now we are going to talk about outlook for long products. And for that, the leader of this session, our chairman, would like to have on stage Dr. Arghya Majumdar, the director of Kaji Nazrul University. And can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Dr. Arghya Majumdar, please?
In the face of
Our chairperson of this session.
it takes a sense of adventure to conquer true innovation, to find a path that no one else has walked before. We explore new
And I would like to request our chairman to take the session on your hand, please.
In the face of obstacles, we turn challenges into opportunities, and we will persevere until we've reached our destination, the steel plant of tomorrow. This is a plant that is fully automated. It benefits from cutting-edge digital technologies and brings transparency to the entire production process. It uses synergies between the most advanced solutions in steel production. The result is unparalleled efficiency and end products of the highest quality. This plant of the future illustrates our determination to push the limits in the world of metals. Together with our customers in the metals industry, we are on a journey of discovery. Together, we explore what's next. We are pioneers at heart. Primetals Technologies.
Sorry for the inconvenience. Just checking a bit. And we're going to start our next session.
Strength.
5 minutes.
It comes from people. Knowledge, perseverance, and skills honed over a century of hard work. Strength comes from experience, advancing what we've done before to create what's next, shaping and improving our world every day. We find strength helping partners take on complex questions and emerge with new solutions, new technologies, new products, new ways of doing business, greater results for our customers, our communities, and our investors. Our ambition is unwavering, our focus precise, our value proven. Together we stand, defined by what we make and the way we make it. Work that matters, moving business forward worldwide. Timken, stronger by design.
Climate protection, population groups, ability. The world, and especially India, as well as neighboring growth markets, are facing great challenges. As leading partner in the world of metals, SMS India is at your side to contribute to the solution with innovative plants and services. How can we act more sustainably and preserve resources? We build sustainable plants for you that cover the whole metallurgical process chain and guarantee maximum energy efficiency. These include smart digitalized steel mills, rolling mills, plants for flat and long products, forging plants, and processing lines. All these, in India and beyond, like our most recent projects, were completed in next to no time. How do we design and realize urbanization? With our plants, you can produce steel for urban infrastructure and clean energy. What does the mobility of tomorrow look like? Automotive lightweight engineering, electric drives, high-performance aircraft engines. With our plants, you can turn the mobility of the future into reality. How can you benefit from digitalization through connectivity? We work with you to create homogeneous data structures in your plant. This is what makes connected digitalization possible in the first place. Building on this, we can already offer you digitalized solutions with enormous potential. To offer you the best possible support in all your projects, we have merged SMS Mehr and SMS Concast into SMS India. Our headquarters in Gurgaon, near Delhi, which is also where Paul Vert, SMS Group's specialist for blast furnaces, is based. In Pune, with specialization in continuous casters for long products, furnace technology, slab casters, and electrical automation for rolling mills and processing lines. In Kolkata, with a competent center for environmental technology and electrics and automation level 1 and 2. With our world-class manufacturing and service facility in Bhubaneswar. With our subsidiary ESMEC in Tena and WADA. We are always in close contact with the worldwide family of SMS Group companies, particularly with the head offices in Germany. We lead the field of major plant construction. And today we are employing our core competencies in new areas too. Among other things, these include EHV substations, rail transport, and oil, gas, and water treatment systems. In this way, we offer a more comprehensive approach in responding to megatrends. We want to offer you the best and most advanced plant solutions and services. With SMS India, you can achieve higher plant availability, greater productivity, and optimized product quality. This is where we rely on trend-setting areas of digitalization. With ultra-modern learning steel mills, we ensure that your production processes run autonomously and that quality, cost efficiency, and productivity levels are increased. We utilize digitalization for plug and work so that your plant is optimized virtually and in 3D, long before it's put into operation. For this purpose, we operate one of the world's most modern test centers. The service we offer makes us a life cycle partner for your plant and equipment. Upgrades, maintenance, spare parts, or new technology packages mean your plant always remains competitive and your investments pay off. Our production and service facility ranks among the most advanced in the world. The quality of all processes and products is certified for you. We are proud to support the Make in India government initiative. For us, this also means developing and training our employees on an ongoing basis. Over 800 employees at SMS India are working with energy and dedication on your solutions and your success. Our corporate culture promotes mutual trust, cooperation, and a team spirit. Over and above this, we take our social responsibility seriously as part of our corporate social responsibility policy. We fund numerous projects, for example, in the fields of health and education. Let us shape the future together. Together for a better world. SMS India, leading partner in the world of metals.
Okay, now I'd like to request everybody to come in the conference room if I'm audible. Requesting everybody to come in conference room if I'm audible, please. Okay, let's start our next session. And again, we'd like to call our chairperson of next session, Dr. Orgho Mojumdar, the director of Kazi Nazrul University. He's not here. South side. He has to come. Okay, with our chairperson, let me call our panelist for our next session. Mr. Joyanto Roy, the Senior Vice President and Group Head of Corporate Sector Ratings, ICRA Limited. Can we have Mr. Joyanto Roy, please? And can we have a round of applause for him, please? Everybody. Mr. Rajiv Moitro, the Partner and Metals and Mining Consulting Leader of Deloitte, India. We having Mr. Rajiv Moitro. Our next panelist, Mr. Guranchal Singh, the Associate Director of CRISIL. Can we have on the stage, please? And can we have a round of applause for Mr. Guranchal Singh, please? Thank you so much. Our next panelist, Mr. Orno Mojumdar, the Manager of Mining and Metals, PwC. Can we have a round of applause for Mr. Orno Mojumdar, please? Thank you so much, sir. Our next panelist, Mr. Rahul Joshi, the partner of Curisro Consulting Company. And can we have a round of applause for Mr. Rahul Joshi, please? A round of applause, bit louder, please. Whoever we're presenting over here, can we have a round of applause, bit louder? Yes. Thank you. Mr. Ritu Agarwal, the Senior General Manager of Strategy and Business Excellence of Tata Steel Long Products Limited. Can we have a round of applause for Ms. Ritu Agarwal, please? Thank you so much, ma'am, for presenting here. Our next panelist, Mr. Manas Mohan Ghosh, the consultant of Institute for Steel Development and Growth. And can we have a huge round of applause, Mr. Manas Mohan Ghosh? Okay, in the meantime, we are having our chairperson with us for our next session, for this session. So I'd like to have on stage our respected chairperson, Dr. Orgho Mojumdar, the director of Kazi Nazrul University. Can we have a huge round of applause for our chairperson of the session, please? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. And I would like to request you to take the session on your hand. Lastly, we'd like to have our next panelist and the last panelist for this session, Mr. Harsh Chaudhary, the co-founder and CEO of Centra World. You're having Mr. Harsh Chaudhary. Okay, as we are running a bit late, so we have to start our session. And so here we are having a request to our chairperson for this session.
Yeah, that was her request to do. I think you already known what to.
Hello. Okay. Thank you. We are exactly, 2 hours late.
Yeah.
The session is supposed to be started at 2:45 and we are exactly starting at 4:45.
4:45.
So just only about 2 hours of late. So I would like to request all the speakers to stick to the timing. It is only 10 minutes given to you. And I request all of you that you don't force me to ask you to stop. So this is my request from my side. And let me start the session. The session is on outlook for long products. Let me call Mr. Siddhartha Sen, I think, who is in a hurry to catch the flight. So Siddhartha Sen, VP Kabu Projects, please do come and share your views.
Yeah, next session. So people are going to come back. They're around for 20 minutes for 2 minutes. Somebody should call them at least. There's some people just wait for a few minutes, 5 minutes maybe. Should not have been deep.
Before he starts, I would ask the next speaker to be ready with the presentation so that there will not be any time lag in between the changeover.
They want to call the people back from the field. Yeah, I'm waiting for my presentation.
Hello. Yeah.
Waiting for my presentation.
Okay, you just start.
Connected. Here, Apple. Good chips. Rajesh Kumar. It is Mr. Nirmal. Yeah, it's Mr. Nirmala, I think so. His cards which are there.
I think your presentation has come. I'm afraid you have to start, please.
Good evening and thank you, everybody. My name is Siddharth Sen. I'm the Vice President representing Kabu Projects. We are manufacturers of industrial grade air conditioners. I'm sorry, I was in the next session, but due to my flight, I had to be preponed a little bit. Today's basically session is a little different from what the products people have been speaking is how, as an ancillary product, air conditioners, particularly industrial air conditioners, hello, yeah, how air conditioners, particularly industrial air conditioners, can support the steel making process with slight focus on the long products, but it's completely applicable across the entire long product, flat product, as well as from the SMS shop completely. So once we get into the agenda, today is basically where do we use industrial air conditioners, the operator cabins and the panel air conditioners, what kinds they come in, where they're applicable. We'll go through a case study and an ROI based on the air conditioners so that you can understand this investment, how it happens. The maintenance and cost escalation points which you have for certain air conditioners of this grade. What are the benefits of specifically industrial air conditioners and what makes it different from the regular and domestic air conditioners? And lastly, to end with the recurring problems that you may face at site and how industrial air conditioners solve these issues for you. So everybody over here is primarily with the steel making industry and the fraternity we are associated with. So there's no need to go through the details of this process, but just I wanted to highlight, like in an integrated steel plant, right from the raw material handling section, blast furnace, SMS complex, all the way up to the finished product segment, you will be having electric overhead cranes or other categories of cranes. This is where air conditioners, particularly industrial air conditioners, come of use, and they will be specifically used in this application of EOT cranes. Diving into EOT cranes, you have EOT cranes with containerized electric houses, containerized electric rooms, as they call it. You also have directly panels based on your electric rooms and your operator cabins. These are the three places where you will have the need for industrial air conditioners and the cooling solution as required. So why do we have to, or do we need industrial air conditioners, and how does it benefit? Going into the, this is, it's not changing. Just been going through this only. Okay. With regards to industrial air conditioners in the operator cabins, our operators these days, there are more challenges on much more production time, much more demands of production. So there is causes and cases of dehydration in operators, causes and cases of fatigue in operators, and more often than not, customers and clients are trying to make the operating environment a more welcoming environment, otherwise to prevent from losses in training and attrition. So dehydration can cause multiple effects as on the human body, as people know, which could cause fatality and accidents and loss of concentration. Similarly with fatigue, which is an issue. So air-conditioned environment gives a stable temperature controlled, humidity controlled environment in which the operator could function in, and this would be continuous throughout the day, set fixed point throughout the day, thereby being able to provide them with a comfortable environment. This comfortable environment will also boost their morale, as in it's a very hot, dusty and high heat zone in which they're working continuously. Sometimes it's operators who we have interviewed are just because of the sake of the money that is available, they're doing it. But if they get another opportunity, they would transition, and hence they always look for opportunities to leave. And giving them a nice, comfortable working environment prevents attrition and gives you also a better working environment for other cases, so that the training costs which are incurred by clients are saved in this matter. these are some of the schematics of operator cabins which can be used. You have we have the multiple flexibilities of putting in retrofit or organized solutions on new greenfield projects of the air conditioners in any form of way, on the roof of the cranes, on the back of the crane, on the floor, etc. of the working space. So moving on from the human component, the more and most important component is on the electrics, which is the major investment which clients make, and what we have all been talking about today about the technology which clients have been investing in. So your VFD variable frequency drives which are installed on your cranes have a critical working temperature up to 40 degrees and beyond which they do not work. The derating starts at 1% per degree all the way up to 50 degrees Celsius. And after 50 degrees, there's a hard stop, and between 50 and 55, your drive may stop, thereby impacting your production process. So basically a controlled environment in terms of the temperature will be able to control the critical temperature inside the drive, regardless of how high the ambient temperature outside is. It not only controls the temperature, it increases the lifespan, whereas with higher ambient, the switching frequencies of variable frequency drives are reduced, and there's maximum switching on the joints, on the solder joints. This will be reduced, thereby increasing, and it is proven to increase almost 3 years of working lifespan of drives which are installed. It will also reduce the number of breakdowns and failures, and in turn also reduce the spare costs which are incurred by clients. Thank you. Sorry for the delay. Now basically coming back to the equipment point of view. So how does the industrial air conditioners further add to the equipment safety and the equipment longevity? Now there is higher and higher demand for more production and more output from existing plants, increased production demand, which in turn relates to a lower maintenance time which is available. This in fact leads to a repeated equipment or reduced equipment availability. In certain plants which we have investigated, there have been equipment availability of your drives and operating of the cranes as low as 38 to 44%. In higher plants where there are better maintenance practices and regular preventive maintenance practices, it can go up higher, between 70 to 85, 87% as high. Another one which people mentioned over here is the impact on the environment, which everybody over here is speaking today. Some numbers to share with you. R22, the refrigerants which are used by regular air conditioners or domestic air conditioners are R22, 410 and 407. The numbers of the GWP or global warming potential are mentioned over here, which you can see is quite high. Now, the refrigerants used by industrial air conditioners have a significantly lower, and some of them are as low as 80%, thereby contributing to the green cause, and another reason why to switch over to industrial air conditioners. A case study which we did on the ROI of air conditioners is, if you have a regular variable frequency drive of suppose 90 kilowatt is what is the assumption over here, you would be consuming spares at the rate of about, the AC spares would be about 3 lakhs. The gas consumption would be about 30,000 per annum. So a 10-year running cost would be about 10 lakhs. And the VFD spares would be reduced in terms of consumption by 30%. Now I'll come back to the 2.5. This is the exact case study that we went into. The initial investment for, now what everybody wants to know, if I were to go for the industrial air conditioning solution, how much extra do I pay? The initial investment in CapEx is about 3 to 5%. and it increases your life between 3 to 5 years maximum more. So an industrial solution without air conditioners would be about 10 years, and with air conditioners would go for 13 to 15 years. That would mean a running cost of 35 to 50 lakhs in terms of spare parts, in terms of maintenance and other practices. And also in case of failures, the failure loss in case the air conditioners stop or there is no air conditioners are high, you could lose your production and productivity and equipment availability. This is where when you involve an industrial air conditioner, you end up saving 30% in spare costs. You end up saving in terms of equipment availability and lifespan. And the ROI on this is about between 2 years to 2.5 years, depending on the size of the equipment and the crane of that particular case. So it is a win-win situation both for the plant as well as for the equipment. This is the exact details of the case study. I won't go into too much details, but as you can see, VFD running costs, if we take the center one, is 7 to 10 lakhs per annum for a single operating crane. This is done in 2 lots of 5 years. So the first lot was 7 to 10 lakhs. The second lot is another 12 to 15 lakhs, which gives you a lifespan cost about 1 crore. Now the AC operating cost, as I had mentioned in this case, is about 18 lakhs for the similar instance. So the case of how much you save with an investment and how fast you break even is very exemplified through this case. I'll be happy to discuss a specific case after this if anyone has a question. Now, further to the case which we discussed, as I wrap up, there are places of escalating costs. Now, what are the escalating costs? As technology evolves on a regular basis, there can be a downtime due to the unavailability of spares, which was recently witnessed by many people due to the silicon semiconductor crisis. There can be an obsolescence in technology. There can be an escalation in cost because of switch from classic drives to the new age drives. So for example, ABB switched from the ACS 800 to 880 series, and instantly there was an increase in cost in the 800 series components, and also visits from OEMs and experts. In this case, what exactly does an industrial air conditioner do as opposed to a regular air conditioner? So now if we are like, if we are convinced that we'll use an air conditioner, so how does an industrial air conditioner differ from a regular air conditioner? They are capable of handling high ambient temperatures up to 90 degrees. They are built for working only in heavy dust handling zones, which is typical of steel plants. They can handle large amount of shock and jerk loads of vibrations from moving equipment. And they're built all over in robust build. And one of my colleagues from SKF was just mentioning, remote monitoring is another solution to get the continuous running status of air conditioners as we progress. This slide is again about what I just discussed about high ambient, high vibration, high corrosion, high dust, shock and jerk loads, and other continuous operations are the challenges faced by industrial operating processes, and how industrial air conditioners can survive in these applications. Air conditioners are of 3 types, the domestic, commercial, and industrial. Most of the air conditioners that we use in our homes are the domestic types, homes or offices. The malls and hotels are what are commercial air conditioners, and industrial air conditioners are specifically built for your plant applications. So basically for industrial air conditioners, to wrap this presentation.
You have to wrap up.
Yeah, it's just my last slide. To wrap up my presentation, with ACs, you would require an e-room, your maintenance costs and training of air conditioners, and the additional power consumption on air conditioners are the questions which people ask if you were to invest in industrial air conditioners. There is a detail on this, but unfortunately, due to lack of time, we will not be able to share that. But overall, you still save about 60 to 70% in terms of lifespan and running costs, and you are able to break even in 2 years with the use of industrial air conditioners. I represent Atmos once again. We are in the business for last 15 years, specifically manufacturing industrial air conditioners. We are the #1 in India. There are many people over here who are already our clients, SAIL, Tata Steel, JSW, AMNS. And we are happy to discuss any particular solution regarding our air conditioners if anyone has a question. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions? I think I need not ask anyone about the questions because we are already running late. So the questions will be taken after the session if any time is there. Okay. So without doing any ado, I call the next speaker, who is Jayanto Rai, Senior Vice President and Group Head, Corporate Sector Rating, ICRA Limited. And his title of the paper is Steel Industry Emerging Strongly at Long Last.
Hello. In the interest of time, let me start. By the time, hopefully, the presentation will appear on the screen. So, good evening, everybody. And at the outset, on behalf of ICRA, I'd like to thank Steel and Metallurgy for giving me this opportunity to come here and share my thoughts on the long steel products with all of you today. CRA का नाम होगा क्या लॉन्ग दिखाई है कि नहीं, वो नहीं होगा फिर भी सेव तो दे। Anyway, the topic of my presentation is steel industry coming out strongly at long last, with special emphasis on long. So we at ICRA believe that the domestic long product segment is right now standing at an inflection point, and the outlook seems quite promising.
Climate protection.
The reason why we feel that the outlook is quite promising, I'll try to explain in less than 10 minutes in my presentation. I hope the slides do appear on the screen. I'll start my session with a very quick look at an interesting historical perspective. From there, I'll take you through some secular trends, very broad macro level things that we are witnessing in India today. From there, I'll come down to specifics and numbers, because ultimately we don't believe in a story unless we see the numbers. So from the numbers, we look at demand supply situation and a few issues. Let's talk about the history. If the slide appears in the next 8 minutes, I will be able to show you that over the last 40 years in India, steel industry has performed a beautiful flip-flop across decades. What I mean by that is a decade of solid growth has invariably been followed by a decade of weak growth. So in the 1980s, we have seen the domestic steel industry grew by almost 9%. only to come down to less than 5% in the subsequent decade, 1990s. In the first decade of the current millennium, again, we were growing at close to 9%, but last decade was a disaster. We have grown only by 4.5%. This is for the overall steel industry. But if we look at the long product segment specifically, the story would be very similar. I also have a chart on long products specifically, where you have seen a similar story for almost 7-8 years, from financial year 12-13 till 2021. Long products actually had shown a secular degrowth. Only in the last couple of years, the products. Achha, aage chaliye. Next slide. Next slide. Next. Yeah. Only the last couple of years, we have seen that long product segment has been growing at a double-digit level. So in FY22 and FY23, we have grown at more than 10%. Even the first quarter, based on the JPC data, we have seen that it has grown by almost 9.3%, which is quite healthy. Next slide. Next. Yeah, the broad themes. The first one is level of urbanization. Let us take a look at the chart on the right-hand side. You would find that India has an urbanization level. By urbanization, I means the percentage of population that stays in urban centers, in cities, etc. So it's at 35%. The comparative figures elsewhere you can see. But when you look at the left-hand side, you will find that there has been a consistent increasing trend over the years. And various experts have estimated that our urbanization level is going to grow to more than 40% in the next 10-12 years, and to over 50% in another 15 years from there. So this means more and more people would flock to the cities, because ultimately India is a service sector dependent economy. Almost 2/3 of our GDP comes from service sector, which means jobs are being created more in cities. So this is an irreversible trend. And as more and more population moves to the cities, that means more demand for housing, office space, urban transportation network, and so on and so forth, which is a positive, a long-term positive for the long products. Next. The second one is again similar. If you look at the left-hand side chart, the population growth in India, it has been declining, but it has been declining for other countries as well. And all these are large consuming sectors as far as steel industry is concerned. The point to be noted here is that even for the next 2 decades, Indian population growth is likely to be in the positive territory. The only other country in this chart to have that would be the United States. All other regions, their population growth has either slipped into the negative territory or they are going to be there very soon. Look at the chart on the right-hand side. The median age of our population, just 27 years. So that means we have a young population. Our population is moving to the cities, and our population growth rate is going to be positive, means more and more working Indians, which is good for the economy. And steel industry is very closely linked with the broad economic performance, which is again a positive for the steel industry. Next. Next slide. Next. Again, specifics. We have talked about the broad secular trends. Now a few things. If you look at the total government capex, both state and central put together, you would find that our budget has been growing up above 12%, which is on an absolute level a very, very respectable number. But look at what is happening in the last 2-3 years. The growth rate has tripled to 33% now. And Government of India, we all know, is pushing very hard to achieve the targets under NIP, the National Infrastructure Pipeline. But what is also doing is pushing states to spend more money. You know that Government of India for the last 2-3 years have been giving large amount of money. This year budget has 1.3 trillion rupees to states in the form of 50-year long-term interest-free loan and the utilization, the release of next installment is linked to the actual spending by states. So it's pushing states very hard to create infrastructure projects at the state level. Number one. Number two, when we talk to various construction companies, we get to hear that release of funds has really become quick from the government level. So whether it is road project, whether it is railway project, whether it is water supply project, everywhere government funds are being released fast. We can create budget, we can talk about project implementation, but ultimately construction companies would need money to execute those projects. And earlier we used to hear stories about government funds not being released in time. That's a thing of past, it seems. Third point, again, we all knew that typically government spends money in the fourth quarter. But this year I have seen in media that 27% of the total budgetary allocation has been spent in Q1. So there is a lot of front loading which is happening. And last but not the least, again, we are told that permissions are being granted rather quickly compared to the time it used to take earlier. So Government of India is creating an enabling environment for capital expenditure in the country. And long product is all about construction and capex. Next. I have many slides, but I'll not really show these to you. We have discussed throughout the day what is happening in railway projects, what is happening in metros, housing, airport, and so on and so forth. But everything was actually summarized in the previous slide when I have shown that capex is increasing at a 33% growth rate. Let's skip these slides, please. Next. Next, please. Next. Yes, I'll spend 1 minute there. So far, we have talked about government. Let's see what is happening in private capex as well as the broad spend in the manufacturing sector. Next. The story is diametrically opposite when it comes to private capex. We have not really been growing when you look at this data on the left-hand side. To try to understand the reason, let's look at what is happening in the right-hand side chart. This is collected from RBI. In India, we have seen that private sector capex actually increases. A lot of capacity creation happens when broad manufacturing sector capacity utilization goes well over 75%. That is something which we have seen during the golden period of 2003 to 2012. But after that, the overall utilization has been doing a flip-flop between 70 and 75%. And there has been a dearth of capex. Only towards the end of 2019, capacity utilization was almost breaking out of this 75%, but then COVID happened, Russia-Ukraine war happened, and all calculations simply went out of the window. Very recently, we are seeing early signs of capacity utilization, again, breaking free of that 75%. If the momentum sustains, maybe we can witness large-scale capacity expansion from the Indian manufacturing sector. Again, that will provide an additional delta in terms of demand for the long steel segment. Next. This was an interesting chart, but unfortunately, I don't think I have time to show this to you. What happens when global manufacturing capacity gets redistributed for various reasons? So we have seen here what happened to Bangladesh and Vietnam when Chinese or textile capacities were created there because of various reasons. Mexico is another interesting case. You see what happened in Mexico, the way the manufacturing sector contribution to overall GDP went up over the years. The reason being Mexico has some 40 or 42 FTAs, free trade agreements with various countries in the world, which give them duty advantage. Mexico is a large automobile producer in the world, but you would find it interesting to note that Mexico re-exports 80% of their global automobile production. In India, now we are talking about China Plus One strategy. And there are early signs in the case of textile, maybe semiconductors, specialty chemical, and perhaps electronics. And if actually this sustains, then there could be big upside for overall steel demand when these capacities get created in the country. Next. PLI, I mean, it's a very often discussed topic at various platforms. Let us not really spend time. Next. Next. We have talked about demand very quickly. What is the story in the supply side? As we know, the contribution of long product segment in domestic steel, both in terms of production and consumption, is around 54-55%. And structurally, it is different. When you look at the flat segment, the top 5-6 companies would account for more than 60% or maybe even higher of capacity and production. But when you look at the long product segment, it's the thousands of medium and small sized companies who have a dominant share in this. And the primary and leading companies have a minority share. Next. In the next 3-4 years, we estimate that we are going to create capacity to the extent of around 35 to 38 million ton. Now, when you look at the leading players and look at their project profile, you would find that these capacities are heavily tilted in favor of flats. So out of these 35, almost 30 million ton actually is in flats. Only 5 or 6 million, essentially JSW in the form of BPSL, Monet, or the Tata Steel Group, or Tata Steel as well as NILN. That's what I mean. Essentially, you would get a figure of 5 or 6 million ton. Now, based on whatever we have discussed so far, if long product segment actually grows by a very, very reasonable 8 or 8.5% in the next 3-4 years, even if overall capacity utilization in the flat segment increases from the current 75% to over 80%, we are looking at a capacity mismatch in the long product segment in the next 3-4 years. I'm sure there will be many medium-sized players who are aware of the emerging strength of demand, who also have capacity addition plans. But as of now, those are not really in public domain. So I'm unable to fix a number. But looking at this, if those medium-sized players are late in creating and ramping up their capacity, we could actually look at a paucity of enough long products in the country.
Sir, I'm afraid.
Last slide. Last slide. Sorry for that. Next. So summarizing everything that we have discussed so far, quite a few tailwinds. We have discussed all of them, except the last point, balance sheet strength. And we all know that corporate India has very aggressively delivered their balance sheet. They have shed debt. So their fiscal capacity to mobilize funds and embark on projects is much better today compared to what they were even 5 years back. There are unfortunately some headwinds, geopolitical risk, let's not discuss that, cost of capital on the back of very high inflation rate. So some of the companies, even if they want to embark on capacity, they may feel discouraged because interest rates are high and going to remain high possibly till middle of next fiscal. Demand supply mismatch you have explained, and last but not the least, ESG related consideration, particularly when we look at capacity creation by the medium and small sized companies. Their level of preparedness in terms of production of cleaner steel is going to be a key success factor for the sector as a whole. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Any questions on this? I think this is a very thought-provoking idea has been floated by Mr. Roy, and I think steel industry should think of it and let us ponder upon where, whether we go for flat products more or long products. Thank you. Our next speaker is Guranchal Singh, Associate Director, CRISIL, and his paper is Application of Long Products in Roads and Railways. Mr. Singh, please.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. And it's a great honor as well as a difficulty to follow up with Jayanta sir, because he's one of the veterans in the industry, especially on the analytics side. Fortunately, for the paucity of time, he had to skip the slide on railways, and that will give me the opportunity to just highlight on my presentation. My presentation is pretty much focused. We will be just talking about the application of long products in railways, bridges, and flyovers. Apparently, I did not have a topic to start immediately because typically when I start off my presentations, I always throw in a very huge number or talk about some initiative which have been taken. Until last night, I was actually struggling with that. Fortunately, I would say the government never disappoints me on that front. So today morning, we had the news of $325 billion investment, central government investment, which has been approved for something like 2,400 kilometers for the railways for their growth. So that basically draws the weight towards the presentation, and that basically draws the relevance of how the railway materials, which is basically, I would say, one of the oldest as well as the newest of the products, because the India's capability after SAIL and now JSPL is actually still building upon for the railway materials as we go forward. Just building on those points in that particular front, I'd like to discuss on how we are looking at the focus primarily for the long steel demand, majorly from the roads and the railway segment, which will be needed to discuss in the manner that firstly, what type of focus does the government has on the roads and the railways? Primarily, both of these segments are central or state government driven. So the infrastructure investments would be driven by the government. While Jayanta sir has already highlighted how the investment outlook looked like, I'd like to just highlight on some of the key signposts other than one of the news which I gave you. I'm pretty sure with most of the people here would already be aware of, would be how are we looking at that growth? So as we see, Bharatmala has clearly been one of the leading initiatives. Every day we have 55 kilometers per day, 63 kilometers per day, and then now the ambitious target of achieving 100 kilometers per day of roads to be implemented. So we are looking at that kind of a momentum. We are looking at awarding at an NHAI level only, and this does not include state governments and MoRTH of around 5,500 kilometers per year. Other than that, we have investments as far as Pradhan Mantri Gramin Sadak Yojana is concerned. We have the national infrastructure pipeline. We have inputs where the government is actually willing to invest in these through certain government bonds, as you can see, for the 50-year interest-free bonds, plus critical infrastructure investments, which are towards, the first mile and the last mile connectivity. We already know the PM Gati Shakti and the investments which we can see in the MRTS corridor. I'd like to quickly jump upon to certain numbers, which will maybe highlight the, the significance of the investment as well as the long steel demand, which specifically comes from these two segments, that is roads and railways. Just to draw out from the base as we are on, as on date, we understand that the long steel demand is approximately 65 million tons, which is FY23 number. So I will not say as of date, the financial year for last year number. The overall 25% of that total demand was coming from roads, railways, and MRTS. When we say MRTS, it is basically the metro rails, which we are talking of. The pie, which is the half pie underneath, basically showcases how is that segmentation. And as you can see, the beauty of that segmentation is TMT, which we can correlate from the chart, which is on the right-hand side. TMT continues to be the mainstay for the long steel segment. It continues to have the major focus, almost 85% in the building and construction segment, whereas 15% in the infrastructure. However, if we look at from the perspective, and the reason why it has the highest pie is because of its volume share. However, if we purely talk from an infrastructural perspective, structural steel, which of lately has taken up a significant focus, and the investment outlook, which is being inquired upon not by some of the domestic players, but by some of the international players as well, has almost enjoys 65% of the share. And in the segment of question, which is the roads and railways, almost 12% of the share. And obviously, as I said, the railway material, which is going to be one of the key focus areas. And in the overall segment, 7%. Probably the 7% here would not do justice to railways because I'm putting roads in that pie with it. But on the right-hand side, that representation would clarify the purpose in a better manner. No problems. Actually, my data slide was over, so I can just continue speaking in case the slides come back. So we were just talking about the type of applications which we have. So if I talk about the roads and the bridges, the application, as we were discussing about, primarily is on the roads. We understand that in India, we have basically graduated from bitumen-based roads to concrete-based roads, as we say now. Those roads have actually resulted in increased intensity of steel, basically utilized in roads. So roadworks is there. Some of the other applications is basically the crash barriers, the metal crash barriers. As we can see, 5,500 kilometers per year of highways, which are expected to come in with a mandate of having metal crash barriers would be the case. We have culverts as the ones, we have peripherals. So primarily when we talk about road investments, we also talk about roadside amenities. Even though the share is very small, but when you talk about roadside amenities which are coming up, you will see sizable investments because the timeline in which these come in. I'm so sorry. So the amenities which are expected to come in, that will be one of the major investments. The other thing which we can talk about are the other peripherals, which will be your signboards and all. One interesting facet about this is here, steel also has competition. Primarily, you will have competition from, the plastic-based segments as well as aluminium boards and all. So this has been one of the segments, but having said that, metal crash barriers will continue to be one of the important mainstays because of the want of that. Now, if we move to the railways, I just give you a sense on, one of the other news which we were discussing in the morning, with one of the veterans in the industry, I was talking to him, is that Vande Bharat. People are talking about that maybe in the next 15 years, we might have 5,000 Vande Bharat trains in India. Vande Bharat trains presently require more than 15% of the, the products which have to be made are imported in that. The government is actually contemplating, and it is in the news today, everybody might have read it already, is contemplating bringing a PLI scheme, because unlike the LHB wagons, which only require 1.5 to 2% of the total investment which goes into it from the imported, Vande Bharat requires 15%. That primarily would have more focus, and the steel utilities, which will be your rolling stock and tracks. Obviously, when you're looking at long steel, we are looking at tracks. We are looking at electrification. But one of the major focus areas, and we have seen that because the government is looking at, refurbishment and renovation of all the railway stations, plus there are significant amount of railway overbridges coming in, which will see a sizable demand coming in the future from that. Keeping this in the purview, I would just, before I move into the next slide, I'll just throw some numbers onto you on the outlook perspective. When we talked about, and that allow me to just go back, I had to just push off into the slide because we paused. Sorry. Yeah. So I was talking about the outlook perspective. We were discussing about that we have 65 million tons of long steel demand today. In the morning, we had a session where we talked about that we are looking at more than 100 million tons by FY30. True. We are looking at a long steel demand of 110 odd million tons by FY32. Of that, the overall infra segment, which will be there, that would primarily be around, long steel only from infra would be around 40 million tons. So if at all we are talking about an overall long steel growth with the building and construction at 6%, the infrastructure segment is expected to grow at 8 to 9%, primarily because in India, we have moved from the economic growth, which is more of, populist driven to more of strength and, strategically core strengthening driven. We are more focused on building up the infra and letting that, development help the overall economic growth. We have heard in multiple speeches. And from there, if we talk from a 14 million ton, we are looking at doubling this particular demand in the next maybe 8 years of time to around 25 to 30 million tons, which will come only from roads and railway segment, whereby right now, while roads might account for 70%, but it is really expected that railways might bring up a major share because sizable amount of civil works, track laying, and other investments which are lined up there, and which will basically be a focus on the areas. There is, we come across a lot of unfortunate news. I believe everybody might have read about Himachal and Uttarakhand. There has been a loss of infrastructure and all that. But there, there has been questions on the overall authenticity that if at all the roads are not able to survive, what has been, why are we actually, is this model of 50 kilometers or 60 kilometers sustainable. There are multiple opinions on those, right? There are people who basically feel that maybe we are running it in an unviable model. Maybe we are, we are just speeding it up for one sake or the other. What has happened in Himachal and Uttarakhand is unfortunate. But one thing which we have to understand is the underlying, underlying topography and the soil, right? So see, one thing is you get, I know if I go through across the roads of Kolkata, I've been in Kolkata for the last 2 days. I'm pretty sure I'll find some potholes here and there. And one of the interesting things in the roads I found out there, the traffic police here decides to put the crash barriers right in the middle of the highways. I'm really not sure why is that happening here. But having said that, maybe the model which is there, which is coming up of the, the roads which have basically been washed off because of the rains and all, is more of from the topology. That would not, that is not something which has to be taken up in that particular manner, that it is not a viable model. In India, considering the logistic cost, the entire crux of PM Gati Shakti, which is the, there are numbers floating that 13% is the cost of logistics which we pay, where it should be 8% in the global levels, is based on ensuring infrastructure. Talk to any steel player, any metal player, or any, for that matter, cement related or any commodity player. Always the concern has been rake availability is an issue, or the truck dispatch is an issue. So irrespective of the fact that we might hit roadblocks and all, there is a clear focus that the growth will happen. Coming quickly on to the changing practices, and I think I'll leave you with the thought for this particular slide, because this is my last slide, is that focus is what is happening and how it will impact the overall demand for long steel in these segments. As I said, aluminium rail coaches and use of aluminium in the segment will have a negative impact. We are witnessing that. But obviously, there is a positive impact also. We are looking at steel-based designs, because there is a focus that you need all-weather bridges, you need reinforced bridges. There is a focus on, rising concretization, which is helping them. Then in the structural, if you go to the airports, the structures which are changing in even the airports, as I said, the roadside amenities, the railway side amenities, we are looking at hollow sections and all. That has been one of the clear focus areas. And obviously, the steel pipes utility, which we have witnessed, which will be basically one of the key cases. Typically, when you look at railways, or I would just focus it on for a minute before I conclude. Railways is typically, an ecosystem in itself. When I talk about railways, typically our idea is the long steel will go into tracks, maybe as a railway material, or maybe into the railway stations, refurbishment. Some people talk about that they will be setting up the roofs because you have concrete as the base for a railway station. What we miss out on the point is that the concrete which is laid down, that also has a steel structure. While the roofs are also, you will have your hollow sections and all. One of the important aspects, and why I say they are an ecosystem in themselves, is railways do have sizable investments when you talk about their own, water supply sanitation needs as well. So the investment number which is there in a railway typically will include the requirement of the entire water, the entire water supply, which is required for washing, cleaning, shed working. So those kind of investments, and, with the coming up of, with the focus that we are moving towards 100, we are actually reaching 100% electrification for railways. The requirement which will come from the electricity poles and that particular requirements, that would also be one of the key areas. So the number, and I would not say I am being very optimistic about it. Being CRISIL, I always have the, and being an erstwhile rating part of the agency, I always have a conservative mindset to myself. Because hum wo niche caveat lik dete hain, Jayanta sir could definitely put that. But there, the focus is doubling of the demand from the roads and all in the next 7 to 8 years is definitely possible. That will be all from my side. Thank you so much for your time. And if anybody has questions, I'll be here for 5 more minutes.
Thank
please.
you. Thank you. I'm afraid I am unable to take any questions. And I congratulate and thank Mr. Singh for sticking to the time allotted to him. Thank you. So the next speaker will be Ardob Majumdar, Manager, Mining and Metals, PwC. and his topic is exploring global market trends for long products, opportunities and challenges.
Good evening, everyone. Sorry, I have to rush a little bit because I have a meeting which I have postponed since lunchtime. So today I'll be talking about the global trends. Sorry. Okay, no issue, no issue. Just wait now.
Hello. I'm very sorry for interrupting the session, but one of our panelists is just leaving right now, having some urgent work. So I'd like to again call on stage Mr. Gurnachal Singh, the Associate Director of CRISIL, and would like to request our chairperson, Dr. Orgho Mojumdar, the Director of Kaji Nazrul University. And it's a little way to show the respect to our panelists for coming here today and make our day immensely successful with your words. Thank you so much. So now we'd like to continue with our, okay. So our another panelist from our next session, Mr. Siddharth Sen, the Vice President of Kabu Project. A little way of felicitation to show the emerged respect from our side. Thank you so much for coming here and being present here to make our day auspiciously successful with your words. Thank you so much. And now I'd like to request our one of panelists, Mr. Orno Mojumdar, the Manager of Mining and Metals, PwC, to take over your show.
Thank you. So I'll start the presentation just introducing myself. I'm a IIT Roorkee grad, studying from Ramakrishna Mission Narendrapur. And after that, I moved to Australia. I worked in Rio Tinto for a while. Then I came back, worked in SRK Consulting, in technical consulting. Then I moved to PwC now. So it's been quite a good duration in PwC. I have been working there. And today I'll be talking about the global market trends, the challenges and opportunities of the long market products, and how much we can understand the market and how we can take forward the key takeaways from this. And my colleague Swati Mukherjee had helped me in this presentation, so I should name her in this presentation. So giving the global overview first, China, you all know that China is the top producer and exporter, followed by India. And if we stand today and at 2023, and if we look at 2030, the CAGR looks like almost 4%, which is a decent number according to me. And the market size is almost $700 billion. And the market size, is projected in 2030 is more than $1,000 billion. So in this scenario, if we look at the global market product concentration, Asia Pacific is contributing the max, which is almost 45% of the 65% of the revenue, in 2022, followed by Middle East. And because of the investment, significant investment have lined up in Asia Pacific, especially the countries like India, Japan, China. And of course, you all have already know about the Vision 2030 plan in the Middle East. So they are also expecting huge amount of investment there. So that is also attracting a lot of investment. Of course, that will create demand for the long products. Of course, along with the opportunities, there are always challenges associated with the opportunities. So if we see the challenges in last few years, what we have studied, that the market has produced more what was expected, what was warranted. So overcapacity is a problem. There's a lot of push for the net zero thing. There's a lot of push for the steel sector to reduce emission. So there is environmental concern, which is a huge challenge for the market. The volatility in the price of the raw materials, you all know how the price fluctuates for iron, steel, iron, limestone, coal, all these raw materials, and also for the scrap. We are doing a scrap study for JPC, and we understand through the study that how unorganized the market is, how much pressure it needs to take. We need to take to understand the entire unorganized scrap market and what are the things needed to regulate that scrap market. Shushim sir was there in the morning. You probably have seen him, and he's leading that study, and we are, as a consultant, helping JPC. So if we segment the demand factors for the long products, of course, the building and construction, the aerospace and automotives, railways and highways, energy sector, the renewable energy especially, and the manufacturing, they are creating the huge demand for the long products. And if we see the urbanization trend in recent times, the growth, the infrastructure, the schemes government have announced, and if we see the renewable energy, the investment in the renewable energy sector, especially for the wind, solar, and all the kind of turbines projects and everything. So all these energy constructions are giving a huge thrust to the long products because that they are creating the demand in this market. And if we see the industrialization theme in different developing economies in Middle East, Asia, and Africa, all these things creating a huge demand for the market. So, and they are also creating a huge benefit for the players in the global market. You all know about the key players in this market, but still I'm naming a few. In India, we have Tata Steel, JSPL, ArcelorMittal, JSW. They are the prominent players in India. Of course, there are a few global players whom I have worked personally with when I was in Rio Tinto, like Bao Steel, I have worked thoroughly, Nippon Steel, I have worked thoroughly. So these are the companies are in the prospective side of the long steel product market, and they're doing really well at present. Then this is a very generic slide of what are the products we have in flat and long. I'm not getting into this kind of details right now because many people have discussed about all those things, but considering the products we have in long, the huge demand is primarily for the rebar and the structural beams, basically. They are, because of the aesthetics, architecture, lot of things are required in long products to customize, because there are a lot of different things newly evaluated and newly evolved on everyday basis. So it's very important to understand what kind of shape, size, and requirement the market and industry has. And on that basis, we can evaluate the requirement and go forward in this market. So why the long products? Of course, why the long products? There are several reasons for this, but I have categorized a few of this. If we see the rebar and the structural beams, they create a lot of strength and durability. And everyone, if you look at the infrastructure project, like in the infrastructure project, the bridges, the flyovers, the railway projects, they all need strength, they all need durability, they all need and expect flexibility in the design. So safety and stability is one of the key thing in this long products, which long products offers to the market. So of course, we expect something should be safe for public, safe for the construction, which will have minimum replacement and repair cost, and can withhold with extreme weather condition or the earthquake kind of thing. Longevity should be there, of course, resilience to the stress, which can endure a lot of stress. So all these reasons are creating a huge demand for the long products, because long products not only recyclable, because 100% steel is recyclable, but this is also compatible to other material like concrete and glass. You can customize, you can plan something different. Even nowadays, you probably heard about the engineering wood. That is also creating a severe competition for the long products. Then the ease of fabrication is also one of the factors which is also creating preference for the long products. Some of the key drivers people have already discussed, and I'm not going into this kind of thing. The population expansion, the economic growth. Of course, the GDP growth is not equivalent in every country or every continent, but of course, the GDP growth, population expansion, infrastructure investment, renewable energy, investment in the renewable energy, automobile sector thrust, capital goods sector, and the transition in the developing economies. They are creating huge driving energy for the long products. But if we look at the infrastructure industry, of course, we have already discussed about these things, but some of the key product like rebar, wear rod, merchant bars, rail sections, they are the main primary long product for the infrastructure industry. If we see the social infrastructure, transportation, utilities infrastructure, manufacturing, and the extraction infrastructure, we have categories and give some nomenclature out of those. But we all expect there is a huge potential for this market to grow considering the investment and the present scenario we see from the government and incentive sides. But of course, there should be some limitations as well along with this opportunity. That is something we should be careful about. Some of the challenges I have highlighted here for the long products to understand and of course take away with go forward. As they go forward, the competition from the alternatives, like as I mentioned about engineering woods, composites, concretes, they are creating some alternate solutions for the long products. Environmental concern, we have already mentioned about the net zero ambitious net zero target and the push for the steel sector to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The volatility in the price, the overcapacity kind of problem, and the changing dynamics in the market. Every day we see some new development in the global market, the trade barriers, the economic shift. These are the things we need to be careful in the long products. And when we think about the overseas kind of trade, so we have to be very careful about the geopolitical situation and how that can influence the business in future. Some of the technological advancement in the long product market, if we see, of course, a lot of spending is happening in the alloys, of course, to make the product more strong, durable, and corrosion free. But one of the things we have recently studied and worked with some of the steel companies is one of the advanced steel manufacturing techniques, where we found that it's more about creating advanced structures, more customizable structure, which is not only rebar, but of course, more value-added products using the advanced steel manufacturing techniques. More 3D simulations and kind of thing and modeling required before we go for any complex structure, because that will create a different kind of confidence for the engineers before they go for the actual construction. Robotics, automation, digitization, IoT, all these kind of things are happening in the market at present. I'm sure many big players are thinking about the digitization and IoT kind of thing, because they all need safe, sound, strong, and durable products and their system to go forward. So that's why looking forward to the technological upgradation innovation in this market. And recently, one of the projects we have done with one of the big players, and we have done that market entry strategy for them. They're the global big player. And we have done some strategic approach for them, where we have understood the requirement for them in the market, where they want to target, what we have done the market research and analysis for them. We have identified the product, we have done the product differentiation kind of thing. Then we have also suggested technological innovation solution for them. Sustainability is the main focus for them at present. We have helped them in the quality and certification. Partnership and networking is something we have found for them is very important, because they are entering into the Indian market, and the branding and marketing where we are specialized at. And I'll just give some of the brief about the PwC mining metal practice. We are 4,000 mining metal professional globally.
You have 1 minute.
Yes, sir. And of course, 3 lakh employees we have in India only. So only 6 countries where we are not present. Otherwise, we are present in every continent. And these are some of the services we have, not all, but some of the services we have highlighted here, where you'll find that steel is one of the key areas we are focusing at present, considering the market research, supply chain policies, and bid advisory and digitization work. And every year we publish a mine publication. I request you to go to our website and read the Mine 2023 publication this year. And whatever we say in our publication, that becomes the trend. So I would request you to go for a good read in that publication, and you'll find it interesting. Thank you very much. I hope it was meaningful, useful, and I wish to see you in future again. Thank you.
Thank you, Arnab. It is actually whatever allotted time you have taken, and thank you for that.
Thank you, but I had to rush because I have to go for a meeting. Sorry for that.
Thank
Otherwise, I usually speak very slowly.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rahul Joshi, partner, Questro Consulting, and his paper is Evolving LP Demand Scenario and Adapting to the Next Normal in Construction Practices.
Sorry, sir, I'm just interrupting in between the session because our another panelist just said an amazing words to all of you. Need to leave right now. Mr. Arnab Majumdar, the manager of mining and metals, PwC, would like to say you a round of bye with a huge respect from our heart, from our side. Thank you so much, Mr. Arnab Majumdar, for coming here and give us your valuable words and valuable time to this evening. Thank you so much. And we would like to proceed with our next panelist.
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Rahul Joshi from Questro Consulting. I'm going to talk about more on the demand side of long products. We will touch base on, the kind of the way long products are used at the customer's end. See, as we all know, as everyone was talking about the kind of growth that we are going to witness, the growth, we are going to add another demand to the, to the tune of 20 million ton of LP demand in next 7 years. So it is more than volume, we need to see what kind of changes the way this LP is going to get consumed at the customer's end. What are those factors are really going to, drive those changes? So I will touch base on those, some of the aspects, not everything, because the subject is quite vast, and also talk about what kind of alignment that LP producers are required to, to meet those changing practices. Just to, before we get into the demand side consumption changes, it is important to see what is exactly setting the stage, for LP growth. One is, of course, everyone knows the population, the GDP growth rate is India among the fastest growing economy, more than 6% growth. The overall economy grows, the requirement of constructions and infrastructure development grows up, and hence the LP demand goes up. The another factor is the population growth. We are going to, one of the highest population country, not just the highest in number, but also the growth of the population is also high. So the growth itself matters, as the number that comes from the growth requires the more housing, requires the more infrastructure. The third most important factor, which is more, direct impact on LP, is the urbanization. If you really look at the, comparison with other countries, we are at the, level of 35% urbanization as compared to the lowest among, those developing economies. Look at the Japan, USA, EU, China, those are all above 70% urbanization. And world's average is around 60%, and we are at the 35%. So we have a lot to catch up. So that indicates the potential that we are going to have with the urbanization. Growing urbanization will need more infrastructure. They will need more roads. They will need more buildings to live. They will need more connectivity. They will need power plants. They will need schools and hospitals and so forth. So the action is yet to begin, I would say. So we have a lot coming from the urbanization side. Now, if you really put urbanization in a perspective of trajectory, this reveals something very interesting, the message, if you really look at the urbanization of various countries, this is the trajectory, and this indicates the kind of path India is going to follow. India is at the 35% urbanization. We call them as a developing country for that matter. Thailand and other Indonesia are also at that same level. Look at the developed countries, which are at the 75 and 90%. Now, see the characteristics of those, developed countries, and then let's look at the way these developing countries are going to grow in the same way. First characteristics is the tapering stagnant growth. These countries are having urbanization growth less than 0.3%. And the countries here have the urbanization growth of more than 1%. So that is the first fundamental difference. So those countries having high urbanization already, their LP growth rate is less than 3%. And the one which are in the range of 35-40%, the LP growth is bound to be more than 7 to 8%. Second characteristic, share of construction in LP. Though countries which are at the high urbanization already, the share of construction is less than 50%. The countries like us, share of construction in LP is more than 70%. Ours is 80% almost. The construction includes buildings and infrastructure both. GFCF, the gross fixed capital formation construction as a part of GDP is 12 to 16%. That indicates the kind of asset development in construction is something that matters most and is going to remain till the time we reach to that level. That's going to take another 30, 40, 50 years or so to reach 70%. And that time your GFCF construction is going to be 62%. So we have yet another 50, 60 years to reach that level. Infra spend as a percent of GDP, all those countries which are at this level 4 to 5%. So they have very high focus on urban transport and power. The countries which are in the stage of high urbanization is the spend is typically between 0.5 to 1%. And the most important aspect which I'm going to talk about in detail in subsequent slides is the advanced construction practices. All those countries which are high developed countries, they have very high use of precast and some of the advanced construction technologies, whereas case of us is wherein we are initial stage of adoption. The way these countries spend also differs. You know, if you really look at this part, the focus of infra spend, there's the three categories: basic, advanced, and quality of life. The countries which are at the stage of developed countries, they spend more on quality of life. They already passed this phase of basic and advanced. India is somewhere between. There is a mixed bag between advanced and basic. So we tend to spend more on commercial properties, rapid transport systems, WTP, waste treatment plants, and so forth. Whereas we yet to reach to the quality of life kind of spend. Now, let's look at the practices now. We have been always following the conventional construction practice, wherein it is more on-site development, and then more labor intensive. But what is really compelling now, this is not going to continue for sure because of the three reasons or the three bigger categories of challenges that construction industry is facing. First is the material. It is polluting, so they will always be under pressure to change those kind of material that they use, which is more greener. The another thing is shortage. So there is a shortage of quite few construction material. Take an example of sand. So it's been an acute shortage of sands, and that going to remain, in shortage for a few more years. It's after all using of natural resources. Then construction sites are very labor intensive. The site environment is very dusty. So that affects the local environment. So there is a lot of safety concerns. So all those challenges they have to, construction sites has to navigate through. Then there is, of course, other factors of cost and the climatic change. So all these challenges make construction industry to, really move forward and adopt to the advanced construction technology, something which will replace cement, something which will or minimize the use of cements and natural aggregates, lower consumption of water, something which will reduce in situ construction activities and less polluting. So they require speed of the construction, they require better quality of construction, they require more durable. So all these factors has a direct impact on the way LP is going to get consumed and the kind of, quality or the kind of material that they're going to demand going forward. Adoption of precast is set to rise in India. Currently, if you really compare with the global, the precast industry is growing at almost 5.5%. Our industry in India is at the very low base stage and going to grow at 15%. Look at the right-hand side. The Indian construction industry has moved from material to the building system. So wherein material is something where you require, in situ intensive construction, which has now taken forward to the off-site, kind of construction activity, wherein they will require more of off-site construction products. So we are actually moving from projects to products. So we have to do that going forward in order to cater to the, address the challenges that I just mentioned, the speed, quality, and the durability. So what is the impact on LP users? There is going to be more use of LP because of the LP intensity is slightly higher in case of precast. TMT usage on offsite is going to go up. There is going to be the kind of customers that companies need to deal with is going to be the precast companies apart from the contractors. And then there is going to be higher usage of certain products like LRPC and so forth. Government of India is also promoting this. If you really look at their, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, they are categorically mentioned. There are the 6 practices we promote and we want our construction contractors to adopt when they go for affordable housing. So this is the first indication that, something coming from government that too through further offering the subsidies to adopt these things. So this is definitely going to be a catalyst for adoption in private sector too. So what are those things? They are talking about the 2D construction, so precast products to be used. Then there is the EPS panels, extruded panel systems that are required to be. These are more environment friendly, and you have a weld mesh at the both side of the EPS panels. So this is another long steel, which is been downstream long steel product, which is required to be used. Then we also have the construction wherein 3D precast volumetric is being done, wherein the entire structure is been, the entire room or the bathroom or the kind of kitchen is being constructed offsite and then transported and fitted in the building site. So that is called pods basically. Then there is also monolithic construction in aluminum formworks. So aluminum formworks is something, wherein the wall, slab and the beams are cast together. So when they cast together, so it becomes more super finished kind of walls you get. You don't require shuttering and you don't require, plastering for that. Therein your weld mesh requirement goes up. So there is also another long product. So another practice is the light gauge steel framework. This is a flat products, but still when you use light gauge steel framework, you require to use the panels, which are made out of AAAC panels or EPS panels, wherein long steel is used. So as we just seen, construction industry migrating from cast in situ practices to precast. So there are certain products like under foundation, which are precast products where long steel is being used. Those are pre-stressed concrete piles and hollow core in slabs, then precast wall panels and EPS panels. Another thing which even, composite structure, which talked about by Abhijit, wherein he was talking about the more and more use of composite structure. This is something has come up very fast. Now, this is the product wherein your structural steel used in the framework along with the concrete. So, and it's a new design concept. What is new building design concept? If there are any of the, design consultants, they would, can throw more light on this. The one thing is that they go for is the basement and the core. These are with the RCC. Superstructure is made out of structural steel and beams and columns made out of composite structure. So composite is nothing but the structural steel. So it has got a lot of relevance and significance in the high-rise buildings. So you can see the high-rise building and the long span buildings. Even if it's a low-story building, if you require to have a longer span, the composite structure makes it, more cost-effective. So this is what are the savings it can make. Typically G+20 buildings is constructed within 12 to 14 months. As compared to 24 months that it takes if it is pure RCC. So these kind of benefits, you require less, facade cost goes down. You can add one more floor in the given space. At the same time, there is a RERA regulations which restrict, make contractors to complete their site in, project in certain timeline as committed. So that is another reason that will make them to adopt composite structure. So having said, just to summarize in terms of what is the impact on LP, who does it matter to me is this. So as you use more of pre-stressed products, pre-stressed concrete products is, say the example is the pre-stressed piles wherein you use LRPC, hollow core slabs is where you use LRPC, which is made out of wires, made out of wire rod again. So this is the use of these products is going to go up. In case of precast products, wall panels, 2D, 3D products going up, which will have a direct impact on wire rod in terms of more usage of weld mesh made out of wire rod. Then steel buildings, as the steel penetration goes up in the buildings, the composite structures, adoption increases, the structural steel demand requirement is also going to go up. As we just said, aluminum formworks. Then there is another product that is called steel fibers, which are being used in girders. There is a use of steel fibers along with the TMT. So that improves so you can get the much larger span in case of this. So you reduce number of pillars basically and they save the cost in case of bridges. So what we require to do in such evolving scenarios? So these are all evolving scenarios which is bound to happen in India. So the LP producers require to realign themselves. So there are so this is, as we said, there's a capex growth, infrastructure spend is growing. So all this is going to lead to the natural growth. But what is it that LP producers to do if they want to go beyond natural growth? One is, of course, they increase the penetration and increase the intensity, and also potentially explore. These are some of the thoughts, not the exhaustive ones. Also, many companies are already doing it, but I'm just wanted to put it in a perspective just to close the loop in terms of, since so many changes happening at the end customers and what is it that LP producers are doing. So what we need to do as a LP supplier is value-added products. So TMT with a threaded rebar is something that can be thought of, and they already been adopted by many suppliers. Then also the cages cut and bend is something happening for years, but there will be more and more usage of such products going forward. Then there is a requirement of cages. If the precast goes up, they will require.
I'm afraid you got 1 minute.
Yeah, this is the last slide.
Thank you. Okay.
So the column and beam cages which are required. So the TMT is supplied in the cage form for the precast industry. Then are there any scope for new products? Then can these long products can be, supplied with some accessories like couplers. So that also can be explored. Come to wire rod, then there is a weld mesh, not just the 95% of wire rod is getting used in the form of wires. So, but there is another upcoming industry that is weld mesh, which can be a, new additional, and which has been done already, but this is going to grow at an exponential rate. Then there are other products like decking panels. This is not directly going in the construction, but the related field wherein you have those warehouses and the racking systems, wherein you require to have a weld mesh decking panel. So these are the products straightway can be made by the LP producers. Instead of giving, the wires in a roll form, you make the panels and supply to the, warehousing industry. In structural, customized length is something which is when we talk to the customers, this is the pain area they always talk about. We don't want to cut the roll structure at the side. And we don't want to, we don't know what to do with the leftovers. I don't want to spend time, money, labor in that field. So you better supply this in the customized length. Fabrication, basic fabrication can be done from the supplier side. They want to connect some connectors, stiffeners, some kind of drilling is to be done for the bolting purpose. Can LP producer do it instead of supplying structure in the roll form, do it in the basic fabrication and supply. High tensile gates is another area. The last point I want to make is there any scope for us or the LP producers to grow beyond products and also talk of the solution? There are three stakeholders which LP suppliers always, interact. That is the consultant, design consultant, contractors, and the project owner. Project owner invest the money. Contractor actually use our product. Design consultant who is the specifier. So these are the three we need to, can we become a facilitator? They always look for the solution. Contractor will always go for something which will save his labor, something which will save his time. Design consultant will always go for something which is much safer, and they want to go ahead with sometimes go with a much higher factor of safety just because of they have never tested the material. The other thing is they always go with what is available. See, if something is not available, they never factor in their design concept. So LP producer got to go, if someone requires 650 mm of structural steel in their bridges, they always have a choice either to go with the fabricated or the roll. So the thing that these roll manufacturers are very limited in this section size, I will better go for fabricated. So the LP production goes down. LP demand goes down. So for that matter, is there any scope for LP producers to come be a facilitator for all these three? Some kind of a design optimization services can be given. Can this be co-op with the other alternate products? And the last, but not the least, is the enablers at the industry level. So what are those enablers at the efforts required to be done at the industry level? Is something of in the sort of inclusion of LP or the solutions that we are provided by LP in design softwares of the building consultant side. Then also the skill development. Skill development is something which we require to do in terms of usage of steel in the building sector. So that is something, the initiative that industry need to be required to be, taken up to in order to, increase the, adoption of the steel in the building sector. And of course, there are certain services like life cost analysis can be done for the steel. So these are the industry level efforts that are required to be done in order to improve the usage of LP or increase the penetration, increase the intensity of the steel in buildings and infrastructure field. So with this, I just leave my thoughts and to you in terms of as one of the fellow industry participant as to what we can together do to make the LP industry grow. Thank you so much. Thanks for your patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Joshi.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I have just one request. We are absolutely out of time. So we might get thrown out of the banquet unless we finish up in another. The next session has to be done in another 10 minutes. We have to get started. So which means basically, I'm sorry, Harsh and Manusda, I can only say you have to finish in 7 to 8 minutes. Because it's something beyond my control. So Chairman,
it's,
sir.
it's better I give 5 minutes to her because she is the only lady here.
Yeah.
And 2.5 minutes to both of them.
And do you know the story? She comes from Tata Steel, and Harsh, his father spent his entire life in Tata Steel. So
Okay,
there is a
so-
connection between the two.
So maybe,
yeah,
maybe
Harsh,
she can take another 1 minute more.
Yeah.
You get 1.5 minutes. Okay, thank
Yeah.
you. Ma'am, you need to start. And she is Ritu Agarwal, Senior General Manager, Strategy and Business Excellence, Tata Steel Long Product Limited. And her topic is evolving landscape of construction and infrastructure. Ma'am, please.
Good evening, everyone. Since a lot of thing has been said since morning and it's only 5 minutes, I would try to do justice with that. So I'll not repeat the points, whatever has been spoken, but I would like to put up the points which has not been spoken, and also would like to make the session little bit lighter. So first trend in the Indian economy, I think, which has not been spoken, is the pace of digitalization and what exactly it is doing. It is making the formalization of Indian economy much faster. If we look at the data of 2023, the rate at which the digital payments have been made in India versus the 9 countries next to it. If we add up those 9 countries, the total payments versus the India digital payment, India is outpacing the sum of those 9 countries. So that is one fundamental trend which all of us need to notice. And why it is linked with this sector? Because construction used to be a sector where a lot of black money was getting used. So this is one trend which I would like everybody to take a note of, and that's how the Indian economy is going to get formalized. While people have talked about urbanization, population, demographic, another interesting trend, some of the report which I was reading through, that 25% of the incremental global workforce will be by India in next 5 to 7 years. The third fact, I don't know, the presentation is not coming anyhow. I'm just trying to build certain insights. Then third thing, all of us have spoken about, there is a lot of focus by the government on infrastructure, and the capex are like that. And there had been a talk on 33% growth. Yes, that's true. But another interesting insight into that is, all of us normally believe that government announce a lot of things, but the actual on ground execution is a cause of concern. But when we look at the data, and if we look at the data for last 10 years, and then now we look at the data for last 4 years, believe me, based on the CMI data which has been published, it shows that the execution compared to the budget commitment has been previously at a level of 87 to 90%, and now it has been more than 100% also in last 2-3 years. So that is the, I think, scale which we are talking about. Another big insight into that is that previously the long product related sectors where a lot of focus was coming was the total of 26%, 27% out of the total capex which government was doing. Now, if you see last 2-3 years trend, that has increased to more than 50% of the total capex what government is planning. And for FY24, government has planned about 10 lakh crores, right? So that's how this is the pace at the government when we are talking about there is a lot of push on infrastructure. This is what the thing which is being talked about. All of the trends have been spoken. Only 2 fundamental trends, I think, which also needs attention. Why construction is changing? Why it is evolution? Why the evolution is happening? Apart from the various other trends, the first and foremost important trend is also the customers are looking for convenience. Right? Because in every area, if you look at the customer, and who is the ultimate end customer? It is you, me, and end of the day, in between, there are also customers. Everybody is now going with the pace, the way the digitalization is going, the way that technology is going, and ultimately it is resulting into the customers demanding for convenience. So that is one trend which we need to see. The second trend is also now the things are becoming much more affordable and the technologies are coming even from the global players. So now global players are entering Indian market, and that is also because if the things are not available, the uses will not happen. But if the things are making available, then the things will fall in place. So that is the another trend. Here, I just wanted to give one thought that while there used to be a lot of, if you see the construction market, always we divide in the building and the infrastructure. But what is the point to note here? That within those segments also, now there are sub-segments which is emerging and there is a different needs which is emerging. So if you look at the commercial, which is a sub-segment, but within that, like there is a different sort of IT park, convention center, etc. And the requirements are changing therein. Similarly, if we take the example of infrastructure, even within the rails itself, it is no more only metros and the normal railways. There are monorails, bullet trains, all these things are being talked about, which was not previously there in India. And hence the type of steel uses is also changing. The way it will be used, that is also changing. So I think these trends have been spoken, but if I need to summarize that what the phase the construction industry is going and what it will go towards, it is transitioning from 3D to 3E. What do I mean by 3D? Construction industry, if you look at, it is a dirty industry. It used to be dirty. When I say it used to be like a lot of dust and also, as I have said, a lot of black money and all those things. Then second is the dangerous because a lot of safety issues. And third thing is the demeaning. People don't used to give the sort of preference they used to give to the automotive guys, right? So that's how the industry was, but how it is transforming. What is the 3E when we are talking about? It is becoming exotic as other industries are. And why it is becoming like that, we'll talk about that. Then it is becoming more exciting and also the energy efficient. Whether at 10 years before, have we ever imagined that the buildings will also be transferred in a packet form? Have you ever imagined that the building will be done within 24 hours? No, we have never assumed like that. But the things are rapidly changing. And that's how these things are continuously evolving, both at a on-site to off-site level. There is a technology and digital, because previously the things were more manual. Now it is becoming more and more integrated with the help of technology. Now, what is about the Tata Steel? We have talked about the entire industry, and as Tata Steel has always been pioneering, I think now we are talking about this as a new trends, but I think Tata Steel way ahead 10, 20 years back has launched various services and solutions, which is more of a ready to use products. And that's how if I categorize in the construction area, what are those solutions which Tata Steel is offering? One is in terms of reinforcement solutions, where we have cut and bend, coupler, and also the smart fab, which Rahul was speaking about, the weld mesh. So I'll talk about that. Then there is a fencing solution. There is an anti-cut, anti-climb. There is a noted fence, chain link, all those things. Then there is a, within the homemaking solutions, we have the Pravesh doors. And then there is a trunky solution, the LGSF buildings, which we are talking about. There is a structural profile, which we are doing. So just to take the reinforcement related solutions, there is a cut and bend solution, which is offered, and it has more than 1,000 shapes. And if you see the design, these designs are very complex. And what does it offer? It offers your faster construction. It offers your saving in the material cost. and thereby overall cost reduces, and also it reduces the CO2 footprint. Similar is the case with the rebar with coupler. Basically the threaded which comes, and what it solves is solves the problem of the lapping which used to be there. And here also minimum 10% of the steel is being saved. And this is the, I think what we were talking about, welded wire mesh. This is the smart fab offering which is there. And this we launched in 2017. And there are various, so what basically it helps to take care of the design issues. And this almost reduces the steel consumption by 25%. So that's the sort of saving which it gives. And for all these things, it is not so easy because there is a lot of work which goes behind in terms of ecosystem development, in terms of getting these incorporated into the BIS, in terms of making people aware, because without awareness, these things cannot happen. So that's all I thought I should share. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker is Mr. M.M. Ghosh, consultant, INSDAG, and his paper is Augmenting Consumption of Steel, Challenges and Opportunities. Mr. Ghosh, please.
Yeah, good evening. We were from the morning, we were hearing the producers. We were also hearing datas. Now, there have been certain common points in my presentation, but what I find that a part which has been not discussed is what I want to discuss is basically when we think of long products, we have to use the long products and how to use. So there is a place where we require codes. If the codes are not proper, if the codes are not developed, then there is no use of whatever we do. Just to highlight what the codes are at present available and how is it working. I'm just keeping, we are from INSDAG, Institute for Steel Development and Growth, which has been basically with the help of all the major steel producers. We are an institute which delves into the consumption and not into the production side. So just skipping this, where we stand, these data is already discussed. This is the per capita consumption, but our consumption pattern is quite growing. We are the second largest in consumption also, second largest in production also. So let's skip. These are some of the factors which has already been discussed. According to GDP, the first 10 countries and what they consume. Of the first 10, there are first 7 who are into the consumption. And there are 3 countries who are not in the first 10 in GDP, but high in consumption. So let's skip. This is what we have already discussed. The consumption pattern, 49.2% in rural housing, etc. So let's skip this. We have already had enough of this. So where we overview our discussion from 161 million ton to now 300 million ton in 31. This is from World Steel, how the sector-wise consumption has taken place. These are the projects which were there. Challenges. Okay, let's move up. Let's go to where can we use steel again? The crash barriers, replacement of steel with concrete bridges. The concrete bridges are now in a fatigue stage. So there has been replacement, and that's with steel. The new skywalks coming everywhere can be of steel, and it can be only with steel. The RCC roads, sheet piles already there, railways already discussed, defense sector and border management, huge amount of steel is being used there. So certain new areas, galvanized steel silos for grain storage, rural electrification, sanitation, these are the areas where steel can be used comprehensively. The terminal buildings of the airports, light gauge steel buildings. We will be giving you some examples, which is now coming into being. The steel doors, Tata Pravesh, and the solar cell supporting structures. The codal developments, this is what I want to mention. These codes listed here, IS 800-2007, which deals with how to design with hot rolled steel section. If these codes are not developed, then whatever we produce cannot be used. So IS 800-2007 has already undergone a change, and the new code might be coming up anytime. Parallelly, the National Building Code 2016 has already been published. So IS 800 has been incorporated in National Building Code and is in use. IS 875 Part 3 is for wind loads. You might be knowing that there has been certain cyclones after which this code has to undergo a revision, especially the data for the eastern zone and the western Ghats have been increased. The formulas have also been developed. IS 1893 is the earthquake load. So after certain earthquakes, after certain modernization, this code has also been developed and has been revised. National Building Code 2016. IRC 6 is the loading code for bridges. The bridges coming up are using IRC 6 that has also been developed, refurbished in 2017. And accordingly, a commentary of IRC 6 has also been published. IRC 22 is steel bridges, how to design a bridge with steel. And IRC 24 is again a steel bridge with composite construction. IS 801 is the code which is under revision, which is with cold form steel, how to design buildings with cold form steel. So basically, these are the covers which has already been developed. This is the wind map of India, where the red part has been modified. That has been developed newly and has been incorporated in this code of the 2015 version. Similarly, the seismic map of India has also changed. The zones have changed. There is nothing called zone 1. Zone 2, zone 3, zone 4, and zone 5 has been included. Calcutta is in zone 3. So these developments have taken place, for which the designers are required to use these codes. This is the NBC National Building Code, Volume 1, 2016. And these are IRC 26, IRC 6, the bridge code, the commentary, IRC 22, and IS 801, which is coming, which is again a revolution, which gives designing with cold form section. So these sort of a section will be coming into use very shortly. These are all cold form thin plates made of steel, will be used in the coming projects. So this is what IRC IS 801 will do. This is a building already done in Chennai. This is with cold form section in Andhra Pradesh, in India. These are certain construction with cold form section in Raigad. Again, some steel frame house. These are all actuals. Again, a PB shed with cold form and hot roll, means IS 800 and 801. Product development, some of the developments which has already taken place. Hollow section, cold form section, parallel flange beam, which are being used now. Now, assistance, we require certain assistance. So conclusion, growth of steel consumption is the economic parameter. So academic courses need to be tuned in that fashion. And then spreading of awareness and easy available of material, consumables, everything is to be in place. So this is our building, just 1 kilometer away from here, made of steel and glass, hot rolled steel. So another view of the building. This is a building with steel, again in Calcutta, in Newtown, which is called Restello. It's a residential building. So this is our building. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. It was a nice presentation, which has not been covered till yet. Thank you. Without much ado, I would call upon Harsh Chaudhary, who is co-founder and CEO of Centra.world. And his paper is Decarbonizing Steel Emissions Tracking Using Digital and AI. Mr. Chaudhary, please.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Majumdar. Thank you, Steel and Metallurgy, for the opportunity. I had 15 slides, but I'm going to try and manage it one video and one slide, and hopefully that should play. Volume to बढ़ा हुआ है. It's okay. We'll try and manage without the volume. It's fine. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Let's manage without. Okay. I think we're short on time, so I just want to be mindful of that. Okay. Overall, decarbonization of industrial manufacturing, that's what the company is focused on. As you know, climate is changing. 2023 has been, July 2023 has been the hottest month in the history of modern times. There have been floods everywhere. So obviously, you know, climate is a big topic. As per the Paris Agreement, we need to limit temperature increase between 1.5 to 2 degrees centigrade. Requires 50% decarbonization, and the steel sector is really at the heart of it. I think India accounts for 11% of India's total steel emissions. Steel emissions account for 11% of India's total emissions. Indian steel sector has an emissions intensity of about 2.5 tons of CO2 per ton of steel, which is 35% higher than the global average. So that is an opportunity. We need to now figure out how we actually do that, right? Now, decarbonization doesn't need to be, it needs to have economic value coming out as well, right? The first one is through green certified products, where you can actually get a green premium, you can get market share growth. Secondly, through sustainable organizations, you get greater brand value, greater valuation, and at the same time, lower cost of capital through sustainability linked loans and bonds. But really, the first step is to decarbonize, is to track, trace, and certify green industrial materials, which needs to be accurate, efficient, comprehensive, and at the same time, reliable. And really, that's what we are focused on. So we are Centra.World. We provide services on measuring of carbon emissions. Secondly, around mitigating it through setting up of different targets and standards. Monitoring through KPI dashboards, satellite monitoring, AI-led models, and monetizing through a blockchain-enabled methodology where you can track each ton of carbon along the entire value chain, and that's what we offer. Right. So these are some views of what we are doing. But essentially here you can connect to multiple data systems, SAP, Oracle, everything gets connected in a steel plant. You can create your own net zero roadmap. It will suggest projects for you. It will suggest targets. In one go, you get a view on what your next 15 years is going to look like. Every detailed, there are about 10,000 parameters that we are monitoring, right? So you can actually get each one of them as a KPI dashboard, fully customized for you. We calculate product footprint. So every product that is coming out of a steel plant will have a unique footprint based on global methodologies. We also track how your journey is progressing. Are you on track? Do you need to do more decarbonization? How are you faring against that? And finally, we enable green product certification. Again, all of this is through data. Right? I'm going to stop the video there and just skip to one slide, and I think we'll call it a day with that. Right. So what we have is, sorry, 1 second. The view is. You guys can still see this, right? Then I won't go to full screen. Centra.Calculus, it is a steel sector specific software product. It's a cloud-based product with enhanced data security. It has 4 routes of steel mapped. We have 13 plants like DRI, BF, BOF, all of them are mapped, and within that 57 processes. So this is created only for the steel sector. On the measure part, it helps you create your baseline. So we do ERP integration with SAP, Oracle, etc. Secondly, all of our methodologies lie in World Steel Association, so fully signed off. And we use AI to actually get a whole host of emission factors from around the world. Secondly, we use, and this helps you set a baseline. The second step is how do you define a net zero journey for yourselves? We use international methodologies like SBTi, Science Based Targets Initiative, which helps you set targets, and not only set targets at a company level, but our simulator actually divides that up into each of your assets, each of your plants, because not two plants are the same. Some might be old, some might be new. You can't give the same target to both. And there's also a recommendation engine which can suggest projects for you. Once you've done all of that, there is a whole host of 50+ dashboards covering all elements of E, S, and G. We've started to use satellite imagery to track how carbon emissions are happening and all of that. And the interesting part also is that we integrate with your suppliers. Now, anywhere between 30 to 60% of your emissions are going to be sitting with your suppliers. How do you integrate with those guys, right? This is the module which actually helps, where your suppliers will see an interface where they can safely upload their data so that you can track their emissions. And my favorite part is the monetized part, because sustainability doesn't need to be a box ticking exercise. It is all about creating value from it. We have a blockchain-enabled traceability. Secondly, compliance reporting across 15 different standards, and also green product certifications. If time permitted, I would have taken you through our blockchain solution, because I think that's really exciting, but we'll keep that for a later day. We have a booth outside. Come and look us up. And thank you again for the opportunity.
Mr. Chaudhary, it was a nice session. The outlook of long products, and all the panelists have given us the outlook of long products, what should be the future of long products. I would like to thank all the panelists for sticking to the time and given the time frame they have worked and presented their points in very efficiently. And I would like to thank also the audience who was, very patient in hearing this panelist, and also without any questions. Last but not the least, I thank Nirmalya Mukherjee for giving us the opportunity for being here. And my students also are there. So they are also, they have enjoyed these sessions. Thank you, Nirmalya Mukherjee. Thank you once and all. Thank you.
I think we should have a huge round of applause for Mr. Nirmalya Mukherjee, because he is taking the show pretty quiet, good manner from the morning. Thank you so much, sir. And now, yes, we'd like to continue with our next session.
Yeah, thank you. Now, as you know, I have a small duty to perform, which is the presentation of the mementos to our distinguished panelists. So we'll start with the session chairman, Mr. Argham Majumdar, who is again my dada, and whom I have known as a very close family member. Yeah, and I would request our session chairman to hand over the mementos to other panelists. First, to someone whose father has been a good friend all my life, Harsh. His father, Sanjay Chaudhary, was the head of corporate communications in Tata Steel, and he's been a good friend for all my life. So, Harsh, thank you so much. And next time, I'll ensure you get full 1 hour to compensate for today. Okay, Manusda, someone again I have worked with very closely. We've done workshops together. We've traveled places together. We've done workshop in Jamshedpur, and we have worked together in a lot of initiatives. Mr. Manoj Mohan Ghosh from INSDAG. Mr. Jayanta Rai, again, a wonderful human being, a perfect gentleman. And, in Bengali, we use the term Bangali Bhadralok. So whenever I think of a Bangali Bhadralok, it is none other than Jayanta Rai. Thank you so much, Dada. So the next is, okay, ladies come first, yeah. So Ritu Agarwal, and then Mr. Rahul Joshi. So Ritu, yeah. Yeah, thank you. Ritu Agarwal from Tata Steel, Senior General Manager, Strategy and Business Excellence. And Mr. Rahul Joshi from Westcrow Consulting. So thank you, gentlemen. So without losing a further minute, let me just check who all are here for the next session.
Thank you so much to all the panelists for being here and give your valuable time to us to this evening.
Yeah. So let me see. Mr. Manjit Kumar, are you here? Manjit Kumar? Yeah, please come and take the dais. Mr. Marius Jung?
We are having a video on screen.
Yeah, Marius Jung. Yeah. Manish Dada, will you join him or he will speak alone? Okay, fair enough. Please take.
Okay, can we have the video on screen, please?
Mr. Sandeep Kumar Ghosh. Kluber. Mr. Sandeep Ghosh. Yeah, please come and. And then Mr. Sanjeet Pradhan from Nord. Mr. Pradhan from Nord, are you here? Okay, so he is not here. Mr. Pradhan from Nord is not here, right? Okay. So from SAIL RDCIS, Research and Development Center for Iron and Steel, Mr. Sanjay Kumar Gupta, you're here? Yeah, Sanjay ji, aa jaiye. And my good friend and brother, Shoykot Chatterjee. Oh, there he is. I think Subhankar Chakraborty is not here, right? Okay. And Chetan Kale. Okay, come. So this session will be, we have how many? Yeah. You know, the first speaker for this session, will be from Marius. Marius, yeah. So you'll be the first speaker, Marius. Yeah. And followed by, yeah, I'll just call the session chairman. But before that, let me just mention, where is my session chairman, Mr. Sharad Budhia, where he is, Mr. Budhia. Budhia, if you could, you want to co-chair with him? Both of you want to join? Yeah, yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah. So over to the session chairman, Mr. Sharad Budhia, who's the Executive Vice President, UPCEBP. Can you just explain what UPCEBP is?
Sure. I mean, it's a little bit confusing. So I'm responsible for long product and endless bar production for prime metals.
Okay.
So EBP is endless bar production.
Yeah.
Which comes under C, which casting and ESP technology.
Okay. Sounds clear.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
And UP for upstream or
Upstream. Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. So Mr. Sharad Budhia from Prime Metals will be chairing the session. And as I said, Marius is the first speaker. Otherwise, you know this gentleman, Mr. Manish Arora? Does he look familiar?
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, he will shoot me. He's a very old friend, so he has the right to shoot me.
Okay.
So the first speaker, as I said, will be Mr. Marius Jung, and then we have the presentation as per schedule. Chairman sir, do you have the other presentations? I mean, the list of the program with you?
Yeah.
So over to you.
So
You
thank
take
you,
over.
everybody. I won't take much time because we have a paucity of time. So Marius, please go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you very much. My name is Marius Jung and I'm from Hercules, Germany. Okay, thank you. I give you a short introduction about our latest technology for the TC groove grinding machines with automatic loading and unloading. But first of all, I give you a short introduction of Hercules. Hercules is a specialist for roll machining, especially for rolls and rings, for the flat products as well as for the long products. It's a family-owned company with roughly 1,000 employees, and we have four production facilities, 2 in Germany, 1 in USA, and 1 in India. And here in Kolkata, it's called DMI. In DMI are working roughly 40 employees, and they are responsible for machines for the long products, especially for turning lasers, as well as roll shop equipment and modernization. In addition, our portfolio are turning lasers up to a diameter of 7 meters and up to a weight of 400 tons. In addition, we are making notch milling machines, especially for bar mills and rebar in all kinds of sizes. We are also making groove grinding machines for grinding TC rings or composite rolls. And we are also one of the market leaders for the flat products for grinding machines in the flat products. Here you can see the first automatic groove grinding machine with automatic loading and unloading. We have developed a concept with automatic transfer cards, which coming into the automatic zone directly from the mill system. And the robot grips the rings directly from the transfer car and put it directly in the machine or in the racks, so that one shift can be done completely automatically without any operator. And the communication is directly connected with the MES system, with the mill system, so that he can change the order schedule directly from the mill side. You can see a short video about the function with the robot, that he can automatically grip the rings and the wheels and changing into the machine. Here's a cox ring, and he will directly clamped in the machine. In former days, it was an operator was necessary because the automatization stage was not so far developed. And during some days, 3 years, we have integrated the system and have sold to 5 machines in the market right now. But for sure, we are also selling the normal technology without automatization. Here's the ring in the machine. We measured, and all the data of the machining process will be directly transferred to the mill system, so that the mill system has any information about the rings and the tolerances of the diameters and all processing data. This video was made in our own factory because therefore there are no face defenses and all the stuff. Here's the overview about the automatic cell with the transfer cars, with the robot, the racks, and the machine. I jump through. Here's the takeover point for the groove, for the wheel changing. There will be a manual from the operator after each shift. We can change it. Here's the transfer car, where the TC gears will be automatically transferred directly from the mill side to the roll shop into the automatic zone, and the robot grips the ring from the transfer car and store it directly in the racks or directly in the machine. Here's the overview about our interface, which is directly communicated in B in both directions to the mill system. We get orders from the mill system as well. We get information about the processing directly to the mill system. In total, right now, since 2019, we have sold 5 machines, 2 in Japan and 3 in China for Bao Steel and for Kobe Steel in Japan. And yeah, and we have some other projects right now for this project, for this kind of technology. Altogether, we have the benefits of this technology is that we can grind 5 hours fully automatically without any operator. We can minimize the loading times so that the machining times will be also reduced. We have a direct communication system with the mill system. And all data will also directly transfer to the mill system. That is just a short introduction about it due to the limit of time, and then I will finish.
Thanks, Marius. Appreciate. I mean, thank you. I think we all know Hercules quite well. And it was great to see you guys being in India. I know Manish personally also, I've worked with him in the past. We have been also talking to him to buy a new machine for our facility. So thanks a lot. Appreciate it. The next presentation is from Mr. Sandeep Kumar Ghosh. And the topic is trouble-free steelmaking with the right lubricant. We all know critical lubricants are in the performance of the steel plant. So Sandeep, please go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, all of you. Myself, Sandeep Ghosh from Kluber Lubrication. Kluber is a Freudenberg Group company, and we are into specialty lubricants. And in fact, we are a solution provider. So this presentation is on a journey, I would say, from 2015 onwards. In 2015, what happened? JSW Billari approached us, stating that they need a no clogging grease. No clogging means the grease should not clog in the tube line, because this is a perennial problem in the casters. Any casters in the high temperature zone, it has been observed that the grease, any grease gets clogged, choked, and the friction point, which is the bearing, does not, the grease is unable to reach, and there is a starvation and bearing failure. So in 2015, when they approached us, JSW Billari, I will not touch upon the complete presentation. I will mainly jump into the basics of the innovation. Yeah. So this is any grease composition. All of you might be knowing it, that any grease contains a thickener, a base oil, an additive package, and sometimes solid lubricants. So how it functions, a normal grease is the oil gets releases from the thickener, gives the lubrication, and then some portion is lost and some portion comes back to the thickener. In this way, what happens is that the percentage of base oil versus the percentage of the thickener gets disturbed. And once it gets disturbed, once the base oil percentage comes down, the hard mass, which is the thickener, is predominant in the structure, and that is called caking, clogging, or whatever, choking, whatever you might tell. In 2015, when JSW approached us with a no clogging grease, it was really, we were also not able to understand whether it is really feasible or not. But our R&D along with the Munich R&D worked together. And finally, we developed a product which is integrated thickener in the base fluid. This is a technology which I personally feel is not yet available globally with our competitors. This is a technology that we developed. So from the previous slide, you could see the thickener and the base oil was separate. They were basically a physical mixture. Now, in this case, the new generation grease, we find that it is basically the thickener is integrated in the base fluid. And this, what it has done is, it has helped us to really reduce the grease consumption in the casters, in the high temperature zones. We started with JSW. We got a good results. That really helped us. This grease does not get hardened. This is, I'll skip. And this is a case study from Tata Steel LD2 slab caster, where we really established this product. Gradually, we optimized it, and the consumption reduced by almost 46%. So the consumption reduction is a part of sustainability. I think all of you will agree that when we are trying to reduce the disposal, we are trying to reduce the consumption, we always result in less disposal of the lubricant. And that is the need of the hour. That also helps in sustainability. So there was no clogging at all. Our KPI with Tata Steel was, they initially said that the day y'all are clogging, a single clogging occurs, y'all will be thrown out of the trials. But it is almost 2 years, I would say, there has been no clogging, no hardening of the grease in the tubes. And this is a cost benefit where the existing product versus our new generation grease is proven to be much more cost benefit. Just on the consumption, there are some credentials from JSW. And of course, this product, initially we started with slab casters. Now we are expanding into billet casters and other high temperature zones in the. Encouraged by this technology, we are expanding this technology to the work roll bearings also. As you all know that lithium prices are gradually going up. So a day will come when really affording a lithium thickener inside the work roll might be a costly affair. So what we did is that we used the same technology to develop a product which is already ready in the R&D, and the lab results are really encouraging. And maybe by next month, it will be released for a field trial by R&D. So these are few properties. I'll skip fast. And this is the well load is above 2,400, which is very good compared to a lithium, which is somewhere close to 1,800 to 2,000. So this product we'll be launching soon maybe in September. And this is a synthetic oil-based grease with a kinematic viscosity of 680. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ghosh. Very good insights. You know, I was knowing Friedenberg basically for supplying seals. We have been buying a lot of seals, but you know, it's excellent to see that global companies are coming to India and trying to address the core problems related to maintenance and service. And this is certainly going to bring a lot of sustainability. So thank you very much. Keep up the great work. So
person from this session. And thank you so much, Mr. Maurice Jung, for coming here and spending a time, a very precious time and valuable words from you we are having today. It's making our evening beautiful. Thank you so much. And now we'd like to proceed with our next panelist, Mr. Manjeet Kumar, the Technical Service Engineer of West Bengal State Office of Indian Oil Corporation Limited.
So this is like a slog over of a cricket match. We have a less time and we have to complete our slides. So I will be taking care of that with your permission, sir. Lubrication is essentially a very important part of the maintenance of equipment, and it costs very less, but it has a bigger impact in the productivity. So we need to address and focus on lubrication. You all are aware of that Indian Oil Corporation Limited is marketing various fuel products in which lubricant is one of them. And we brand our lubricants by the name Servo. And for this steel plant and especially long products, we have a series of products in our basket. So I will be showcasing them one by one. First, the content of my presentation is Servo portfolio, Servo grades for long products, rolling mill, latest developments in product basket with case studies. And the products that I will be discussing is rolling and cutting oil, NTM bearing oil, and one very unique grease what we have developed in recent time, Servo Grease Miracle, and then some other servo grades, servo high performance grade that are invariably used in gearboxes, in hydraulic systems, and then compressors. So this is a summary of Servo portfolio. This is not exhaustive, but this slide contains 90% of servo grades. It is divided into greases, industrial grades, which includes gear oil, thermic fluid, hydraulic oil, and so on. Metal working oil, it includes rolling oil, cutting oil, and automotive grades is a different section altogether, which is not of use here, but I just intently kept it here. Now, all that red products I will be discussing. So what is rolling operation? In long product rolling mill, we do rolling, and invariably we do hot rolling. Okay. That is the rolling done above the recrystallization temperature of the material. So we achieve maximum desired change in the dimension of the material, and we achieve with minimum force required. And we do cold rolling after hot rolling to achieve the surface finish or desired shape of the material. So we need to apply rolling oil in the form of emulsion onto the roll surface to increase the roll life. And the whole idea, whole purpose of rolling oil is to optimize friction at roll bite, overall lubrication and cooling, reduction of roll wear and roll peel off, surface peel off, increase campaign length production, lower the power consumption. That is the electrical power wastage it reduces. So the various product what we have in our kitty are servo styrol H2, H3, H4, H5, H6, H7. So it is in growing sequence of development. We use H4 and H7 for a structural rolling like channel, columns, sections, etc. Whereas H2, H4, H5, H6 we have formulated for flat rolling or seat rolling. The various composition of rolling oils
are mineral-based oil that is obtained from the refinery product, then vegetable ester. Then we add some additives like EP additive. EP is extreme pressure additive, then anti-wear additive, and other performance enhancer additives we do add. So this is a journey of a servo hot rolling oil, servo Estirol series. We started at the commercial supply, or we can say the trial, in Rourkela steel plant in the year 2012. So from there, we never looked back and we continued the journey. Then every year we added one feather to our this achievement. So 2013, we introduced this grade in Bokaro steel plant, Servoestrol H2, with some minor changes and different names, Servoestrol H4. We introduced it in Bhilai steel plant. Then we introduced Servoestrol H3 in Jindal steel plant. Again, we introduced Servoestrol H2 in a different mill in Rourkela steel plant. Then we introduced Servoestrol H5 in JSW steel in ERL system. ERL stands for Asia-Roll Lubrication System. And finally, in 2018, we introduced same Estirol H5 for Bokaro steel plant ERL system. It is again Asia-Roll Lubrication System. Since you are all belonging to this industry, you must be knowing ERL is like vertical rolls in the roughing area, which needs lubrication for its improvement of performance, life, etc. Now I will be going through some case studies that we have already discussed, that we have introduced Estirol H2 in Bokaro Jamshedpur steel plant. So what are the outcomes? The benefits what we obtained is reduction in roll force by 10%, reduction in power consumption by 7%, reduction in bulk roll wear, lower surface peel off. Similarly, we introduced same Estirol H2 in Bokaro steel plant. So we obtained fascinating results, encouraging results, like increase in campaign size by 15%. Campaign size is nothing but when roll is introduced and campaign is started, then the length of the campaign or in tonnage or kilometer till the roll is changed. So earlier it was 100 kilometer before the use of this RBL system or hot rolling oil application. After the implementation of RBL system, the campaign tonnage increases from 100 kilometer to 115 kilometer. It's 15% increase. Then there was a reduction in the specific roll consumption, that is in kg per metric ton of production. This is case study for JSPL. Yeah.
Manjit, maybe you try to finish in next 2 minutes.
Yeah. Sir.
As we all know, time.
Okay. I'm so guessing, sir, this is case study for Servoestrol H4 at Bhilai steel plant. Case study 5, we introduced Servoestrol H5 at JSW steel plant. And this is very unique because I personally was involved, part of the project, and I represented Indian Oil Corporation Limited in the introduction of this Servoestrol H5 in Asia-Roll Lubrication System of Bokaro steel plant. We achieved increase in campaign tonnage by 23.59% and decrease in roll consumption by 22.54%. And we have done the monetary saving based on the different backgrounds and feedback from the steel plant. We expected, we came an approximate saving of 5 crores per annum. These are the upcoming projects. Now I will briefly discuss cutting operations and cutting oil, what we have in our kitty. So these are the cutting operations, and as we go down, the severity of operation increases and speed of the operation decreases. So we need to select the cutting fluid from emulsion, soluble cutting fluid to neat cutting oil as the severity increases and speed decreases. This is a thumb rule of selecting cutting oil from neat cutting oil to emulsion based cutting oil. Metal wise, we have also machinability from easy to difficult as we go down in the list. What are the primary requirement from a cutting oil is cooling, lubrication, corrosion prevention, swap removal, and secondary, as we can see here. Now, cutting fluid is divided into 2 parts, butter based and neat cutting oil. Neat cutting oil is solely made from mineral oil, that we obtain from refinery cut. And this butter base is again further subdivided into three parts: soluble, semi-synthetic, and synthetic. Synthetic is again do not contain mineral oil, and semi-synthetic contain less quantity of mineral oil, more water, and soluble contain more mineral oil, less water. So these are some products what we offer, what we have in our kitty for in neat cutting well. You can name the name Servomet 003 in light duty type. Then we have cutting well in medium duty type application. For heavy duty application, we have ServoCut 253 and so on. Now in soluble cutting well, we have a series of products like ServoCut A, ServoCut Super, and so on. You can go on to this list. Now that was all about cutting well. Now moving on to NTM bearing well that we need to use in the finishing stand of NTM bearings, Morgan bearings. So the very specific requirement or the laid down requirement internationally accepted is Morgan specs limits. So here it is Servo Steel EP 100 plus is our product, and the requirement versus the value of that parameter what we offer is side by side. So you can compare. And of course, it meets and exceeds the performance. You can easily see from here. The credentials what we have for this grade Servo Steel EP 100 plus is, it is approved by Danieli. It is approved or certified by Clark Laboratories USA for dynamic mill, dynamic demulsibility. It meets Morval advanced lubricants and so on. It has superior anti-wear and EB properties.
To hurry up, Manish.
Sir. Sorry. This is the approval from Danieli. The last one, yellow highlighted. This is approval certificate from Clark Laboratories USA. It meets the dynamic demulsibility criteria of that laboratory. And this is a case study one where we successfully introduced our this grade Servo Steel EP 100 in Bhilai Steel plant in BE Strand. Okay, it is the mill make is Morgat Shama, and the specification of mill is as seen here. We have obtained performance letter. Now in local region in Bakura, we introduced this grade in Ankit Metal. Then we are supplying this grade to SRMB Durgapur, which is again in the Barrad mill. Now, as I was discussing about the new unique and patented technology in grease technology, we have developed very recently a very good grease, Servo Grease Miracle. As my colleague, my friend was discussing that the price of lithium grease is increasing due to non-availability of lithium. So we have tried a different way around, and we came up with a hybrid metal complex based grease. And this grease, the USP of the grease, you can see from the table is that the 4-wall bed load is 450 kg. And when we translate it into Newton, it will 4,500 Newton, which is far, far better. And no grease is near to this value. Now drop point, it has a very good drop point of 265. So in this segment for AP and lithium complex grease, this grease is very, very superior in performance. And I request to the competent persons who are in charge of their mill to kindly give a try to this grease. And the best part is it is cost effective. It is cheaper to the lithium EP grease.
Sorry, Manjeet, I can't give you any more time. You know.
Yeah, Chairman, sir.
Okay, I will just go fast
Yeah,
forward.
please.
This is the.
Please conclude. Please try and understand. We have to leave in another 15 minutes.
Okay, sir.
So unless you complete.
Justice to other guys.
I will
please.
just pass on the slides. This is the performance letter what we obtained from Durgapur Steel plant for this grease. And this is the servo gear oil, 3 slides only, sir, only 3 slides. This is a gear oil basket of Servo SP, XP, and Servo Mesh Gold. Servo Mesh Gold is mineral-based anti-microputting gear oil because in recent discoveries, it has been found that gear failed due to microputting failure. So they suggested that the gear oil should contain sufficient anti-wear EP additives to counter that microputting failure. Now in semi-synthetic segment, we have Servo Mesh Gold, Servo Mesh E. And in fully synthetic, we have Servo Singear HVI, and Servo Singear Plus. So this is a hydraulic oil list. We recommend to use Servo System XLP and Servo System XLP Gold. They are top of the tier grades that we offer. In fire resistant hydraulic, we have a series of product. The international classification is HFA, HFB, HFC, HFD type. So we offer Servo Fires WG in HFC, and in HFD, we offer Servo Fires HFDR and DU. So this is the effect when we use fire resistant hydraulic oil. We can contain the fire. And in compressor segment, we have two very good compressor oil, Servopress XL 68 Plus and Servo Cinco E series. So you can give a try to these grades, and the running hours are very good. 6,000 hours for Servopress XL and 16,000 hours for Servo Cinco E. This is synthetic Servo Cinco E. So thank you. I just concluded my presentation, and thank you for patiently hearing.
Thank you so much, Manjeet. You know, it's heartening to know that Indian companies are trying to provide customer-specific solution. And for you, it's a good platform to talk to various OEM to incorporate yourself in the initial specs. So please work with the available OEMs. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Definitely, sir.
Do you have anybody from Nord here? Yeah. So we have Mr. Sanjeet Pradhan and from Nord Drive Systems. And the topic he's presenting is drive solutions for steel and metals industry. Please try to be as fast as possible, Sanjeet. As Mr. Mukherjee said, we have 4 presentations and we have to complete in 15 to 20 minutes. So please try to finish in 5 minutes if possible.
Yes, I will try, sir.
Please. Thank you.
So good evening, everyone. I am Sanjeet Pradhan. I am the branch manager for Nord Drive System East region. So my presentation is on gear motor for the drive solution for steel and metal industries. So I will just go through in a hurry because time is very limited. So I will just start. So presentation is coming. So Nord is basically a German brand and founded in the year 1965. And our head office is at Barthed, Germany. And in India, we have our assembly unit in Hinjewadi, Pune. And we have our branches in all important metro cities, like our in Kolkata, we are catering to East. So this is our main head office at Barthed, Germany, and we have our stake in 38 countries all over the world, and direct offices in 38 countries, and in 52 countries we have our indirect presence. So I am just skipping this video because time is very limited. So this is our Nord India factory. And these are our branches all over India. Skipping, I think. If you can help. No, auto skipping. We. ऑफ कर दीजिए कहाँ है Hopefully, I manage. So last year, we are very happy to say that we crossed 1 million euro business last year. So these are our branches all over India. And this is our assembly lines in India, in Pune. So we have gearbox assembly lines, 11 gearbox assembly lines, and 3 motor assembly lines in our Pune factory. So annually, we are assembling 42,000 number currently in India, catering to all industries. And we have our high storage system as we are assembling in India just to support in delivery to our customer. So we are stocking the most of the parts in our Pune factory just to support in delivery terms for any urgency requirement. So here also we have our paint shop. So after the assembly, we are doing the paintings and then packaging, then we are dispatching. So this new gear motor we have assembling since 2005. But in this year, we started our assembly for the industrial gear unit, the bigger gearboxes. So up to size 10, now we are assembling. And from first quarter 2024, we are going to start assembling of size 11 and size 12. So this is our what we offer to our customer in terms of reliability, in terms of service, durability, and innovation, R&D. So this is our offer to our customer. So we are offering complete drive solutions from gear motor, and even electronics product. So for any application, we are not only restrict to only gear motor. So we are supporting for the complete drive solution. So any customer, if they require the complete solution from us, we are ready to give. So these are our gear motors, like in helical inline, we have 3 series. We have parallel shafts, we have helical bevels, and we have heli worms. So all these gear motors are getting assembled in India, and we are catering to all industries across India. So these are our bigger gearboxes, that is we call industrial gear units, which just the assembly started. So now we are very much very fast in delivery and also competitive, as India market is very competitive. So for that, now we are ready to, already we are getting very good orders from our steel and metal customers. So that is why we are also, our management has approved for the bigger gearboxes from size 11 and 12 from January onwards. So this is the MaxDrive SD. So for hoist application in crane, we have our solution. So already we are supplying to some of our customers in India for this MaxDrive XD gearboxes. So these are our electronics product. So already we have our installations in most of the plants in India. So we have our VFDs up to 160 kilowatt. So we have our good installations in the steel and metal industry also. So this MyNod is an online tool you can get in our website. So where you can select the gear motor from your own, and instantly you can get the drawing, both CAD as well as PDF. So you can immediately just check the dimensional with your equipment. So that will be better for your solution you are giving to your customer. So this is an instant solution what we are providing. So it is very easy. You can register through MyNod in our portal, and you can get the selection, data sheet, and drawing immediately without any restriction. So last year we have started innovative things like Flipkart. We have started for the service e-spare we have started. So now it is only restricted to our dealers, but by the time we are just even conveying these things to our key customers. Here what happens for any service parts requirement, so they don't have to depend on us. So immediately as you order in Flipkart, so you can just go through the e-spare and what the part you require. From there, you just put it in the cart and you can order there. So next day it will be dispatched. So for any urgency, you don't have to depend on us. Immediately you can order and the material will be delivered to your site. So this is the first thing in gear motor industry now has started. So we have also a toll-free number. This is not like Airtel and the other things, mobile companies that do. This toll-free number, it directly goes to our technical person. So he will attend for any queries you have. This toll-free number is mentioned in all our gear motor we supply. So any service issue you have, you can directly call this number, and through phone your query can be clarified. Otherwise, if any major issue you have, yes, we have our service teams all over India. So where the problem happens, so our service engineer can visit and resolve. So these are the solutions. Means we are catering to all industries across India. Is food and beverage, logistic, agitator, and airport package handling system. So recently we have supplied so many gear motors to different airport handling system. In Kolkata airport also, it is with our Nord gear motors only. So yes, steel industry, that is the most important part for us. So from the upstream to the downstream, whatever the applications, you say it's transfer car, you say it's roller table, crane, whatever. So we are there. We are supplying to all kind of applications. So one short video, it's a 1-minute video.
With an annual production capacity of some 600,000 tons of steel, has recently been erected in the Hid Industrial Zone in the Kingdom of Bahrain. In this complex, plant engineering specialist SMS Meyer designed and installed a heavy section rolling mill with state-of-the-art equipment, including drive technology supplied by Nord Drive Systems. With beam blanks weighing 16 tons apiece, moving these massive slabs is a tough job that requires heavy-duty drive solutions throughout the mill. Spray applied to the beams in the descaler, as well as very high ambient temperatures, add to the demanding conditions. Nord supplied gears for more than 600 roller table drives that move the beams along the production process, and some very large industrial gears as well. These powerful units straighten the heavy blanks before they enter the rolling stand. The rolling mill in Hid is a reversing stand. Once the beams come out on the far end, they are realigned and turned over, again facilitated by large Nord industrial gears, before they make another pass under the rollers. Nord equipped these gears with input and output shafts on both sides for maximum flexibility of use. All Nord gears, including industrial gears with torques of up to 242,000 Newton meters, come in single-piece unicase housings that ensure superior resilience and a long lifespan. Nord has been collaborating with SMS Meyer for more than a decade. Steel and metals industry drive solutions from Nord comprise versatile gears, motors, and control electronics for applications ranging from roller tables to cooling beds, shear lines to casting ladles, and many other segments of the production process.
Are we done?
Yes, just 2 minutes. Yeah. So as you saw, the critical application in steel plant, that is roller table. So we are supplying our robust gear motors to all industry, all steel plants like JSPL, JSW, then SAIL plants, Tata Steels. So we have our installations in all major steel companies for the roller table applications. So this is what the main features in our gear motors. Basically, Nord is the first company to start with this unique design concept for the gear motors. This is a single housing, so giving a very good means virtually oil leakage free gear motor. And we have our means all options we have if it is gearbox, it is motor, in motor for encoders, brake. So any features, any options we have in our gear motors. So all the leading OEMs like Primetals, SAIL, then we have our offers in Dastur, Mekon, so Tata Steel, SMS Group. So all major OEMs we are supplying to different projects. So these are some references where our installations are there, and it is running very well. Like I told, this Bhilai Steel Plant, Rourkela Steel Plant, the longest URM installations in Bhilai Steel Plant, that is with Nord installation. Around 2,600 gear motors are working very well. So like in Tata Steel, JSPL, all over in all roller application or any transfer cars, cranes, we have our gear motor serving there. So these are the brands to whom we are supplying our gear motors. So these are some photographs. So not only we are catering to the project requirement, also we are replacing some competitor where that is failing outrightly. So we are also doing these retrofitting jobs in site. So these are some stacker reclaimers applications. We are supplying our helical level gear motors. And like these are the OEMs for crane to whom we are supplying our gear motors. Is it Edeltromec, then K2, the TZS, Tata GrowthSoft, to whom all we are supplying our gear motors. So now we are offering our i3 efficiency, premium efficiency motors, because in Germany, i2 is now obsolete. So also in India, we are promoting our i3 motors to our customers for the energy efficient. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Sanjeev. It was a little bit longer, but I wish we had some more time. You had an excellent product portfolio, and this is the way to go in Indian market. A multinational company coming to India, setting up facility, providing excellent aftermarket services. So great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you for giving the opportunity.
We don't have time for question answers, but if anybody has any questions, please, have side discussions with him. We have 3 more presentations now. The next one is Mr. Sanjay Kumar Gupta, DGM Shape Rolling Mill and SAIL RDCIS, and very important topic of roll material management and failure analysis for long rolling. So Sanjay, keeping in time constraint, please go ahead.
Yeah, good evening. Good evening, everybody. Myself, Sanjay Kumar Gupta. I'm DGM in Shape Rolling Group of RDCIS SAIL, Ranchi. So we will like to discuss about the roll material management and the failure analysis of the long rolling. As we know, without rolls, we can't roll any shape of steel. And the roll material is very important material. So briefly, I'll go to the introduction. In SAIL, we have various long product rolling mills for producing various size and shapes of the wire and the structure steel. And we know that in rolling mill, there are different sections of rolling, roughing, intermediate, finishing stands, and all the sections having different kinds of rolls and having different importance. The rolls can be classified into 2 parts. One is solid roll, and now we are doing universal rolling. And universal rolling, we are using this interference fitted rolls. So it's a different kind of rolls, and we are facing some difficulties to operate all those rolls. And those things we'll discuss about the analysis. The important thing is that the roll should not break. It should not spoil, and wear should be also less. It is always expected that it should give excellent performance without causing any problem during a campaign. And if a roll failure breaking occurs during the campaign, definitely there will be production loss, and there are huge losses. Recently, we have some failures. Just briefly, I'll talk about the universal rolling. When we roll a structure, basically heavy section, then universal rolling is very helpful, because this universal rolling gives you chances to roll different sections using the same kind of arbor, and you can change the slips. And slips are the hard material used as a roll, and arbor is a tough material. So this universal rolling mills consist of let's go off.
Would you like to continue without
Yeah.
the presentation? Yeah.
So in the universal rolling mill, use horizontal roll as well as the vertical rolls in a same plane. So in universal rolling mill, we use interface fitted roll, which are basically contains one arbor and one slip. Slip is basically interference fitted, and this interference fitting is done by different methods, basically by heating the slips to a higher temperature and elongate it, and it will be fitted into the arbor. So just actually, if it will be a start, we'll share the failure. As you know, we have universal rolling mills at Dogapur Steel Plant, ISP, and also BSP. The rail steel is manufactured through universal rolling mill. So in ISP, we have some problem of this vertical rolls, and these vertical rolls were breaking into multiple pieces. And sometimes single cracks were there, but mostly the slips were breaking into 2 parts or 4 parts. So we went through the analysis part, and we found that the chemical composition is very near to the specification, whereas it is breaking. There are 2 issues we have found. As you know that when the roll will break, you can't take out when a slip will break, definitely you can't measure its pre-dimension, and that's why we can't find out the actual figure of the roll dimensions. But the evidences of so these are the fail slip of one of our universal mill. These are vertical rolls, and these are breaking into multiple pieces. So you can see the topographic view, and we find that this crack propagation from the inside. And the chemical composition, as I told, these are similar to the specification, whereas we find different microstructure for failed slip. The failed slip having a microstructure near to the adamite rolls, whereas the rolls which have given the full life is something GS, graphite steel. Similar kind of problem also observed in medium structure mill, Here, the horizontal rolls are cracking. We also find different kind of fire cracks, and that's why if fire cracks, then we need to extra grinding, and there is a loss of material. Here also the chemical composition of a felt sleeve and the sleeve which has completed their life, the chemical composition is almost same as per the specification, and microstructure is also same. So the failure mechanism can only be explained based on the interference fitting. So we can say that the single crack failure, a small crack develops in a material due to cyclic loading or vibration. Breaking into two pieces, it is the stress in the material is high enough to fracture it into two parts, indicating a complete failure of the material. In breaking into four pieces, it is more severe and there is a lot of stress generation is happening. So in summary, this failure mode in the interference joint include single crack failure, breaking into two pieces and breaking into four pieces, each indicating different levels of stress and severity of the failure. So this kind of failure we observed in certain plant, and we compared the process of the sleeve fitting of our different plant where the failure is very less. And we find that we have a mechanism of reboring and putting the interference into the range in another plant. So the problem is there, can be minimized. So the last point is that this universal structure mill, where we are maintaining a consistent interference of about 450 micrometer of each roll sleeve fitting by utilizing the in-house facility. The approach minimizes the interference variation and ensures the integrity of the rolling process. So at the last, I would like to tell that roll material is a very important material for rolling and rolling of the structure. And as you know, that we have to produce, we have to take the rolls from Indian manufacturer. And so this is an area where we need to focus to find out appropriate solution to increase the productivity as well to increase the better rolling efficiency. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I mean, such kind of presentation normally comes from the roll manufacturers, but RDCI is over the years, doing a great job in doing research and educating all our customers. So this not only helps SAIL, but all other steel producers and suppliers. So thank you so much. Now we have two more presentations. The next one is Mr. Saikat Chatterjee, Vice President, Heating Divisions of Megatherm Induction. And the topic is also very interesting for some of you, a brief on electrical heating of billet prior to rolling.
Yeah, thank you very much, everybody, for giving us this opportunity to speak. Chairman, sir, I must confess to you that this is the first time in my career of 30 years that I'm trying to explain the subject of induction heating in 5 minutes. But there's always a first time, so let's give it a try. Induction heating is basically an electromagnetic way of heating, where we pass a high frequency current or a medium frequency current through a solenoid induction coil. And any workpiece which is placed inside the coil gets heated up due to the electromagnetic laws of which we call like the Faraday's law of electromagnetic induction and the Lenz's law. So that's how induction heating is being done. And there are various applications of induction heating. We can do induction melting. We can do induction heating of solid products, mass products, and we can also do induction heat treatment. The one that we are trying to discuss today is induction billet heaters, which can be used for the steel industry. So I'll just run through the initial parts of it, Megathon happens to be one of the largest manufacturers of induction equipment, and we have got our almost 3,000 plus installations in about 43 countries, 44. And I'll not go through these slides because there's a paucity of time. This is our plant, which is in Kharagpur. Our office, our corporate office happens to be very near to here in Sector 5. This is our manufacturing plant in Kharagpur. When we come to the induction heater, when it comes to rolling mills, there can be three types of induction heating applications. One is an online induction heating where the billet is essentially coming from the billet caster and passing through the induction coil to increase the temperature of the billet by about 150 or 200 degrees, as might be required by the rolling mill, and then it passes on to the rolling mill. And there can also be an offline induction heater where you can heat your cold billets also from ambient temperature to the rolling temperature. And instead of using a conventional oil or a gas-fired furnace, you can try this kind of induction heating applications also, provided you can supply the power. Because that is another fact that we need to discuss when we get one-to-one with everybody. And we also, like in online induction heaters, in general, what we can see that there are billet sizes ranging from 100 square billets up to, we are doing rectangular sections up to 275 or 280 by 130 or 150. And the length of the billets can be from 3 meters up to 12 meters. And the typical energy consumption that we can offer to you ranges between something like 25 units per ton to 35 units per ton per 100-degree rise of temperature. So like if your requirement is for increasing the temperature by 100 or 200 degrees, you can multiply it by and find out the amount of power that will be required. Of course, the sizing of the induction heater, it depends upon number of things which we have to consider before we can actually calculate the power required and the total layout of the equipment that will be required. One is the production rate, of course. One is the section of the billet that you are using, the length of the billets that you are using, the shape of the billet. It can be square, it can be rectangular sections, it can be even octagonal or round sections. So depending upon that, the induction coils need to be designed, and the power and the frequency of the equipment needs to be designed, because these equipments essentially are tailor-made equipments. We are designing the equipment exactly as per the requirement of the customer and as per the layout of the plant. It also depends upon the distance of the caster from the rolling mill. If the distance is very large, then you might be losing a lot of temperature while you are transporting the billet from the caster to the rolling mill. So that is another thing that we have to take into consideration before we can design the exact power required. Now, whether the rolling mill is synchronized with the induction heater. And in some of the cases, we can see that customers are synchronizing the speed of the induction heating and the rolling. In some of the cases, it is not like that. The billets are coming out of the induction coil and then they're passing on to the rolling mill at a different speed. Managing the scaling on the induction heater is also important, because in most of these induction heaters, come directly to the layout. This is a typical layout of an induction heating system, where you can see the power sources and the induction coils. And basically, this layout, this is a very straightforward layout. I might say this is one of the easiest layouts, actually. But believe me, we have faced a lot of places where we had to redesign the entire system and, according to the layout. And we are able to do that most of the times. Because in some cases, there is very limited space available before the rolling mill. So to put the induction heater in between is sometimes a bit of a challenge, but we can manage that. In case of a new plant, of course, it's quite easier. But in case of an existing plant, it sometimes becomes a challenge, but we can manage that. Come back to a previous slide. This is basically a system, a typical system, which is designed through a 3D simulation software. So we are using these softwares because, you know, in most of the cases, when we measure the temperature of the billet, we are measuring it by pyrometers, non-contact pyrometers. And what a non-contact pyrometer does, basically, it measures the surface temperature, because you cannot get the core temperature by a pyrometer. So we are using these simulation softwares in which you can exactly simulate the billet condition while it is inside the induction coil. At every point, almost at every point, the surface, the core, the edges, and also the average temperature, everything you can measure. And exactly you can, according to the requirement of the customer, we can design the induction heater. And we are also manufacturing a type of induction heater nowadays, because in some places we see that a lot of billets are getting wasted. By wastage, I mean that if there is a breakdown in the rolling mill, the billets are put aside, they're getting cold. And then what people are, most of the places, people don't know what to do with those billets, because sometimes they sell it off like that, or maybe they cut it and remelt it. But we can design an induction heater for you, which can work both for hot as well as cold billets. So this is it is a typical, little bit critical sort of a design, but we can manage that. We have done in some places where both hot as well as cold billets can be heated. So whether you're using the same induction heater you can use for hot billets, and maybe you put aside 1 or 2 hours a day, or maybe in a week, where you can use all the cold billets that you have accumulated. This is a typical induction coil design and the energy consumptions. And we have got a lot of, we can discuss a lot of things about these slides, but we don't have much time right now. Like I said, the hot and billet, cold billet from the same induction heater. Intelligent and flexible power delivery. By flexible power delivery, what we mean is that, what we do is that we break down the induction heater into modules. We don't give a single power source. I hope that I am assuming that you know what an induction power source is and how it is attached to an induction coil. I cannot go much deeper into that right now. So what we are doing is that we are breaking it down into modules, and with each module, we are providing a non-contact pyrometer, a non-contact temperature measuring system. And along with that non-contact pyrometer, by taking the feedback from that non-contact pyrometer, what we are doing is that we are using a closed loop PID with our power sources. And whatever temperature billet is coming in front of the pyrometer, we are able to measure the temperature and deliver the power accordingly. So there is no manual intervention anywhere. No person has to go and reduce or increase the power. It all happens automatically. So that's what we mean by intelligent and flexible power delivery. So your energy consumption is always taken care of. It is not that you're always consuming the entire energy. Life cycle cost, and there's a lot of energy saving options which we can further discuss in details. Because as I said in the beginning, it's a tailor-made equipment, and we can design the equipment exactly as per your requirement. These are some of the places that we have supplied these induction heaters. We have got a lot of other orders in pipeline, and hopefully we'll be able to deliver those by this year. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Laikat. I think you provided a lot of information in short time. Thanks a lot. Now we have the last presentation. Mr. Chetan Kale, Team Leader Sales, Manufacturing and Automation from Aurora Technologies Private Limited. And its topic is non-destructive testing in the steel industry. Go ahead, Chetan.
Thank you. Okay, so the other day I visited Vardhaman Special Steel Limited in Ludhiana, basically. Okay, so while I was walking through the facility premises, I came across a very wonderful quote. So the quote states basically that quality is not expensive, but it is priceless. So I just asked one of his officials, what does it means? So he emphasized that Chetanji, investing in the quality equipments and the product processes is not a financial burden, but instead it gives you immeasurable values which are beyond the monetary considerations. So good evening, everyone. Myself, Chetan Kale, I am dedicatedly associated with the Aurora Technologies Private Limited, and a proud entity company which deals into manufacturing and distributions of entity product, accessories, and automation systems. So with this PPT, I would like to give you a short tour where you will explore various cutting-edge non-destructive solutions which are certainly used in the steel industry. Okay. So you can see on the slide that basically we are the second largest producer of the crude steel basically. And I'm really feel proud to say that. In the further slide, if you can see the trend with respect to import and export, the Aurora red color line clearly indicates that basically the exports are increasing. Having said that, increasing in the exports is also the increase in the demand for the quality products. Okay, so with the quality product, I'm here to help you with the non-destructive testing solution where you can assure your product quality. So starting with the steel making initial raw material product, which is nothing but slab, and then followed by the plates and then strip. So what else solutions we are offering the inspection of these slabs, plates, and the strips. If you can see, this is the ultrasonic examination solution. If you are known about what is ultrasonic, basically it is nothing but the use of high frequency ultrasonic waves which are transferred into the material. So the waves basically interact with the material properties and we analyze it. So accordingly, we get the ideas about what all internal defects are there within the materials. I will not go in much details because these topics are in depth basically to discuss. So on the screen, you can see a solution called EMAT test PL. So it is based on the EMAT testing. So what is the EMAT testing? So it is a type of ultrasonic testing, basically with the help of which you can generate ultrasonic waves within the materials. So there is no contact of the probe and the test piece. So basically with saying that the material basically and the system does not wear and the life is, you can consider it. Okay. So this system is basically used for the inspection of the internal defects such as lamination, non-metallic inclusion, porosity. If you can see about the inclusion and the porosity, we are guaranteeing the flat bottom hole of 2 mm. And if you're talking about the surface defects, where we are talking about the notches, so there you can see we are talking about 0.2 mm depth with a width of 10 mm. The system is also used for measuring the precise wall thickness measurement, and it's a high-speed application with 2 meters per second of the speed. Okay. The second solution is also non-ultrasonic solution, but it is an offline solution. If you have seen in the previous slide, it was for the 600 degrees Celsius. So it can be mounted in line. And the second solution is nothing but the offline solution where you're not inspecting on the line, but you're inspecting off the line basically at some station. Okay. So the sensitivity achieved is same with respect to earlier system also and this system also. And if you can see the inspection time, considering the 4-meter width and 12-meter length, we are inspecting the plate within a 200 seconds. So these solutions are certainly used for the inspection of the internal defects. Those who are into this steel mill, basically plate manufacturing, they might have already started encountering some requirement with respect to hard spot. So hard spot is like the requirement is very much booming. Hard spot is nothing but what? It is the irregular hardness, which has been occurred with respect to the rolling process, hot rolling process. Okay. So we have a solution called Eddy Hard. So this is also an online solution. Okay. And why this solution is so much important in nowadays, because if you form the plate into the pipe, so this hard spot basically is nothing but going to develop into a crack, and that crack is certainly going into a leakage, and certain explosion can happen when the pipe is at the service line. So eddy current nowadays is like booming, and every customer is asking for the plates to be inspected for the hard spot detection. So here we are inspecting 10 by 10 mm of hard spot with a hardness variation of 20%. It is also an online application with a high speed application, 2 meter per second of the testing speed. The one good thing about this system is basically here you need to flip the plate. You can inspect the plate from the both side in one go itself. So here you basically saves lots of the time, and the productivity is probably increased over here. And the probe are not getting in contact. As I said, they are basically having an air cushion. So life of the probe is also good. Third solution is basically same hard spot, but it is a offline solution. And this solution, I'm really happy to say that our OEM Nordencraft Germany has recently supplied it to Al Gharabiya UAE. So it got installed and commissioned in the month of the June. So the main problem with respect to hard spot inspection is nothing but that the plates are initially having the residual magnetization. Also, there is a scale and corrosion. Probe liftoff, basically distance between the probe and the plate varies, and because of which the signals also varies. And also there are some edge effects. So Nordencraft had thoroughly studied over all these problems, and nowadays they do not interfere in the inspection with our systems. So I can proudly say that in world, Nordencraft is the only one OEM right now who has this successful solution for the inspection of hard spot detection with respect to plates.
Yeah, Mr. Kale, if you could wind up, because we have to close. Have you seen they have shut off the air conditioning, which means it's signal for us to leave. So I'll give you another 30 seconds.
Thank you so much for your kind 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Basically, next is nothing but the trolley, similar product, which is also used for the inspection of hard spot. Okay, you can see the result. The plate is basically having the magnetization of the B image shows you that the defects are getting suppressed over the magnetization, but with the help of the Nordencraft technique, you can see multi-frequency mode, hard spot are easily detected, and there are no untested edges. We have some solution for the pipes and rails. And nowadays you are known that the pipes, there are two types of the pipes, LSAW and the HSAW. LSAW and HSAW, basically there are the welding. So for this, basically you have various applications such as IDOD weld inspection, basically whole body inspection, end of the pipes and wall thickness measurement. So we have a solution for that also. Next solution is nothing but for the rail. Okay, so now the important terminology of the rail is nothing but the head, web, and the foot. So all these three things are being inspected with our ultrasonic immersion testing systems. Next solution is basically for the—
Please conclude, please conclude, please conclude. I'm begging of you. It's a humble request. Please conclude, because I can't go on any further. I'll get a fat bill which I'll put on you.
So, okay, thank you. Basically, if anybody want to have some discussion with respect to entity solutions, we have the brochures at our table. You can take it. That can precisely help you with the non-destructive solution, which are certainly available in the steel industry. Okay. Some of the solutions such as eddy current, rotating eddy current, MFLT, magnetic inspection, automated MPI, and we have the customer references of 100+ all over the India right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chetan. I know time was of constraint and there were a lot of presentation, but I appreciate, you covering some of these. So overall, I must say that, this presentation, this session was covering a lot of pain areas of the customers. And, thanks to Mr. Nirmalya for having such a wonderful combination. In the morning, we had the OEMs presenting technology. Next session was all the consultants giving a overall micro and macro overview, and then the product owners coming and trying to explain what they are doing for the industry. So I must end this session by saying that my personal belief that the Indian steel industry is in very safe hands and we have a great future ahead. So thanks a lot for having me as well. Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. The last session, I have normally not seen
so many people being present, that too at 8 o'clock. We started at 10 o'clock this morning and at 8 o'clock, which means what, 10 hours? In the last 10 hours, that it's a 2-day conference we did in 1 day. So kudos to the session chairman who could keep the audience till 8 o'clock in the evening without offering a dinner.
That's a lot
So,
of compliment. Thank you.
Of course, I must salute the hard efforts which the chairman put in to keep everyone at their seats till 8 o'clock. So a round of applause for our session chairman.
A lot of applause to the audience also. So much.
Yeah. So I have as you know, I have a small duty to perform. May I request Rinki and Shormisha to come up for the presentation of the mementos? Yeah, please come up for the presentation of the mementos. So first to Mr. Buddha, Mr. Sharad Budhia, our session chairman, needs a special round of applause. So I'll present the memento myself. Thank you so much for conducting the most difficult session. And then our panelists, so I'll go one by one. Mr. Manjeet Kumar. Oh, you have the Indian Oil logo. Yeah, great. Come up. Yeah, the session chairman presents the memento to the other panelists. Mr. Manjeet Kumar from Indian Oil Corporation. Mr. Jung has already left, if I'm not mistaken. So I'll give it to Mr. Manish Arora, my friend. So Manish Arora has also left, yeah. He also left, yeah. So next is Sanjeet Pradhan from North Drive Systems. Yeah. So thank you, Mr. Pradhan. Next is from SAIL RDCIS, Mr. Sanjay Kumar Gupta. Yeah. And then my good old friend Shoykot, a very old friend. I've known him for ages now. Then Mr. Shubhankar Chakrabarti. Oh, he has not come. Okay. So last but not the least, Mr. Chetan Kale. I'm sorry, I don't want the hotel management to shout and scream at me because I'm still staying here for one night. Yeah, very difficult, but it was an excellent presentation. Must compliment you on that. Excellent presentation. Who's left behind? Sandeep. Oh, Sandeep Ghosh. Oh, Kluber, yeah. Okay, please come up. Please give me your card. I need your business card. Sure, sure. Thank you, sir. Good. Yeah. Thank you, sir. And thank you so much. Yeah. So thank you, session chairman. Thank you, panelists. My good friend Soikot, thank you so much. So, as they say, I have to propose a vote of thanks. So my heartfelt gratitude to all those who were here, especially Mark Shaw, who came all the way from Worcester. Normally people get the spelling wrong. They say Worcester. I always call it Worcester. So great to have traveled such a long distance to be with us. Then my thanks to all my friends and colleagues who have been here. It's been great. And we look forward to seeing you at the same venue on the 14th of November. 14th of November, we are having our next conference here at the same venue, which is on Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative in Indian steel industry. It will be titled Atmanirbhar Bharat Initiative in Indian Steel Industry on the 14th of November, which happens to be the National Metallurgist Day. So National Metallurgist gave.
Earlier, before you talk about the next program, I think on behalf of everybody present here today, thank you and appreciate what you brought to the table. Thank you very much for a great day and
Thank you,
a
Dada.
great piece of information.
Thank you.
Now
Dada,
you
and-
can talk about your next presentation, next program.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, obviously for the next presentation, I want you on board, Dada. And not just the fact that we are both the variants, but we share a lot of common things, and I have a lot to learn from you. So, and the next anchor, the entire show will have to be anchored by you. You'll do my job. No, you're not old at all. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much. And are you going to be here for some time? Then we'll take you to my club. दादा अपनी फ्री है चलो ना उसमें क्लब है क्या ना चल लेट्स गो